Is it me? Poncho, you're muted. You're muted.
How's everybody? How's everybody doing? We are trying to get this thing rolling for today's show. Welcome to the Beauty of Blackness Fine Arts Show, Day 2. We got a lot in store. I want to introduce you to Corinthia Peoples. She's our guest co-host for the show this year. Welcome to have her. She's been a bright, shining star. How are you today?
I am awesome. That's my story. I'm sticking to it.
Well, y'all, we know we had an exciting show yesterday. Hopefully you had a chance to tune in. We are, as you can imagine, we are here wrestling with all the technology stuff, trying to get things back on cue so we can get some momentum for the day. Our host for the day, Louise Cutler, is got multiple hats today, so she's preparing to take you guys to get a sneak peek of the exhibition that's happening here in Fort Collins, Colorado. I'm going to let her come in and tell you a little bit more about that. But all the artists that are featured on the show, a good portion of them have contributed works to this exhibition. Last year, we did not have a brick and mortar exhibition. We were supposed to before COVID hit. And when COVID hit, we had to go totally virtual. And so this year, we were able to resort back to kind of how we envisioned it last year with having a brick and mortar exhibition. So you'll get a chance to participate in that. Our feature artist, Mr. LaShawn Beal, will be joining us today. You know, he got caught up with all of the storms and everything trying to get here yesterday. So he's here with us and he'll be joining us a little later on. I just did a little mic check with my buddy, Kevin Wack Williams. He's getting prepared to give you his presentation for the day. And pound for pound, Wack is probably, he's one of the artists that I'm really looking at that has, his work has exploded completely in the last decade or so. And I'm sure he'll have some exciting words of wisdom for you when he comes on for his presentation in a few. Corinthia, what you got?
What I got so much. I got so much that I could share some.
Well, tell us what you got in mind. You know, folks are listening. What do you give us some clues?
Well, you know, the collection is awesome. I'm really feeling pearls this afternoon for to just like introduce pearls and femininity, you know, and that type of thing. Leaving, you know, always leaving women and men, kings and queens, better than I found them. That's what I'm about. That's what I like to do, Poncho. Leave people better than I found them.
That's the hey, I don't see a thing wrong with that. Thank God for that notion. I wish more people looked at the world like that.
Hey, I know, right? It'll be a better place. It will definitely be a better place.
So we got a couple people in that's already joined us early. For those of you that joined us early, hey, a shout out to Felicia Herning. Thank you so much for joining us in. Yeah, we're just getting lined up. We got our first presenters hopefully getting ready to come into the studio. And, you know, we got Louise, who is, woo, my girl is probably juggling 5 items at one time. Well, no, I just see she stepped into the studio, so I'm going to wait till she comes on and introduce you to our humble leader, Miss Louise Cutler.
Absolutely.
Hey guys, how's it going?
We're
Hi.
doing fantastic. How are you?
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Just really excited about day two. We're actually going to be in the gallery some today, so that's really exciting. We have LaShawn in the house, and so he will be joining us in the gallery. And he's right now. I'm cracking the whip, and he's down there signing all of those amazing posters. So definitely get your poster. This is a great time to sign up and go ahead and order your poster because LaShawn is down there right now signing posters like crazy. he said, that's a lot of posters. And I said, well, Pancho said you had to sign every single
one of them. That's right.
So definitely go ahead and go to the website and get your poster. We'll go ahead. We'll drop it in the link for you guys. That way you could just go right ahead and get your poster. Sign up and get your poster. And it'll be hand signed by none other than LaShawn Bill. That's pretty exciting. At least I think it's exciting. So we want to do that. And I think Pancho mentioned any other products that you buy from the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show, any of our products goes directly to the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. So if you buy this beautiful cup, and this cup has a message, it says that you are beautiful, we are beautiful. Hold on, has it? Yeah, you are beautiful, I am beautiful, we are beautiful. And this cup was created during the whole 2020. And if you know, 2020 had a lot of stuff in it. Trust me, these are going to be collector's items. We also have the t-shirt, which I took off my table. So you go to the website, you'll see the t-shirt. It's right here. You can get the t-shirt. It says the same thing. All of that particular money for those things go directly to the beauty of supporting the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. So definitely go ahead and pay that. Go ahead and buy those so that blah.
Ring.
Okay, this has been quite the morning. Trust me.
Exactly. I think that you guys at home don't realize that Louise Cutler has on roller skates, and she's gonna be hitting everything on roller skates today.
This has been quite the morning. So but we got folks together though this morning.
Exactly.
We had Pancho and I were in the studio getting some people together that wasn't quite together yet. And so and just phone calls galore. So definitely go visit the website. The website has all of the artwork on it. Thank you. We had some good sales yesterday. Looking forward to having some more good sales. There's some amazing artists. If you are in Fort Collins, head on over to the museum head on over to the gallery.
Yeah, I was going to ask you to really go into the exhibition this year. Maybe describe to them what's there for those that are in town.
Oh, so there is some absolutely amazing art over at the gallery. We have at least, I think, 6 artists that are in this show actually showing their work here physically in Fort Collins at 222 Walnut Creek. Walnut Street in Walnut Creek. It's in the merchant room of Walnut Creek. So it's on the 2nd floor. Walnut Creek is actually a mercantile, and it has a variety of vendors. And on the 2nd floor is their gallery. And this is going to be a huge day because this is First Friday. It is going to be insane. It's going to be insane because there's going to be so many people going in and out of there. So if you want to see the exhibit, come see it now. I will be there at 12 o'clock. I'll be bringing LaShawn at 12 o'clock. So if you guys come out and say hey to LaShawn, he'll be there signing posters. So you can definitely get, oh, there he is. Popping
wow,
up.
Look at LaShawn, our featured artist, has crashed the screen.
He's
How
coming.
you doing, LaShawn?
Hey, everyone.
Hi,
Good to see all
LaShawn.
your beautiful faces
I'm
today.
gonna actually give LaShawn the seat and let him. I'm gonna put him in the hot seat.
Oh man,
Because
That's right. Put him in the hot seat.
They put him in the hot seat because he faked us out yesterday.
I plead the fifth.
We thought we were going to see LaShawn yesterday, and he did a disappearing act.
He did a
Houdini, baby, Houdini. What can I say?
R.T. Machiavelli.
Well, I'm glad to see you, LaShawn. Everybody was looking out for you yesterday, man. Hopefully, all is well.
Yes.
You're representing Larry Poncho Brown with that hot T-shirt you got on there.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
hey, man, congratulations on being the featured artist for this year. The
Thank you.
featured art. Let me explain everything to a few people out there at home. The featured artist is an honored position that African American artists experience. When we had our big tours, our traveling shows, and exhibitions, it was customary for us to select one artist that we thought was exemplary of representing us for that particular year. Of course, they would get all of the wining and dining, the hotel. They would get the airfare. They would come in. They would represent. They would do all the media, and they would do all of the merchandise that was presented for that particular year. I was the featured artist last year, and LaShawn is the featured artist for this year. So when he gets to the gallery, y'all, while he's signing them posters, y'all make sure y'all snatch one up because he will be signing. How many posters you got over there, LaShawn? Do you know yet? Should I tell you or should I keep it secret?
Oh no. Well, you know what? Let's put it like this. It's a lot of posters. All right. It's a lot of posters, but you don't want to miss out. Even though there's a lot of them, don't mean that they're gonna last long.
Exactly.
So, don't hesitate. If you like the image, make sure you go ahead and get it. It's at a wonderful price, $20 for the poster. This is an $80 value, hand signed by the artist. Definitely something to add to your collection. It'll look beautiful framed up in your home.
Let me ask you something, LaShawn. You've been very instrumental in mentoring Louise last year when we did our maiden voyage on this show. So maybe you can give the people at home a little bit of background about how you got involved in with our project last year that's leading up to what we're doing today.
Oh, definitely. So Louise and I met a couple years ago, and we just had this instant bond with one another. And we would talk constantly all the time. And she told me a couple years ago that she had a vision of doing this show. And, me ever being positive, I said, definitely, you should do it. You should do it. Don't let anything hold you back. And fast forward a couple years later, and here we are. We did it last year. We scrambled around. Louise had to figure out all this tech stuff. And she asked me, who did I think would be a great artist to be the featured artist for last year's show? And I said, well, my brother Poncho would be great for it. Mm-hmm. And I made that connection for them. And man, they did a wonderful job as far as putting the show together. Really made it run smooth regarding the artist, because quite frankly, none of us really knew anything about the tech end of this. Mm-hmm. And so Poncho and Louise walked us through it, and it was a blessing. It was a blessing. And it launched something that was unique, to have a virtual show with the number of artists that was participating. I believe last year we had about between 13, 15 artists participating in it last year. Mm-hmm. A lot of great interviews, interacting. A lot of people were able to get a lot of great insight on the artists and what their processes and in creating their artwork and what their goals and hopes and dreams are. And so it was very wonderful. I appreciate that, man. I'm in the Louise studio. Since last year was all virtual, I was at home, but right now I'm in her studio, and I'm trying to figure out which one of these pieces in here I'm going to steal. She got some nice work up in here, and she don't know it yet, but one of these are going to be stuck in my suitcase. Sticking out of the suitcase, but it's gonna
you got to remember, you got a couple of hundred people witnessing you say that. So
hey, I still plead the fifth.
That's all right. I got that. There's a couple on the wall. There's one on the wall I've already taken.
Well, let's bring Corinthia in. Corinthia, do you have any questions for our featured artist?
I do. So the poster next to you, LaShawn, first of all, how was your journey to Colorado?
Oh, it was great. It was, well, it's a little eventful, but it's all good. I made it.
That's great. I hope you enjoy that fresh air in Colorado, up in those mountains.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I mean, you can't breathe because it's so elevated. Yeah, I'm really appreciating that. Yeah. No, but it is beautiful here, folks. If you've never been here, it's definitely worth the visit. I mean, if you like being close to nature, this is awesome. Louise lives out in the boonies somewhere on a couple acres, and it's very nice. Later on, I'll probably go out for a walk and just take in the sights.
Yes, beautiful. I'm glad you made it. The poster next to you, that's your artwork. Yes, that's the poster that you're going to be signing all those copies for all those people.
Yes.
Yes. So I wanted to ask you the colors in her face. It reminds me of many cultures of human beings, whether you're black, white, red, purple, green, in terms of nationality. Did you have that in mind when you created the colors around the face of this figure?
Right. So let me give you a little bit more background on it. The character herself is called Universal Woman, the basic character, her features and everything. And that's something that I created, decades ago, my most consistent imagery that's out there. And she's supposed to represent all women, but her skin tone was mainly gold or bronze color. So this character, the title of the piece is Color Girls, and that is the theme behind the piece. It's showing a very color skin tones of people around the world. Definitely. So it represents everyone, and that's why this image was chose for this show, because we knew that it was coming into a venue that was going to be viewed by various races and stuff.
Yeah, it's beautiful. I got
Thank
that.
you.
Poncho and Louise, the promotional piece that they put up around the poster, the music is beautiful. It's like this native. I love it, and it just made my spirit feel that it was a universal.
And while we're speaking on that subject, we're going to play that so you can see it. So yeah, y'all, when you get a chance, go ahead, start purchasing your poster. We got some folks that have logged in early today. We got Felicia. She's saying yay today too. We got
Felicia.
A.B. Wade is saying good afternoon. Felicia is laughing at you for talking about stealing artwork.
Felicia is actually one of our volunteers. She's been amazing. She'll be volunteering today at the reception. Hey, Felicia.
Don't get no ideas, Felicia, for me. Don't get no ideas for me.
Too.
And we got, Mr. Thomas Elias Lockhart III. He's saying good morning to you. One of our
good morning,
artists.
brother.
So we're getting ready to get rocking, I believe, until we get some folks in the studio.
We get some folks. We haven't got some folks in the studio yet.
Well, we got one person supposed to be lining up, and that's Miss Diana Shannon. So we're just gonna wait.
No.
Who's first?
No, the first person is the first person today is True Africa. But True Africa, that's why I brought LaShawn in.
Okay.
He's trying to get out his seats.
Oh, no. Stick around for a minute.
No, that's why I brought LaShawn in, because I figure, True Africa has been having some electric issues.
Technical.
They're
Yeah,
because they're
actually,
in New York.
yeah,
They're in New York, and so they have been experiencing some of. If you guys are aware of what's been going on in New York has been crazy underwater, and
not just New York. Even
Mhm.
I got a call from an artist in Philadelphia, and Philadelphia is having a little issue with the last storm that came through too. So thankfully, our artists are okay and they're safe.
Mhm.
Yeah, that does add to the technical difficulties we have. Like we have artists that live in the South
Yeah.
that all of their Wi-Fi stuff was compromised. So we're
Mhm.
having to kind of flex with what's happening with the technical
Right.
stuff. So
Yeah,
bear with us.
The last I heard, New Orleans was under some serious flooding.
Yeah. So the show will probably look a little different than the schedule today. But for the most part, artists are showing up. But I knew True Africa was going to have some difficulties, which is good that we put them in the morning.
Right. And I want us to send them some good vibes because a tree fell on their home.
Oh no! Well, hold on. Let's put Corinthia up here so she could do her good vibe thing.
I love how you put me on the spot. Yes.
All right, we're gonna put you a little less on the spot. Then how's this?
Thank you. Yes.
I put her all the way out there. Because I figured she was gonna do one of these.
All right, y'all, come on. Let's give these folks our love and support.
Yeah,
some of them are having a difficult time. We're not making light. We're not making light of the problems.
Oh no,
by no means.
No, so I just wanted to give her.
We could all be in that situation.
Yeah. So True Africa Art, we are with you on this and sending you beautiful vibes. Just know that if you need to show up with your 7-year-old son, the world understands children. Let them push the buttons. Go to the cafe. We're pushing good vibes and what's the word I want to use? Resilience. To be resilient in this time and to know you're covered. We got you here. Whenever you want to come in, we're going to make space and room for you to come into the room and to come onto the show. For any other artists who are being affected by this, we are sending you scoodles and oodles of love, resiliency, and faith that you will make it through this. We all will make it through this because we never know when we're going to get hit by any type of storm or any type of adversity or obstacle. So just know that obstacles are to be stepped over. They're to be kicked over if we have to, and they're only temporary. So we're sending you big love, and even to us here at the Beauty of Blackness. We're going to push on. We're going to just keep it moving all the days that we have left. We're going to make the best of it. We're going to know that abundance is coming down and that's already with us. This is turning into a prayer. So let me
That's okay. Sometimes prayer is needed. We just want the folks out there that are having a tough time to know that we're with them. And we're going to keep pressing one way or the other. So, Mr. LaShawn, let's bring you back into the fold. Along the way, tell us a little bit of background about LaShawn Beal. I mean, there was a reason why we selected you as the featured artist, okay? But I want you to tell us a little bit about where you come from, your humble beginnings, so people can have a better idea of who you are.
Definitely. So for me, the art journey started at a really early age. I got interested in art when I was in 3rd grade. And while I was in school, the teachers that I had saw the potentials that I possessed, and they helped nurture me along. They pulled me to the side, set me up in my own little room and everything, and let me create and introduced me to different mediums. I got exposed to oil paints. I think probably in the either 4th or 5th grade, I was exposed to them, and I had to do a still life. Our teacher put me in a room, set up a still life, and she wanted to paint this still life. And so at the time, I didn't really comprehend it all. I was like, some corn, some flowers, all this stuff. And I wasn't really interested. I wasn't into that at that time, but I was obedient. And, I tried to do my best on doing the still life. So by the time I made it to the 5th grade, I started getting commissions. My first commission was with the library teacher, librarian at our school. And she saw me doing some paintings and drawings, and she wanted some. So she purchased some things for me. I remember back then, she paid like $5 a drawing, and she bought several of them. So from that point on, I was hooked. I was hooked into becoming an artist. I knew then that that's what I wanted to pursue for my life goals. So I started exploring the various things that were out there in my community that I could get involved with that would help me get to reach my goal, whether it was dealing with some companies or something, or selling artwork to more teachers, which I did. And I started selling work to the parents of the students. I went out to the community centers to see if I could get my work on display there. I would check out everything that had to do with art. I was checking it out. And so I was fortunate enough to be exposed to a lot of different things, and I had a lot of great people to nurture me along the way. But it came at a price of me wanting to really pursue it, because their neighbors would always see me walking up and down the streets with this giant portfolio under my arm. And every now and then, when I least suspected, someone would stop me along that way and say to me, "You're going to be somebody." So it came at the right time to keep me encouraged to keep on pushing. So I did the art thing. When I got into high school, I was the art teacher I had there was really, really instrumental in pushing me even further along. And he got me a job as an illustrator. So I did that while I was in high school, graphic artist. And then when I graduated from high school, I didn't go to college. I went to the military, went to the Marines, and did that for 10 years. But while I was in there, I was still pursuing my art. So, and it is during that time, it was my last duty station. So at the end of my 10 years, I was stationed in Maryland. And I was running up down the streets in Maryland and DC, trying to get out there, get to work wherever I could, salons, restaurants, what have you. Any place that would take the art, we could display it. That's what was going down. Galleries, the whole 9 yards. Well, as I was running up and down those streets, there was a name that kept coming up in conversations. People will always be saying to me, you remind me of Pancho Brown. And this would happen quite often. And I got to the point where it's like, okay, who is this cat? Since I haven't met him yet, but who is he? Where is he? I don't remember how we ended up meeting, but I remember going to his studio, and he just gave me a warm reception. We became brothers in art. And that went on till I got out of the military. I moved from Maryland to Texas, still pursuing the art thing, and end up getting together with a publisher out of Colorado, how things come back full circle. And they published my first piece, and it was a serigraph. And that serigraph sold out in a matter of months. And from that point on, things just skyrocketed. But what I want people to understand, particularly artists to understand, that even though you have successes like that, this business is still very, very difficult. You got to constantly be evolving because things evolve. So you got to be able to evolve with it. You can't stay stagnated, because if you do, you become like the dinosaur and become extinct. So that's some of the background for me. I toured quite a bit around the country during the 90s, along with, some of my fellow artists. We made connections with a lot of other artists around the country, paying those dues, doing them shows, hanging out in the hotels, great times, great times. The thing about the artist community is, since it is so small, for the most part, the artists are very, very welcoming to one another, which is a beautiful thing. We share information to help each other get to that next level in what we're doing. So that is like a little background right there.
Well, I appreciate you giving them that snapshot, because a lot of times they see the work and then they finally meet the artists, and sometimes they never get to hear the backstory, because artists' backstories are, we're people like everybody else. They don't know how our humble beginnings are. Although we all come from different places, it's important for us to look at other artists to see where we are, especially if you're another artist and you're trying to find your way, or if you're a wearable artist, if you're a sculptor, if you're I think that even musicians and other people, we can all learn certain information from each other.
Oh, definitely.
Because we all have to stay self-motivated. We have to keep creating new items. It's a whole lot of things that are unifying threads between creatives. That's why I use that word. And I just want to commend you on what you've done. You've been a trailblazer in this business. There are a lot of folks that couldn't handle the twists and turns in this business. I mean, you were one of the ones that were able to make the twists and turns. So we're looking forward to hearing some more of your insight as the show goes on. I'm sure Louise is going to work you to death down there in that gallery. So you might get you some extra Sharpies and some Gatorade.
And some no-dos. And some no-dos, too. Dude. Yeah, definitely.
That's right. All right, so where did Louise disappear to? My co-host is
she's down there pulling some things together, so we get out the door here.
Okay, so what I'm going to do...
She's on her way back up, Pancho, though.
I'm going to warm it up a little bit by giving you a reminder of what you are participating in today. Well, for some reason, our video stopped. I don't know what's going on, y'all. We got all kinds of technical stuff happening here.
I
But what I
know.
like about it is all the co-hosts, they on the button.
Wing, 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 wing. Yeah, I have no idea why that video stops right there. It's weird. It's like, do we have a limit here, StreamYard, or what? Because nobody made me aware of it.
Well, we're still waiting for artists to log in the studio, so maybe I should make you familiar with who's coming on today.
There you go.
Well, there you go, y'all. That's all the exciting talent lined up for the Beauty of Blackness Fine Arts Show 2021,
Well,
y'all.
that's pretty exciting.
That's right.
Pretty exciting. So,
Yeah.
Corinthia, do you have some updates for us today? Do you want to talk a little bit about the calendar and just some of the stuff that may be on the website that's exciting? And you might have some updates too. Come on now. Come on. Come on.
Yes. So everyone, we have Beauty of Blackness Fine Arts Show memorabilia. So we have a mug. Louise, maybe you can hold up and I can, we can both be some Vanna White, some Vanna Blacks. So we have the
I want to be Vanna White.
Okay, well, you can be white. I can be the black Vanna White. Okay. The Vanna Brown and the Vanna White. There you go.
I want to be the Vanna. Look, wait.
Or why don't we just be the Vanna Universal woman?
Look.
Oh, I love it. I'm loving that scarf, honey. Yeah,
it's gonna be the Louise.
The scarf matches the dress. Okay.
Not a Vanna, just a Louise.
Just a Louise. Okay.
But I like let Vanna be Vanna.
We'll let Vanna be Vanna. So we have mugs. You can get the mugs on the Beauty of Blackness Fine Arts Show. The website is right there.
There we go.
It's right there.
Work it, Corinthia.
Yes. I'm doing this.
You got it.
So the Beauty of Blackness Fine Arts Show website, you can buy mugs, and the mug is just what, $20?
The mug is $18. $18.
So for $18, you can support the Beauty of Blackness Fine Arts Show. All the proceeds go back to the show, to the artists. So just know that with your purchase, you are supporting the arts.
Mm-hmm.
We also have t-shirts. That's what you were grabbing right there, right? Mm-hmm. T-shirts, and they have a slogan on them, and it reads such good words. I love these words. You are beautiful. I am beautiful. We are beautiful. Yes, and we are. We are, and you are, and I am, and yes, we are. So you can grab that too. On the Beauty of Blackness Fine Arts Show. The website is in the ticker down at the bottom. And how much are the t-shirts, Louise?
The t-shirts are $27. And if you're on Facebook It is already posted, and all you have to do is click the link, honey. And
so easy, right? Love. There you go. It's
yes.
super easy for everybody to get their t-shirts. It's like 1, 2, 3, click and you're out. This is like better than Amazon, or we're on the level of Amazon where you're not making, it's not hard to get your items. You can just click, click, click. Louise has made that super easy, super. So go ahead and get your t-shirt, get your mug, because we are beautiful.
And we just dropped it all in the links.
And the links are all
on
there.
this side. We just dropped them all in the comment section, guys. So
is there
all
any,
you have to do is click.
Any other memorabilia, Louise, other than the t-shirt? We have the,
we have the t-shirt. We have the if they go on the website, actually, I'm going to go ahead and pull it up. I'm going to go ahead and pull it up, and they can see all of the different things that are on our Beauty of Blackness Fine Art show. So as you can see, these are some of the things that are on there. We even have some refrigerator magnets and some stickers. So if you say, well, Louise, I want to buy like a t-shirt, but $27 is a little out of my range, which, you know, everybody has their range. We also have some stickers. If you just want to support us, we have some stickers, refrigerator magnets, all of those kinds of things. And we would love, love, love to have you just be a part in some way, even if it's in a small way. We would love to have you a part of what we're doing.
And you know, and $27, Louise, it's a small price for a t-shirt. T-shirts are sometimes $35 and $40.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. And it is a very small price. So definitely, I would suggest getting in on it, because right now, like I said, those are some of our items that we have, but we started those t-shirts last year, and I would hate for you to miss out on such an amazing, amazing product to spread that wonderful, wonderful message. Because it's just like Corinthia said, it is such a wonderful message that we're trying to get out with the "You Are Beautiful, We Are Beautiful" t-shirt. So I would love, love, love for you guys to definitely, you know, grab up one so you can wear it. It's all black.
Yeah. You know, it speaks to unification.
It does. And that's basically what it was about, is showing uniformity. Because that's when I made it last year, I was trying to find something that defined the thought process of not just it being about us, because there was so much violence in the world and so much sickness and death. And so I was like, well, what can I do, or what can I project through the show that could show unity? And I felt this was a great way by using these particular t-shirts. So yeah. So I'm gonna share the calendar, Corinthia, and then you can kind of go over the calendar and let them know who's coming up. Say that again, Corinthia.
That's the schedule for today.
Yeah, you can go over the schedule for today so they can know, because we have an amazing guest speaker coming up, and I am really, really excited about that.
Okay, so Louise, what I need is, because the print is small, unless I don't want to be squinting inside.
Well, do you have yours in front of you?
I do, but you said it was revised. So
no, the only thing that was revised was the fact that we switched out True Africa and Diana's coming at 6:10, and that was it. So all the rest of it, you can read straight down all the rest of it.
Okay, so then, okay, so help me out here. Correct me if I'm wrong. So I see that our guest speaker, Kevin Williams, is going to be on at noon Mountain Time. Yeah.
Today, right. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so then everything else is good. Okay, so Kevin, we're going to have Kevin Williams. He's going to be on at 12 noon Mountain Time. So Pacific Time, that's going to be 11.
No. Yeah. Okay, sorry. Keep going.
Yeah, Central Time, that's going to be 1. And Eastern time, that will be 2 o'clock. So you guys, I'm not going to go down and just do the time zones because I'm going to get real confused. So I'm going to just do everything in mountain time. All right. So we're going to have wonderful guest speaker, Kevin Williams. He's going to talk about his journey, his art, his inspiration, his palette, what he's attracted to. You guys can put comments and questions inside of the comment feed. Feel free to do that. We actually welcome that and encourage it. Then we will have at 1:10, we're going to bring back Virginia Coleman. Oh my God, such a dynamic artist. All of the artists are dynamic. She's going to do her presentation, and that's going to be at 1:10 Mountain Time. And then we're going to have Deborah Shedrick at 1:40. She's going to be doing her presentation, so stay tuned for her. And then Louise, our founder of the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show, she's going to be presenting, and I think she's going to be presenting from the Brick and Mortar Gallery in Fort Collins, Colorado, which that's a part of the show that we have attached to the digital broadcast of the show. So Louise is going to be doing live broadcasting from the Brick and Mortar Gallery at 2:10 Mountain Time. Then we have Patricia Colbert, I think I'm saying her name correctly. She's going to be on at 2:10 Mountain Time again. And then Thomas E. Lockhart at 3:10 Mountain Time. Then we got our Poncho Brown. He's going to be on at 3:40. And then our featured artist, LaShawn Bill, will be joining the screen at 4:10. He also will be live from the Brick and Mortar Gallery. Karen Clark with some of the amazing pottery. I just want to just toss all of my dishes out and get just all her work. So amazing. You're in for a treat from all of the artists. And this is all art, right? Wearable art, utilitarian art, visual arts. We're just doing art, you know. This is an art show. We're bringing you beautiful, beautiful art. After Karen Clark, it's Craig. Craig will be on at 5:10 with digital art and how he creates and does his thing. He'll have a beautiful presentation for you. And then we have the Kabibi, which she will be doing also wearable art of her tie-dye of the indigo, right? That indigo is a special kind of blue, baby. You just can't get that blue any and everywhere. So Kabibi is going to talk about her journeys, her inspiration, how she creates this wearable indigo fabric, which fabric has history and information inside of it. As time evolves, textiles evolve. And Kabibi is going to be bringing that to the digital broadcast screen of the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. And then last but not least will be yours truly, myself. I will be bringing wearable art, jewels. I'm feeling very pearls today. I'm feeling pearly. I'm feeling very feminine power and, very moon child-y today. So I'm going to be talking about some of the things that, and all of the artists actually are going to be talking about pieces that are on the website at the Beauty of Blackness fineartshow.com that you're able to go and purchase right there, live and direct. The pieces are one of a kind, limited editions. So I encourage you to go over and get what resonates with you. Click on those buttons, check out all the artists and what we have to offer. The last piece of the segment is going to be great pieces of jewelry. And all these pieces are family heirlooms, right? These are art appreciates. It does not depreciate. So what you will be buying will be something that you will have for a lifetime, whether that be on your wall or on your bodies. So I encourage you to stick in here with us. We're going to be live broadcasting until 7 p.m. This evening, mountain time, right? So you're in for a treat. Welcome again to the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. And I'm going to now bring on, Louise here. There you go.
Hey, Corinthia. Okay, Thomas said, I will be at the gallery at 3:10. All right, Thomas.
Okay, so Thomas will be also
Thomas will
at
be
the Martyr Gallery.
Right.
So we'll have 3 different occasions and probably more, who knows, but definitely 3 different occasions where Louise will be broadcasting live from the gallery with Dawn herself as well as Thomas at 3:10 Mountain Standard Time. So you guys are in for a treat. We're live here. We're going to be live there. We're live, honey. We all the way live.
We are definitely. And you know what? Send us some comments. We would love to answer any of your questions because I know you're out there and you have questions. And so we are literally here to answer any of your questions. We love it when you interact with us. And like I said, go on over to the website because we are totally looking forward to hanging out with you guys, doing stuff with you guys, and just interacting with you guys. We're just totally looking forward to that. But hey, there go Poncho.
Well, you know, I think we got 3 minutes until our presentation with Mr. Kevin Wack Williams, right? Yeah.
So wait, question. Are we doing a giveaway today of the memorabilia?
Your microphone is off, Louise. You're muted, Louise. You are muted. Okay.
I know. I had something going on in the background. So yes, we're going to see how the day flows. But actually, if we could do one right now because we have some time. And we have quite a few viewers, and I know they want to win something. And yesterday, Goddess, you remember Goddess from Felicia, Goddess from the Creative Quarantine, Goddess Opulus. I don't know if you remember Poncho, but
I don't.
She and Felicia clocked in that fluoride at the same time. And when I went to the regular page, I saw it and she was like, check the timestamp. And I went back and checked the timestamp and they were both 24. And so they both gonna have to get something because Goddess was like, hold up.
You know, folks will do some research on you now. Yeah, but it is possible to come in at the same time. I will say that it's happened more than once with me.
It's happened more than once, and we are aware of it. So that's what we're gonna go with.
But that whole premise extends beyond the free stuff, y'all, because you're gonna see an original you want, and you're gonna go for it while you thinking, and somebody's gonna beat you there.
Thank you. That's it. So make sure
keyboard, keep that phone handy.
It's almost like those call-in radio stations.
That's right. Y'all know. Come on, y'all. Y'all can't act like y'all don't know how this goes now. Come on.
Put your finger on the thing.
Put your finger on the trigger.
That's right.
Boom, boom, boom. Start pushing them keys. Push those keys. Exactly. Put your finger on the trigger now. How'd you like that? You like that?
Yeah, that was pretty awesome.
Can we get the again?
The
And in case you're just tuning in and you don't know what's happening, this is what's happening. So, for those of you that are tuned into the show, we are preparing shortly for a wonderful guest speaker representation from our friend Kevin Wack Williams, who is one of the most popular African American artists in the country around this time. If you're not familiar with his work, you will be after the end of this presentation. He has been in the business for 30 plus years. And he just did a major exhibition in Atlanta and in Chicago. His work is, whoo, if you haven't seen it, it's going to humble you.
It's fine.
So get ready. He's going to be coming on shortly. I just want you to know what's coming up with our schedule as artists prepare to do their presentations for the day. Mr. Kevin Wack Williams be coming up shortly. So yeah, y'all,
I have a question for you, Poncho.
Yes, ma'am.
You know how everything, like just doing these things, how difficult has it been for artists to transition into this medium? Because, we've worked with several. So how difficult has it been for artists to transition into this medium?
Do you want me to tell you the truth or tell you the lie?
No. I'm talking, hey, this is a real show.
Because you know how I am. You know how I am.
This is a real show.
All right, so the first part of this is artists are snobs. And they tend to be antisocial.
True.
We are in our bubble, in our cocoon as we create.
True.
We are meditative beings.
Yes, we are.
We're used to quiet, tranquility, and peace to do what we do.
Yep.
So now you're dealing with this thing called social networking or the internet, and you already got issues because you ain't got that many friends either. Your friends are your craft. Okay. So if you take that one thing and you put that to what's happening, you can see this could be very, very confusing. Yeah. And so what happened is as this movement was going on in the late 90s and the 2000s and the economy crashed, not a lot of artists were prepared for the internet and how strong the internet was going to be and having a website, how important that was going to be. And so many gallerists, many artists fell off the ledge because they didn't prepare for that move. Now, this is before social networking. So now we have to have a website to survive. Down the way, here comes into the social networking. Nobody was ready for social networking. They thought that was something kids were going to be playing with. Okay. I remember when MySpace, y'all know that old MySpace page y'all got when y'all was trying to get hip. Well, now here we go. We got this whole thing coming and people weren't ready for it again. So we've gone through two technical revolutions in the arts that were very major. And it changed the way everything is being done. Because where you had to have a brick and mortar gallery, suddenly it wasn't so important to have a brick and mortar space to sell and show work. And so now as we turn the corner again, another revolution with live broadcasting, this is a whole different ball game. So you're talking about three major technical revolutions that happen back to back that affect the forward movement of artists, that affect the momentum of artists, that affect the connectivity of artists to their customers. Now, if we move it away from art, because it's, look at what the musicians are doing right now with these same mediums. It has completely changed how everything works. They have completely taken control back from the radio stations, the publishers, the producers, the record companies, because they're self-promoting and keeping in tabs with their collectors. So the language that I'm speaking is not just for just artists, it's for us to see how powerful the medium is. Like, I don't care if you don't want to let people in your Facebook page because you're afraid they're going to come and end up in your backyard. That's not because a lot of people feel like that with social networking. Like people keep saying Poncho's a social networking guru, but what they don't know is Poncho is antisocial. He's a social antisocial social networking guru. I want you to incubate on that.
Again.
I am a antisocial social networking guru.
Oh my God.
That means I can't stand being on Facebook. I can't stand being on Instagram. But I realize the importance of it.
Yeah.
So I dedicate my time to making sure I feed it with information. Am I reading everybody's page? Am I checking to see what Aunt Susie did? Am I checking to see what my son's doing? No. I'm posting what I need to post for that day. I keep it moving. You won't see me commenting. Even if you say something nasty about me, I'll just drop you first. I won't comment you. on you. But pretend it's like this. Social networking is like having a stack of business cards, going into a room and just throwing them up in the air and coming out of the room and slamming the door. And anybody that's interested in taking that card is going to pick it up. Did I have to talk to any of them? No. Okay. A website is like your house, and you're trying to get people directed to your house. That's a whole different ball game, because you could be sitting in cyberspace and nobody know you're there. So I think once you understand the importance of how these things work. Now, yeah, I could be Mr. Party Animal and go in the room, keep my stack of cards in my pocket and talk to as many people as I can and hand out cards while I'm in there. It's the same thing, but that's not who I am. And so I tell our artists and creatives, they have to tailor their outreach to their personality. And so that's how I'm successful. I know how to do it. I know how much to feed it. And then I leave it alone, because I also don't have an hour a day to dedicate to my social networks.
I want to add too that there's the piece of that I think a lot of artists and people that are entering the space, self-promoting. Can you speak to that? The whole self-promoting, promoting yourself.
Self-promoting is important. Let's leave social networking out of it. Let's just talk about you as an artisan. Are you doing enough shows? Are you sharing your work? Are you exposing your work? How many exhibitions are you doing? See, too many artists right now are creating for themselves. They're not creating for other people. And that's nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but I believe that God didn't intend us to create for ourselves. I think he intended for us to create for other people and to share our vision and how we work with other people and to touch people with what we do. And so most artists I meet, because I mentor a lot of artists, that's kind of the steps we go through is, hey, well, who are you? Are you even an artist? Because some artists don't even see themselves as artisans. Then once you got that responsibility, then you go, okay, well, what do I do from here? And I go, well, first, let me tell you what it was for. Your artwork is therapy for you. It keeps you from going out and strangling somebody. And so as long as you're getting your therapy every day, you're doing what God intended. Okay. But now there's another step to this. If you want to market yourself, if you want to get your work out there, now we're talking about business. So if you want to be a hobbyist, or if you just want to do it just for your personal enrichment, that's fine. But why isn't it that God gave you this talent and you can't find a way to monetize it? That's the thing that I like to have the dialogue about. And so it's two different degrees. None of them is right or wrong. But I think that if you trust the talents that the Creator gave you, you always get the results of that.
Speaking from a woman's perspective, in terms of self-promoting, it's connected to worth and value.
Exactly.
In terms of the female energy of that.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of women, even myself, sometimes I have to push to self-promote, because if you don't have a publicist, or if you don't have someone that believes in you that can put your stuff out there, you have to do it yourself, right? So that becomes a piece that could easily be some self-talk. And easily be some holding back. So
exactly. And it's funny you broke it down that way, and I'm glad you did, because there's a reason why there are more men artists getting visibility in arts than women. That is changing as we speak, because women are now gaining more male attributes as they get into business and other things. Okay. And so when you look at the women that are doing well in the business, they're using their male side when they do that. They're now breaking down boundaries that were never broken down before by women. When you talk about self-worth and all those other things, that is so crucial. See, guys are wired different. We know what we can do and we know what we can't do. And we don't get all wrapped up emotionally. We just say, hey, this is what I got to do or I'm going to die. Take it where it is, and women are more likely to look at worth. Is my stuff good enough? Am I good enough? Is the world going to receive me? They go through these different levels of things that the guys don't go through. I'm not saying one's better than the others, defining why we're different, but there's still a common ground even in that.
Right.
I
I also
think that you said the important thing is self-worth.
Yeah, it is. And then it's another thing too for the women who are successful, you're right. They probably do use their testosterone and their masculine pieces in that. But what's also interesting is that I read a study and it said out of white women, Mexican women, and uh, Black women are lower on the totem pole in terms of business because due to a lack of support. The white woman, she has support, whether it be her husband or her children. And Mexican women are second because they are tailored to be more communal in how they move in the world. So that whole piece, so a woman who has a husband or a support system versus a woman who is single has a different amount of.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So let me back up again. When you look at, and this is going to make a lot of people mad, when you look at the women who are successful in the African American art realm right now, most of them don't have either children, most of them are gay, most of them are a lot of other things. When you start talking about women get the less support out of the women, white black women get less support out of the women. Well, we can back that up and go, black artists are not getting any support at all, really, for the most part. So that totem pole thing is all twisted. And yes, black women are in a special category. But just before COVID ended, the Baltimore Museum of Art, just like many museums around the country, made a decision to promote women artists only for the course of the year. It's funny that we would get hit with COVID the year they decide to highlight women, but there's a national movement now to give more visibility to women artists because y'all are everywhere. It's just like y'all are everywhere in society. Y'all everywhere in art. So y'all been doing it at home. They take care of their children. They take care of their men. They were also taught that art was an extension of them.
Yes, it is an extension of
No,
us.
but it is not an extension. And that's the biggest difference between a woman and a man. The guy
Ah,
knows that it's part of his being and that he will die without it. A woman thinks it's something she can do or not do. I did a online podcast for 2 years where I interviewed men and women artists. And it was funny to hear how many of the women hadn't even called themselves an artist till they was almost 40, 45 years old. But it had been around their whole life because they never had anybody talk to them as an artist or reference them or have conversation from them from a creative standpoint. It's like the woman had a particular role, so art wasn't nowhere near the possibilities. So those times are changing rapidly as we speak. But I think before you can make forward motion, you got to, number one, acknowledge the first thing. Yes, I am an artist. Second thing, this is an innate part of my being. Third thing, I am creating either for myself or for the world,
or both.
or both. Okay. And once you get through those three steps, I think that everything comes to you because I believe everything you put into the universe is already preset. But I also don't believe that the creator gave you this ability for you to have to squander other directions without utilizing what that gift was. I like to think of my creativity as a gift that the creator gave me. And I got a choice what I do with that. I can stare at it and wonder at the fact that he gave it to me. I can open the box up and see what's in it. I could take the present out of the box and utilize it altogether. The question is, what are you doing with that gift? And you're not
Right.
wrong no matter which direction you go. But if you say, I'm going to take this gift and I want to use it as a business, that's a whole different set of circumstances and a different extreme. And the artists that you'll get confused by while watching their success, they're the ones that opened that gift, took out the contents, and moved. And they're also sharing and enriching what they do with the world. while still getting their therapy. That's it in a nutshell, y'all. Because
Yes.
it'd be easy to divide it down into men, women. Then now we got this diversity movement that's got LGBTQ, yellow, brown, whatever other color, and then black. Before we had our own civil rights issues and concerns, and now that's merged under this diversity movement where people can feel comfortable talking about our disparities. But how can you be part of a movement and always be at the bottom of the movement? And yes, you said the truth. Women are going to be even further down in the bottom of it. But that's changing as we speak because we're beginning to realize our own self-worth on many levels, politically, socially, and otherwise. And when you get that kind of maturity and growth, it has to impact what's happening creative and how we are as creatives. So I just say it's a different time. We're learning more about ourselves. Look around, look to your left, look to your right, but don't be complacent with where you are. And remember what I think is the truth. He didn't give you this, or she didn't give you this, or the universe didn't give you this for you to just wallow in it yourself.
It's so true. It's so true. You know, I was talking to a friend today, and she was just kind of, venting and saying, I just need to step into the shoes of knowing that I'm an artist. So that piece is definitely there. And I know what you're saying is you're encouraging, people wherever they are to step into the shoes, to step into the shoes and walk.
Well,
yeah.
Okay, I am saying that too. I'm saying, but stepping into shoes are a separate part of you. You got feet. I'm saying step into yourself. I'm not saying step into any shoes. You have all of the elements to create. We've been doing this long before we came to this country. When you go to Africa and you see how art is utilized versus going to Europe and see how art is utilized, it's totally different. Tribal people, it is an innate part of their whole culture, their tradition. It's not uncommon for everybody in the village to know how to do some aspect of craft, art, music, dance, or whatever. That's where we came from. It's in our DNA. When I paint, I was thinking it was just me. And then I thought I was copying off of my dad. And then I went to Africa the first time and saw those same elements being used. Come on. We got artists arguing and trying to categorize themselves as self-taught versus ones that are taught. Guess what, y'all? None of us are self-taught. It's that thing that he gave us. Now, I'm not taking away for people who take time to nurture their craft because I've been drawing every day of my life to get to the point that I am. But it's still given to me. I'm not taking total credit for everything that I am as an artist. I'm just realizing that I'm a vessel. And that's all artists are vessels. But you can figure out how you want to deal with that. And once you understand the importance of being an image maker or creative, then I think it changes your whole step. You got to own what's given to you. That's just how I feel about it.
Okay. We're going to bring our guest speaker is a little late. I think he has his time a little mixed up. You know how it is with the central mountain and all that. So LaShawn's actually going to come on and give a presentation, which is awesome. So that's why we have LaShawn Bill here.
And also, really quick before LaShawn goes on, Felicia is asking that we list the times.
I put it down. It's running now.
Beautiful.
It's running on the ticker. So LaShawn is going to come on after he's done clicking on his phone here. No. So I'm gonna help LaShawn because he's on my computer, and that's why you see me in this weird little me in the side.
My lovely assistant helping me out today, Miss Louise Cutler. First and foremost, I want to say thank you to the people that make this all possible. Myself. So no, Louise Cutler, Pancho, and Corinthia for help hosting this event. I want to thank Louise's family because without her family support, we definitely wouldn't be doing this. So thank you and kudos to them as well.
He just liked that breakfast he got this morning.
Yes, it was delicious. Yes, it was. Richard did an excellent job. I didn't get serenaded with the piano, but that's coming later.
I will leave you, and here is your it's right here. I'll take it out so it's not so you can see as well, because I'm sure you'll want to. Yeah, I'll put it down there for you. Okay, and then there you go. That way you can see, and you can just move it around and
just click
and move that. Yeah,
there you go. Super duper.
All right, super duper. I have to throw some things in the car so we can.
I might want to take another pack. Well, I'll bring some prints with us. Just one more pack.
You've been signing them that quickly?
They're all done, the ones I did.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So, first of all, I want to thank everyone for joining us today for the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. All the imagery that you see today, you can purchase it, majority of it at least, on the website, the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art.com. I'm sure we'll be showing links as well where the show is live. You just click the link and go directly to anything that you want to purchase. So I'm going to go over a couple pieces of mine to share with you and give you some background about the work that I'm doing. So the first piece we're going to show today is this is entitled Bloom Number 4. Bloom Number 4. The medium for this piece is something that I'm excited about because it is a mixed media in that it's paper clay. And you have acrylic paint on paper clay. So the actual clay itself is something that I make on my own and, mold it and go through all the different changes of making that a reality before we ever get to any of the painting of it. So it's a time-consuming process in that, doing all that as opposed to just picking up a canvas and, painting on it. But it's a labor of love. And I enjoy the aspect of the craft part of creating artwork. And what I mean by that is I do a lot of different items that border on that line from fine art to almost craft because just the nature of the artwork itself. I do lamps, I do fireplace screens, I do room dividers, vases, all sorts of things. And these are things that I enjoy to do because I just have ADD and it gives me a chance to continue to express myself in multiple ways. So again, with this one, it's clay, paper clay, and it's approximately 17 inches. It's an original piece, acrylic on clay, paper clay. And what we have going on is the background is a wash. It's a alcohol resist technique, and the other ones I think you're going to see in this particular series have that type of background to it. And this piece can either be put on the easel as is shown here. The easel does not come with this piece when you purchase it. The piece is $800, but it also has a mechanism on the back so you can hang it right on the wall, which is, that was my intent. But it's completely up to you how you want to display this item in your home. I love experimenting with, the figure along with flowers, and particularly the calla lily, which is considered my signature flower because I've been using it forever. And the reason for that, the calla lily, is that to me, the calla lily represents a woman. where the calla lily is a flower that is full and firm, but yet very gentle and sensitive at the same time. I compare that to a woman. And so that is why I like using this particular flower. And actually, I think it goes a little bit further back to my exposure as a young man going to the Museum of Fine Art in Detroit and looking at the murals of Diego Rivera. And he also used colors quite a bit in his work. So that was probably more of a back mental thing that actually drew me to that particular flower. Let's see. Trying to close this one out and go to the next one. That's not it. Bear me for a second, folks. This is something new to me. Louise, I'm going to have to get her to show me how to get out of this.
Well, you can keep talking until Louise comes back up to help you with your
Okay.
presentation.
So you're going to see, I think, at least 3 pieces. Well, actually, no, you got several from this particular series that's in this show. Now, this actual piece is at the display at the local show here, the physical show. So if you want to see it in real life, and you happen to be in the Fort Collins area, that's the place to come check it out. Again, go to the website. All artists have their own page that with their galleries inside of it, and you'll be able to see the full collection right there if you want to check them all out at a later date. And I noticed something simple to do, but I just can't seem to figure it out.
Hey, LaShawn, tell me where you want to go, and I'll.
Okay, I want to go to the second image.
Okay.
Okay, so this is another piece out of the Bloom series. And this particular one, the young lady is holding a different flower. And I like to have a variation of color flowers just to mix things up in the pieces that I do. And I like to show the faces and different arrangements as well. This being more of a half face kind of image, just stylized, very stylized. A fun piece to work in. Again, this piece, like all of them, are going to be 17 inches, approximately 17 inches in diameter, designed to be hung on the wall or placed on the easel, as is shown here. And all these pieces again are at the show that's local here in Fort Collins. This one as well, and they're all going to be the same price, $800. They're all $800 pieces. You go to the next one if you don't mind, Pancho. Okay, this character is from my Indigo series. So the background on the Indigo character is that I wanted to do an image that represented dark-skinned women. I had for several years women had inquired why wasn't I doing any dark-skinned women. So as it turned out, This is many years ago. So I ended up dating someone that was jet black for several years. And after our relationship was over, I was brought back to the dilemma of how to represent women, dark-skinned women. And thinking of her, I thought about the darkest black that you can get, which is blue black, and thus the indigo woman was created. And I've been using her for several years now. She's got mileage on her. And again, the background is a relief. It's a alcohol and acrylic resist background to it.
Oh,
$800. Check this all out again at the website, the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art.com, and go to my store in there and you can purchase it. Okay, Pancho, the next item, please, sir, if you don't mind. Thank you. This one, again, out of the Indigo series. Different hairstyle. Same kind of background as the others. Again, the medium is paper clay, handmade paper clay. And dimensions, 17 inches, $800, these original pieces. And could you go to the next one, please, Pancho? I tend to work in series. I will go with a particular theme, do several in that theme, and then move on to something else. So in this, again, we have the indigo and variation. The hair is up in a bun, and 17 inches is the size of it, $800 retail, beautiful original piece. What you may not be able to tell by the photo is really how textured these pieces are. They're extremely textured. The paper itself is very wavy. So it makes for a very unique piece to put on your wall. Definitely a nice little conversational piece to add to your collection. $800, check it out on Beauty of Blackness Fine Art.com or come to the show here in Fort Collins and see it in person. All right, this is my Red Lady series. Red hot. So growing up, there was a group called the Funkadelics, and they did a song called Red Hot Mama. So that is the inspiration behind this particular character, or the fact that you have a sister that is a red bone, considered a red bone. Again, we're dealing with the same type of materials and all, 17 inches in diameter. $800 is the retail on this piece. You can go to the next one, sir. You know, if you folks have any questions about any of these pieces, feel free to submit your questions. If you see it in time, I'll try to answer them for you as well. Okay. All right, this is going to be our last piece for right now. So this is getting back in the Indigo series, the half face. I like the stylizings of this piece. The flower is very stylized in this one. 17 inches diameter, original piece, $800 is the retail price on it. That's a great deal for one of my originals, that size. All right, well, listen, folks, I'm going to have to move on and do something else here, but I appreciate you guys tuning in and spending time with me today. Again, check out all the work on the website And I look forward to seeing y'all at the show today in Fort Collins.
All right, thank you, LaShawn. I'm gonna drag LaShawn over to the gallery. It's been a different kind of day today, y'all. And I hope you guys can appreciate the amazingness of this particular day. I'm just gonna grab, is this the right? I got two mouses over here. So I'm just gonna grab both of them because I don't know which one is which. So here we go. All right, we have our amazing guest speaker came in. We got our times a little miscombobulated. So we have our amazing guest speaker coming in today. And I just want to thank him for being a part of the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. So before we bring him up, all right, we're all in this weird state. Hey, so I am going to, Kevin, I just want to say thank you so much for being a part of the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. I'm excited to have you here with us. I'm going to leave you in some very capable hands with Poncho. He's going to kind of direct your conversation. I just wanted to tell you guys that this is an amazing, amazing, amazing artist. I've been knowing Kevin for 100 years. I tell people when people say, "How do you know Kevin?" I was like, "Me and Kevin was on the street together." I remember we used to drive that really nice ride, and you was pushing me and teaching me how to do like prints, and I was working for the guy that you used to do prints with, and just kind of shaping and molding me into that world, and I just didn't fit. And
yeah, we end up discovering what a fine artist is, you know.
Exactly. So I just want to thank you, and I am just grateful for our relationship through the years. You know, we had lost connection, got connection, lost connection, got connection, and I have just really, really, truly enjoyed watching your evolution. And so I'm going to leave you in capable hands. I can't wait to listen to your talk because I know, brother, you have been on some stuff lately. And so I definitely am very happy to have you here because this is speaking to the masses right now. Okay. All right.
Thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it.
Okay.
Well, man, hey, my brother from another mother.
What's going on, Poncho?
I'm doing fantastic, man. You know, we're honored to have you here as our guest artist, man, our featured artist. You know, last year we had Charlie Palmer, and Charlie Palmer has gone through many good forward momentum moves in his business, and I'm watching you really do some things that not a lot of artists are able to do. So I'm going to give you the floor. I'm not going to use your time. I want you to just talk about the few things you think that are important about who you are as an artist and who we are as artists, and then towards the end, I'll just open it up to some questions.
Okay.
All right.
Well, for me, just who we are as artists is just vital. I think it's such a necessary platform personally and as far as giving to humanity as a whole. Our perspective is extremely important because without it, it's written by other people and other entities. I'm just very grateful to be able to do this, you know, as my journey for this lifetime. It's been, challenging. And in saying that it's challenging, you also have to understand that there's a point that you start from, and it doesn't mean you have to stay at that level. You can keep manifesting and elevating and elevating and elevating as long as you keep challenging yourself. Be 100 as far as with yourself as to where your talent is, also where you need to work at on things. So I'm a constant student of the craft by way of mentorships, relationships, colleagues, um, educated, degreed artists, self-taught college dropout artists like myself. Various paths to the same destination, which I believe is greatness. And so, in moving forward as a creative, a lot of people may know my beginnings, may not. I started working for small Black businesses on the south side of Chicago, doing illustration, initially for hairstylists. Hairstylists were the first people to actually pay me for my art. As well as my high school classmates who, currently remind me many moons later, they show me the work that they got from me in high school. And ambition is an understatement. Just believing in yourself is such a beautiful thing. I think you almost have to be psychotic to believe that you can make this happen. I think that I had to kind of put myself in a bubble and stop listening to all the things that I was hearing that were negative. And some of them may have even been true. I may have needed a lot of development, may have needed my work to continue to grow, but I also needed that person to put some money in my hand and encourage me to continue. And that's what happens when people purchase your work. Sometimes it's prematurely, but it does swell the pride of the artist and makes that artist feel as though, okay, it's working. Let me keep trying to give more and more and more. And sometimes you may just be the first of your generation to do certain things. So you also have to kind of keep that in mind. It may not have been done the way that you're doing it, but it doesn't mean that it can't be done. So that's kind of, what my perspective is right now as a creative. Currently, I'm working on issues of social injustice. This detail of this painting behind me, it's kind of got a guy flipping a bird, but it's called Date Night, and it just deals with young couples, which I'm sure are a second or a third coming of young couples throughout our history who have stood against social injustice, who have said, okay, we're together. Like, okay, let's go protest together. Let's take a stand together. Let's do this together. We need to make change for whatever our future is and our current and our present. And so I wanted to take that and capture it in a more candid moment of bond between two people in a relationship, and also their level of connection and equalness and their dedication to risk their own safety to go out there and make a change. And so as I move forward in this body of work, it's going to cover quite a few things, not just the police killings and things of that nature, but also just equality in general. Just some of the things we're still dealing with as a culture and as a people in America, to just put a different perspective or vantage point on it. Not necessarily saying anything new, but just showing it from a different vantage point. So that's kind of where I've been at this point. I don't know where Poncho is. Is he there? Okay. And so as we continue to build this body of work, I just recently had an exhibition here in Atlanta called If Not Now, When? And this exhibition was just basically dealing with all of these attempts at equality and human treatment, mainly in America. And I rented a space called Mint Gallery. I rented it for a week, and I just wanted to kind of handle things without any kind of input or censorship from another party. So I went in and backed it myself, rented the gallery, pay for the full event, and basically promoted it on social media. The show was sold out within 24 hours of notification of the save the date. 17 pieces were exhibited. 11 pieces were collected from that show. Two major original pieces. One of them at a price point that's probably one of my highest for individual piece. So it was a high success, but even bigger than that, I kind of saw the way people needed this narrative. And, they supported it as well as my colleagues. Quite a few amazing artists came out for the event, which I think is the highest compliment when your colleagues come out to see what you're doing. That's a pretty dope thing. You kind of know, okay, I'm doing something pretty good here. If they're coming to check it out because they're dope themselves. So that's kind of where things are at this point.
Well, Kevin, do me a favor, man. If you can, try to articulate folks into. I want you to move back a little bit. You talked about why you do the images you do, and the new exhibition you just did, which I saw it. From what I saw, was phenomenal. I want people to understand more of the business challenges that you may have faced, especially coming through that period in the 80s and the 90s compared to now. You got new artists that are coming into this, a new generation, and I think your words will probably help them see some light at the end of the tunnel.
All right. Okay. Yeah, I appreciate that question. The biggest thing that's the difference now than earlier was I had to physically go viral. So you didn't have the technology, which at times I think as much as it can be an asset, it can be a handicap. Because you still have to get the work in front of people, physically in front of them, so that especially if you're dealing with some level of original art or creativity, that you're building something that has dimension to it. Just because when you're in front of that work of art, there's an energy and an emotion in that you need to be able to read if the viewer is connecting with it. And you really can't do that through a phone. Like a like, is that you really like it, or you kind of like it, or you're just generous in giving me a like, or I don't know what the range of the like. So I think it's still important to go back to the fundamental of putting that work in front of other people, showing the work in a traditional sense. I think that you will learn a lot from that, and as well, you get a truthful feel for what is lacking, what's working, or what's needed. The challenges earlier as well were there were a sector of artists that were making a living, and I was one of those in that group that were making a living off of their art, and so we were just selling our art. And when you're doing that, you're going to have a product line. It's going to range from something extremely affordable to something more expensive. So you're going to have some level of merchandise, you're going to have some level of reproduction, and you're also going to have some level of original capacity work. And what was trying to be done was to tap into the mass appeal at that point. The market wasn't as sophisticated as it is now, as far as in volume. And so if you go to some of the finest collectors, if they go far enough back in their collecting journey, they're going to go back to some level of open edition print, some level of $30 to $35 to $45 reproduction, because that was the intro. And they may have been cultivated to become great, high-end original collectors as they grew. But that was the entry point. And so a lot of us had to reinvent ourselves several times along this journey. And so now you have the social media platform where you can become a star on social media, and you can get signed with a major gallery just from your impact on social media. Sometimes it may translate well, sometimes it may not. Because once again, once that original work gets in front of people, is it better than what was shown on that screen? You know, did you filter it? Did you increase the contrast, the sharpness, the saturation? You know, how's it read in person? And those are the two major differences. That there are no shortcuts. I don't believe. I've never seen a shortcut in this pursuit. The main thing that you have to do is really be aware of what's out there. I still talk to colleagues. I still go to their shows and see what they're doing, and even to their businesses, see what how they're structured, how they set up, how they move. You know, how they do the things that they do, because it's a community. But you know, you have to do something that's special as well. And the business piece is only a good piece once you have something that people want to buy. You know, so you have to be creative and be pure in the creative sense. And then for me, I have to flip a switch and then become a savage on the business end. So it's like I got to be two different people, and it's hard. It's not something that's easy, because you know we're emotional and sentimental and personalized with our work. But at the same time, you know, there has to be a sternness and a approach when you're making a transaction, and dealing with what you're going to be given financially to help sew back into what you're building. Because nobody knows where our worth is yet. You know, you're just basically pricing your work to survive and to grow a little bit at this stage.
So as you watch people like Amy Sherrill and Kehinde Wiley and Bisa Butler begin to get the kind of exposure artists wish they could get, what do you hope is down the road for some of the artists that are going to become our latest masters? Because you know we're losing a group of masters and another group are coming in. So
Yeah.
who do you see are to be the people that you look at as some of the future masters?
Mm. Um, that's kind of hard for me, because I have such a passion and love for and appreciation for art, different styles of art, and just the whole creative process just intrigues me. So um, it's very difficult to kind of pinpoint that part of it, because some of that is just relationships, some of it is timing, some of it is politics. You know, you have different factors that create these opportunities. But I can't say for the most part of my colleagues that I see out there doing things at this level, they have more than earned it. And I've seen them and known them before they blew up. I didn't know Kahinde personally, but I knew Amy, and I knew Bisa. And so when you see an artist go through a rejection period and then have victory like that later, that's inspiring even for me. It's like, okay, cool. You know, it can happen. You know, that's a real strong thing to witness.
Well, you know, also I would say back in you made a transition from Chicago to Atlanta, and at that time when you moved to Atlanta, many artists were migrating to Atlanta. Tell me the impact that Atlanta had on your artwork, because I saw a major switch in your work when you moved to Atlanta.
Mm. Yeah, I don't know how much Atlanta impacted my work as much as I just started to get in a position to be able to paint the things that I wanted to paint. Um,
Well, you also were influenced by people like Gilbert Young and Carl Owens and that group of artists at that time when you moved down there. So um,
right,
I pinpoint that difference because I knew the camaraderie of the artists you were running with when you first came
right.
down to Atlanta.
Now the mentorship came from that capsule. So when you have a Carl Owens who was probably one of the most phenomenal talents I ever witnessed in person, sit down with your work and literally take brush to your work and show you something. That's life changing. When Gilbert Young said, "Okay, I'm gonna introduce you to oils," he told me I was working too hard with acrylic, but how he chose to teach me was very unorthodox, but it was what I needed. So it was perfect. So he painted, and then he stepped away from the easel, and then he told me to go ahead. He didn't show me anything. It was just like, just go do it. And I stood at my easel for the first time, and it was humbling because it was the first time I stood at an easel, and I had already become financially pretty successful. But I was standing there and didn't know what to do. And so that made me go even harder with oil paint. Like I really wanted to get good with it. I really wanted to develop it. But I also knew that I was working with a new medium that would change how my work looked. And so I said, well, okay, I'm changing how it looks. Now I want to change the subject matter. And so I had these concepts in my sketchbooks, basically at the height of all of my urban work, the Black Love series and the Women Under Hair Dryers. At that same time, I was designing the Middle Passage series that I was working on. And there was an artist named Tom Billings, who I saw a book that he had done when I first came in the industry. And it really impacted me to see his take on the Middle Passage and to see it all encompassed in a book. And so I was like, man, I want to paint stuff like this. I want to paint history. I want to paint other content. And so the artist community in Atlanta, it was growing so aggressively. The biggest problem with it, though, was that you had artists that were based here that were making their money from a national base, and they basically lived here. And then you had artists transplanting here that thought that the artists were making their money here. Mm-hmm. And so there were several basically periods of artists kind of rotating in and out of Atlanta, because they would come for a while and they wouldn't jump off, and then they would leave, and then another group would come in, and it finally started to get to a point where I think that there was some understanding that it still had to be built. So it was oversaturated. In 2018, I did my first show in Atlanta. I've been here since 1997. And one of the reasons why I hadn't done a show in Atlanta was because it was so saturated with so many creatives that I didn't want to feel like an intruder to what was being built here already. And then I started to gain relationships with creatives that had been based here before the influx came in. And I was reassured that, hey, look, that you need to do this. You need to have a presence in Atlanta. And so I started to get a collector base in Atlanta, even though I had one through the galleries, but I didn't have it directly. So as I gained a collector base in Atlanta and started to really embrace Atlanta myself, which is my fault. I wasn't embracing Atlanta either. I just lived here. And so once I embraced the city, now, things are a lot different. I really put a lot into the creative community here in Atlanta as well, just trying to be available and accessible to up and coming creatives, as well as donating supplies and different things like that, and time. So yeah, the last show was basically the first of I'll be having an annual show in Atlanta every year, moving forward, and that will be my main show. It'll be a solo exhibition once a year, but it'll be based here.
Well, man, I'm telling you, you're talking about some stuff here that a lot of people are very curious about. We got a lot of good responses so far. We're going to open up the floor right now for some questions from people. For those of you that are out there that are watching that have specific questions for for Kevin, please put them in the feed on the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show page. Go beneath that our live stream, and in that comment stream, please give us your question, and we'll try to answer as many as we can. So yeah, man. So tell me, what was the high point of your last exhibition?
I think the high point was the piece that's behind me. The last piece is called Blind Date. It's a 48 by 72 inch piece, and I literally painted it 10 days before the show. So I was working 15 to probably 17 hours a day. And it was the craziest thing that I undertook, but I was just so moved to add something that had a different edge to it. And to see it pay off was probably one of the strongest highlights for myself. The people that traveled in from all over the country, that was a very powerful thing. That touched me a lot. Just to see the love and people connecting with the work, and they were friendly, and it was just a lot of love in the room. That was a powerful thing. The success of the show, from the financial perspective, is always cool because you want that part to work, but you also have the nervousness of putting that much money on yourself, and then the weather was supposed to be everything rain or whatever, supposed to stop at 4 o'clock, and then just the sky opened at 4 o'clock, and it just rained it rained like crazy. And I'm in the car telling my wife, like, am I just not supposed to do a show in Atlanta? Because when I did the show in 2018, it literally was the worst weather day in history in Atlanta. Mm-hmm. And people still came out, but you just want everything to be right. You're like, okay, can everything just be cool for a minute? People sending me pictures of rivers running down the streets. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna lose. Oh
man,
yeah.
So what advice? That I'm gonna give you that question that everybody asks you, that you've heard you answer this question 1,000 times. What advice would you have to up and coming artists?
I think my biggest advice for up and coming artists is to really, really love what you're creating. It's very easy to be seduced by other artists' success. So I think it's okay to learn from other artists, but you have to have your own and develop your own individual voice. I think that's vital because once you blow up, that's kind of what you're going to be doing. And you may be able to modify it a little bit here and there, but that's what you're doing. So if you have a gimmick that you think you're going to get tired of, I don't know if you should really start with that. You may need to do that as a little, series once you get up. But I think that the second thing is I was extremely hard on myself. I still am. And I had a lot of insecurity, and I still do as a painter. So I embrace my insecurities. They make me go even harder. Because I know I don't have formulas, and I know step by steps of what to do. It's just I go in and I'm feeling what I'm trying to do, and I know what I see in my head, and I'm trying to push myself to grow every time I go in the studio. So my beliefs are equal to or greater than. So when I create a piece, the next piece has to be equal to that one or greater than it. I try not to work on a volume perspective, even though that works for some creatives. For me, each piece is an individual relationship. It's like an emotional connection and a process that I go through with each piece. It's worked because it's, my demand, I can't supply my demand as quick as it's coming. So, people are not really trying to commission me. They're more like, okay, yeah, let me just get what's next. And or they say, what's the next 3 things you're working on? What's available? And I may say, yeah, this is available. And they say, okay, I want that. So as a creative, it's gave me a beautiful position of not having to perform. I'm just doing an existence. So it took, you gotta understand, it took 35 years to get to this point.
I
35
understand.
years straight.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So the consistency, and I would say that's the main thing, your level of consistency.
Well,
Um,
you got a question here from one of your
yeah.
peers. Mr.
Okay.
LaShawn Beal says, where do you see yourself in 10 years?
10 years. 10 years, and I know this gonna sound kind of crazy, but I'm not really goal based anymore. I believe at this point I'm just whatever wherever applying constant pressure is going to take me in 10 years, that's where I'm going to be. It's like I'm going to keep pushing and keep pushing and keep pushing. If that's the Smithsonian, if that's whatever, cool. Yeah, I want all of that, but I don't put that kind of pressure on myself that if it doesn't manifest, right away for me, that I feel like I haven't achieved. So I'm gonna continue to grow, and I'm gonna continue to push the bar. And sometimes pushing that bar, just like in July, I had to give myself a solo exhibition. Sometimes it takes to just get independently financially strong enough to just do it. You know what I'm saying? The show had double meaning. If not now, when was something I was saying to myself as well. You know
Right.
what I'm saying? So, I can't wait all the time for somebody to see me, and then that becomes my validation.
Gotcha.
Sometimes I just have to create and then just be and exist. And if it's strong enough, if it's powerful enough, it won't be denied. At some point, somebody that's got their eyes open will say, yeah, we need to do some things for this brother and make sure it's secured at this level, in this light, at this time. So yeah, I don't really I had goals, I think, when I was in my 30s. I had those kind of goals.
Well, Sandra Davis says, I love that you take control and not wait. Man,
Hey,
those are valuable words, man, because I think we're living in this time where there's so many opportunities available despite how cavernous life feels right now. Can you
yeah,
speak to the land of opportunity? I mean, you're just talking about you just decide to do your own show, finance your own show, not be waiting for somebody to invite you. So
yeah.
talk about opportunity for a little bit in this current time.
Well, I think the opportunity in this time is all the things that you procrastinated on before the
Exactly.
pandemic. So
Exactly.
everybody knows what their list is. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? As soon as daybreak came, you seen people doing some of everything. You feel me? So I think as creatives, we also know what we've been slacking on. And at the same time, it's like the opportunities are there. It's the it's what comes next. Like every opportunity, I feel like if you kill it, then what's next? What's the thing after that? I enjoyed my exhibition, but immediately I was designing my next exhibition. Like within 24 hours, I was doing sketches on the next exhibition because it came down to what's next. And I had offers that had came in from people I had never heard from before. And some of them looked like they may manifest. A couple of them kind of fell off already because they weren't the fit that I needed. And so, the opportunity now is, it doesn't have to be a thing where I do everything. It just has to be that you're earning your peak. You know what I'm saying? So if you're going to do the 50-50, what are we doing for the 50? You understand what I'm saying? Like, I
Mhm.
really need to know that now,
Right.
at this position, because other than money,
Hmm.
you understand what I'm saying? Because
Yeah.
that money piece is um, is a vital thing, but at the same time, it's the cultivation of an artist.
Mhm.
Like, can you cultivate me as a creative? Like, I don't want to be where I'm at 10 years ago. You know what I'm saying? Even if it's good, even if I'm knocking pieces out left and right and I'm just making money, handle that where I'm trying to be? Or am I trying to literally grow to another plateau?
Well, let me ask you this, man. You've been, like you say, you've been in the business 35 years now, and I'm gonna ask you about a word, and I want you to give me the best thing you can assign to that word. What does the
Okay.
word legacy mean to Kevin Wack Williams?
Mm. I would think, legacy for me, everything for me kind of surrounds the word impact. Um, Impact is one of the main thing that I create for. You know, there has to be a there has to be a shift from my life. As far as a legacy is concerned, like, did my existence and make things stronger, better, or create more opportunity for other creatives? I think the work and all that stuff, you're gonna get your immortality through that. But I think that your legacy is probably bigger than what you can envision when it's you talking about it. I try not to kind of look into myself that much because I don't want to get um, you know, like in a trance over my own, accomplishment. You know what I'm saying? So I try to keep it where I stay um, driven, and I guess that's the best word for it now is being driven. It's not hungry anymore. It's not, it's just driven. Like, okay, I love the art now. I can say that for a minute, I fell out of love with it. I mean, I'm gonna be real with you. I mean, and it was probably at its highest financial success at that time.
Mm-hmm.
And people were lined up, and I was sitting. We were in Philadelphia. I'll never forget. And I was sitting up in the bleachers, and I was the only one sitting in the bleachers. And Walter Shannon from E&S Gallery saw me up there. He came up, right? And so he said, boy, you moving at work. And he said, wait, so you moving that paper, right? And I said, yeah, things are good, right? And I said, how's it going for you? And he said, oh man, brother, I only need the right one or two people to come through here. And it intrigued me. And so I said, oh wow. He said, yeah, that's a whole nother animal that I'm dealing with. I said, okay. So I said, yeah, I'm gonna have something for you in a few years. So every year for the next 5 years, he kept asking me, you got something for me yet? And I was like, nah, not yet, no, not yet, no, not yet. And so he invited me to do a show during the Kentucky Derby at his gallery. Mm-hmm. And bring all my, my mass consumed work, right? Even though he was a fine art gallery. And so I came, and when I came, I brought 4 original paintings that he had never seen before. More along the line of what I'm doing now. And him and Kathy ended up securing the first piece, the first original. Maybe 10 minutes later, a sister I was talking to bought the second original, right? Then the third one sold. And I said, hey, look, you got a minute, can we go in your office and talk, right? And so right then, because nobody looked at my earlier work, not one person that looked at it. They were stuck on these 4 paintings, right? So we went in the office and talked, and I, told him, what I wanted to do. But I also told him I didn't want any favors. Like, if my work can't stand on its own next to Jacob Lawrence, Elizabeth Catlett, so on and so forth, tell me so I can go back to my corner and work harder, right? Mm-hmm. Everything I was sitting on was selling as soon as it was seen. Mm-hmm. And, at a nice price point. And that relationship continued to grow and was so solid that it intrigued me more and more and more. And so at that same show, remember the year Ernie Barnes came, right?
Yeah.
All right, and I met Ernie. I showed him my work, and Ernie said, Mr. Barnes said, he said, "You self-taught, huh?" I said, for the most part. He said, "Yeah." He said, "This is real different." He said, "Something like this come along every 20 years, right?"
Mm-hmm.
And I was starting to approach that 20-year mark,
Mm-hmm.
right? And all I could think about was somebody else was coming to knock me off my throne, right? So that's when I decided I was going to be a fine artist. I said, "Hey, look, this might as well be me that knocked me off the throne." You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And so I started to really dedicate myself to that aggressively. But it took the whole community of my colleagues to teach me, to help me, to motivate me. I had Carl Owens, I had Gilbert Young directly teaching me fundamentals. I had a young brother here in Atlanta named W, who is an incredible illustrator and artist himself. Younger brother that was teaching me what I was doing compositionally that was so effective, and teaching me what I was naturally doing so that I could understand it. And then that made it work even stronger. Who else did I have? Paul Goodnight, would call me and just have conversations with me. Send me his sketchbook and things like that would be so intimidating. But then he would have a letter in there, a handwritten letter, and the letter would be so powerful that it would give me some more fuel. You know what I'm saying? Frank Morrison, a cat I talk to every day. But Frank and I act like we're in the 80s in a rap battle, and we battling each other. He drop a piece, I drop a piece. And so we stay motivated. You know what I'm saying? So you only take that one, and Frank is so electric that he gonna talk so much trash.
Yeah.
If he's dragging you, he gonna let you know he's dragging you. You know what I'm saying? So it's a beautiful community like of creatives and influence that I've got even from yourself. Watching how you move and how you handle your business and how you branch out and just start to master other things. Leroy Campbell and other artists that I fellowship with who are great creatives in their own right, and we've been able to share history together, basically.
Right.
And so when you see that part of it, it's like, okay, man, that's great. But now, I'm meeting and having bonds with artists from all over the country who never did the things that we did.
Right.
Who are just, that fine art. They stuff is at Sotheby's and Christie's and stuff like that. But we in the DMs communicate because it's like, man, I love your stuff. And man, I love yours too. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, wow, we can cross these barriers that used to kind of be something to hear about.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? And so, like I said earlier, I think there's always room for that first. There could be somebody that come from that door-to-door street thing to the festival circuit, to fine art to high art. I think it's somebody that can run that whole board. Hopefully it's me. I'll be glad that it's me.
Well, I mean, we got a lot of folks that have done it. Look at Paul Goodnight. Look at Joe Hogan. That's what I'm saying. We are the opportunities are so vast, man. I just wanted to thank you, man, for your input. We're so proud of what you've been able to accomplish. I hope if anybody else has any questions out there that want to chime in, please send them down as we get ready to wrap up with Mr. Kevin. There is Louise in the house, so Louise might have a few questions.
Okay. Oh, Louise.
Hey, Kevin. I know we just made it to the gallery.
Okay.
LaShawn and I, we've been listening to you all on the drive, though.
Yes.
Okay.
We were
Oh,
listening to you
LB.
all on the drive, and
Yeah, oh, LB
no, but
with
I do.
Yeah.
I
What's up,
did.
my brother?
Oh, go ahead. I did enjoy one of the things that you had said about the supporting, being out there and supporting other artists, but also as you are looking towards the future. And I know when I was making out the promo for you, one of the things that came directly to me was, who will you be when you grow up, and how it basically is like, who will you be when you grow up? Because you remind me of, it's like, who will you be when you grow up, and not just who will you be, and it's not you becoming that person, but how you're going to make that person happen. It's like how, based on what we have been given, and how are you going to change that? How are you going to change that? Um, like, how are you going to change that outlook? How are you going to make it happen the way you want to? And I feel like you have been very instrumental in changing that outlook, changing that that script. Whereas, like, you could be this, but I decided to. I'm changing that script, and I'm going to become who I want to be, not who I was made to be in America. And that's one of the things that I wanted to bring out, is that, what is that, being Black in America? What does that stand for you at this time, not in the past? Because too many people talk about the past. What does that mean for you at this time?
I mean, unfortunately, I feel like it's the same principles from the past. It's like, there's been some growth, but there are a lot of things that are still the same thing. We're dealing with some of the same issues. In the piece with the young girl at the protest, her protest sign is worn out because it's generational. It's been handed down from one elder to the next descendant to the next descendant with the same message, fight the same fight. So, for me, addressing things at this point, and I initially stayed away from it because I didn't want to seem to be, monetizing or being an opportunist with the tragedy of some of our brothers and sisters that have been killed, and families devastated by their deaths. And then it started to kind of come to me. I actually went to see my doctor, and he had asked me if I was doing some work on that narrative, and I said no. And he said he never really said anything to me about my artwork, and he said, I think that's an injustice that you don't. And I was like, wow, okay. And so that's what kind of made me go right into it. And then the young girl is actually my daughter in the painting. And I remember the protest broke out behind George Floyd's killing. And I remember trying to change every TV that was in the house, trying to protect her. And I said, okay, man, I'm going to have to just go ahead and kind of figure out a way to tell her. And so the painting is an apology to her for this country not being in a better place by the time she arrived. And that she may inherit this fight to fight for her people and the injustices against her people. So I wanted to center her in the painting like in the eye of a storm, like she's in the eye of a hurricane. You know what I'm saying? And to show her that she can be brave, during these times, because I didn't know any other way to explain it to her. You know what I'm saying? So the work came from a very personal core, and now you got the derivative works that are going to branch out from that.
And that's kind of what I was thinking, because I know, like, one of the things that you talk about is like, haven't been a lot of change, but in reality, what I'm pointing out is there hasn't been a lot of change in the mindset of the American, but it has been a lot of change within the Black community. You know, people like you stepping out and creating these pieces. Those are bold moves. One of the things that Pancho had talked about recently was protest pieces were not an acceptable piece at a certain time, but now they're huge. These kind of pieces that express what we are really feeling. So when I say something like that, it's like you have moved into an arena where it's more speaking out. It's like you're a warrior, whereas in time past there wasn't. You know, it wasn't acceptable to be this warrior. This warrior
Well,
artist
I
who
mean,
was like you're expressing something.
yeah, you had movements like, Afro Cobra and artists that, were painting these things in real time.
Right.
I was at a gallery recently in Chicago and saw some work by a brother and from that era. He's still alive. I think he's like in his 90s. And he had a drawing of Huey Newton and Bobby Seale, and it was on a piece of craft paper. And it was like just in a number 2 pencil. You know how dark that is on a piece of brown craft paper. But the authenticity in it was so powerful because of when it was done. And so I think that as the time passes, I want to create this work in the moment so that it's extremely emotionally saturated in whatever my feelings are towards whatever's going on. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to be the only one feeling the way you feel. So I think that that's one of the reasons why I've committed to that piece as well, is to have something that is evidence per se of the temperament of the moment. You know what I'm saying?
Well, man, I think this new
So I'm not gonna.
selection of works that you created, I think that those really open a gateway. Like I said, back in the 80s, 90s, we were reluctant to sell pieces that were a reflection of the civil rights movement. And now that social justice subject matter is becoming trend, it's nice to see a person like you manage that in a different way. And I know it's going to affect the way other artists deal with that same subject.
Thank you.
Hi, Kevin. I have a question for you.
Yes.
I would like to know the piece behind you is it speaks to a generation currently, right?
Right.
Who they are and what their struggles are. And I'm curious to know who's your audience? Who would be likely to buy the painting behind you? Who's your audience with this expression? Because I know, and I want to add, we're multidimensional, right? So
Yeah.
we have the finesse piece about ourselves, and we have the fuck you piece about ourselves.
Yeah.
And that's what that depicts. So
Right.
who would be your audience?
That's a good question because, I don't know I'm trying to put it into words. That used to be a primary thought for me, and it's not on the radar at all anymore. The work is just being delivered. You understand what I'm saying? And the collectors that have been interested in this piece were extremely like corporate, reserved people, probably in their 50s, early 50s. Which shocked me because I didn't know. I thought it would be the last piece that this couple would look at, but they were really moved by it because I think that's how a lot of people feel. It's not necessarily how they carry themselves and how they look, but this is how they feel. And they're feeling fed up. They're feeling like the world has been turned upside down. They see what happened to this brother George Floyd. They're a couple. I don't know if that's much different than hearing about certain things in the 60s and you and your young wife or husband or mate go out and say, let's go to the Walgreens counter and sit in, or Woolworth counter and sit in. So
Oh, but man, this thing is so powerful though, Whack. It's like when you look at the fact that people are now beginning to see merit and identify with social justice pieces and are willing to invest in them. That is a major change for people that are watching out there. It's not something that's fashion. It's not
yeah,
something that's a trend. He said something that was key. He said that this 50-year-old demographic was emotionally invested in the piece. And that says a lot when you start talking about what is a marketplace, who, like you said, to Corinthia, who is the person that will buy this. It's magical
because
to know that it's gone beyond a demographic now.
yeah, and see the connection to the piece or the response to the piece was extremely aggressive, but it wasn't from just people in the age group of the people in the painting. And one of the things about that showed me was that this is an attitude. It's just embodied in two figures. The bullhorn is symbolic of the woman being the voice of the movement of this movement, and that's why it's around her neck. Um, the bandanas are to hide identity, but also dealing with the pandemic. You know, the finger, extended is, back to my generation, NWA, with the police. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's one of the graffitis that you would see at most of the protests. It would be F, 12, and they would write F12 on everything. And so, as I was tuned in, I was saying to myself, this would be a natural thing for a couple in this age demographic to do in that moment. And then they would probably go on and have dinner, watch a movie, and still be a couple. Like this has become as natural to them as that night, as date night. You know what I'm saying? And so
what also is juxtaposing is the cross,
yeah,
and the finger, which is, that's real. That's real. But
and
that doesn't, and you interpret that through the story.
Yeah, but see, he also has on a Malcolm X hat.
Oh, I can't see the hat.
Yeah, so if you go up, he has a Malcolm X hat. And so what I was doing with the X hat and the crucifix was being symbolic of Dr. King and Malcolm X. He's both. You feel me? And so being both, it depends on what happened that day. Like, we could be cool, or it could go up. And that's really the temperament of that generation.
Yep.
You understand what I'm saying? So the documentation of it is layered. One of the things I try to do in a simple presentation of a figure is to have layered symbolism that you may not see initially or understand when you see it. Like his camouflage pants is because this is warfare to him. This is tactical. You understand what I'm saying? And so some of the pieces that are coming are based in signals being sent in the inner city to organize and mobilize to move. Those are some of the paintings that I'm about to work on. And the way that they're being dealt with and designed, I think will be striking visually, but the message and the layering in it will go all the way back to Africa. You understand what I'm saying? And so, but it's in right now, and so that's what I'm. Go ahead.
And the fact that you have the couple of a black man and a black woman, that in itself is revolutionary.
Thank you.
And
Thank
today.
you. Yeah. I try to be as authentic as possible. So I try to deal with stories or visuals that fit a narrative that I can see myself in, even though at this season of my life I wouldn't be out there. And even with the civil rights movement, most of those were younger people, very young, in that demographic of the people in this fame here. And so when you look at it, I saw a quote that said the revolution belongs to the young. And so I think that I want to deal with the tipping point a lot of times too, because it's almost like you're trying to warn humanity at the same time. Like, hey, look, start moving this way a little bit because you're at a tipping point. And when you're at this tipping point, now you're dealing with a generation that has seen what has happened in prior history. And so where they're still working within that format, there's still somebody that's generationally connected in protest that's saying, okay, let's still protest.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? And so now you're trying to document the results. Like if Chauvin wouldn't have gotten found guilty, you best believe that was a tipping point.
Mm-hmm.
You got one person with a Molotov cocktail in one hand and an American flag in the other. They just don't know what the verdict is. Mm-hmm. Is it gonna go up?
Right.
Or are we cool? And so this temperament is very fascinating to me because it's a lot of other things happening behind the scenes. I feel like it's a distraction. And then there's so much work being done behind the scenes to dismantle people of color. And so it's a tricky time, as well. So, yeah.
Well, you know what, Wack, man, you spoke a lot of wisdom today, man. We really appreciate you, and we don't want to use up a lot of your time. We appreciate.
Oh, it's good. I was late, so I don't have a problem with running over.
No problem. No, you did a great job, man. Thank you for taking the time to give us a little window into the soul of one of my brothers from another mother.
Indeed.
We'll be looking forward to seeing what you come up with next, man. Just know that we're all very proud of you and your accomplishments. And
thank you.
Keep doing your thing.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day. Thank you, my friend.
All right.
Well, y'all, there you go. If y'all didn't look, if you missed it, remember you can always see this recording of today's show tomorrow or after we close tonight. There was definite jewels and things that he was saying. What I love about artists is that they have to be part historian. They have to be a voyeur of what's happening in the world. And it's nice to hear them articulate their thought patterns. That is the essence of being a creative, no matter what your medium is. And I'm just glad we got folks that are taking the time to articulate what they're trying to do, because it's more than just that pretty picture you see on the wall. These people invest a lot of their time and sacrifice a lot of their lives to do what they do, whether people like or dislike what they do. So I'm so proud of my brother.
The symbolism is in all art. Your art,
it's
symbolism was just.
Well, that's what he does, and that's
it
what
was
we
like,
do.
Yeah, I get it, and it was
coming along at a time right now where our artists that came through the period of 1985 to 2005 are really gaining momentum in their work. They have moved into the level of and the age group of the people that came before them, because many of us are approaching 60 now. So that transition is already happening, and it's certainly showing in the work. So hopefully you guys enjoyed that little treat. If you didn't see it, I feel sorry for you. You gotta hit the rewind button. So I gotta gather myself, y'all. I was so engaged in the conversation that I forgot we was doing the show.
We are a little behind.
We got Karen Clark in the studio. She looks like she is up and ready to go. So I think rather than us waiting for the lineup, we just go. She look like she's got a new hat on. Look, she thinks I got my new hat on today too. So let's see if we can bring Karen into the screen. There she is. What's happening, Karen? Your mic is on lock. Unlike your microphone. How you doing?
Check one.
That's right.
I'm doing really well. I'm doing really well. I had a great birthday. It was relaxing. Had my African food. Had a few cocktails.
What you? No, we didn't hear what you said. Is your microphone acting up? You said you celebrated your birthday.
Yes.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you.
Okay, I'm not gonna make you go through the whole thing, but for those of you that tuned in yesterday, you may have missed Karen Clark's birthday. We still got it keyed up just in case.
That was funny because it didn't click until just now. I was like, maybe there is something wrong with my volume. And I'm like, oh, he got me.
All right, baby. Well, we're gonna let you do your thing.
Well, hold on for a second. Don't send me back so quickly.
No,
I
what you
know. I
got?
want to talk about some food.
Listen, I mean, the birthday was good, but what Wack was talking about was really, really great. And I love the encouragement that he has given all of us young artists who are coming up in this game that we're doing here.
Mhm.
You know, so because we are the living legends who are trying to tell that story while we're here. So for those people who are trying to talk to us and really ask us the questions, do it now while we're here.
Mhm.
So yeah,
Yeah, you know, I don't think sometimes we realize the time that we're on. We're in this voyeur world now where we're looking at stuff and taking pictures while at concerts. We're not taking inventory on being present and relevant at that time. So here you go. You got a guy who you're never going to have access to unless you make an effort to see him. He's got a wealth of knowledge. You have something that's in common with him, but yet you sat in the cut and you didn't even ask a question. Now, I ain't fussing.
Right.
Because quite a few people did send questions, but to your what you just said is true. You know, I'm hoping that folks realize that we dedicate our lives in a particular way. And if you are creative watching this show and you're not being motivated, I want you to go to Home Depot, buy yourself a nice shovel, go in the backyard and dig a 6x6 and fall in it. Because that means you're not getting it. It is that's how pertinent this is. We are on survival mode right now. But this is the most exciting time to be a creative.
Yeah,
your voice is louder now than it's ever been able to be.
Mm-hmm. That is true.
I love that.
I love that too. And I like that shirt. Where did it come from? That's amazing to see a forest on your
This
t-shirt.
is a Shahar Pirzada shirt.
Mm-hmm.
I purchased this off the Black Arts Marketplace with Lavallee and Ella.
Oh wow! Wow,
Yeah.
very nice.
So,
yeah,
you know,
that's a beautiful forest sitting on the.
I think we might have a similar hat thing going on today, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So, what you got for us today?
I got some faces, some masks, and some angels.
Before we let you get into that, we got some folks here that are still giving you salutations.
Thank you, Felicia.
That's right.
Thank you, Thomas Lockhart.
That's right.
Thank you. It was really special. I had so many birthday wishes. It was absolutely amazing. I had my favorite cupcakes. I had African food. I had cocktails. It was good.
That's good. Well, it looks like you recovered pretty well.
Yeah, I slept in. I'm refreshed. Yes.
All right. Well, we're going to turn the floor over to you, lady.
All right.
Queen Karen Clark, y'all.
All right. And let's start this slideshow. So, hey guys from Woodland Heights Studio. Thank you all for the birthday wishes. Just to let you guys know, and just a reminder, I am from Woodland Heights Studio and I live in Richmond, Virginia, a place where there's tons and tons of history. And so in reference to what Kevin Wack-Williams was saying, dealing with being an activist and talking about the current times, Richmond was very, very, very active here. So if you guys don't know about it, look it up. It's pretty amazing. So at this point right now, I'm just going to go ahead and pull up the slideshow so you guys can check that out. And getting to it right now and starting the slides so you guys can see. I'm going to be going into mask today. So These are some of the masks that I do. The masks are, some of them are 8.5 by 12 by 5 in depth, but as we go along in the photos, you will see. I am a fan and a lover of people. And I also love faces, and I like us to see our faces because in this world, society dictates a lot of what we do with ourselves, from our hair to our makeup to our eyeshadow, so on and so forth. And but I want people to understand how beautiful we are just in our natural features. So these two pieces are side profiles. They're laid on a bed of pine needles, and I love using nature to combine with my pieces. And all of these beads that you're seeing are hand rolled beads. So I create those hand rolled pieces by the gallon.
Hey, Karen, you
Yeah.
can don't forget you can make that larger by using the slideshow feature.
Okay. And you're absolutely right. And I'm going to go ahead and make that larger. All right. And there you guys have it. These are really, really a joy to make. I love creating faces. This is how I began working on faces in the very beginning. And this is when I came back from the continent of creating things that I had seen in my travels. So the next one is from the Flower Girl series. So once a year, I will do Flower Girls, and then I will change the flowers on the pieces. So this is in the Daisy family. This is Flower Girl 1. She's 8.5 by 6 by 5. And these are already set up for you to hang on your wall. So it makes it a lot of fun. So when I ship them off, all you have to do is put a nail and a hook on the wall, and you can hang it up. The great part about the pieces is that these are pieces that you can use inside of the house, or you can use them in your outdoor garden or at your front door. So I have one at my front door. I have them on the walls outside of my studio, and they have stood the test of time. And so it's really nice to be able to walk in my studio as I see those faces coming through. And believe it or not, in my neighborhood, people just walk on past them. People can't believe that I just leave art laying around outside of the in my yard. All right, Flower Girl number 2. This one is an open eye piece. A lot of people are not fans of open eyes, but I love open eyes. I like how they look. So I did another Flower Girl with a yellow daffodil, because daffodils they come in March. And at the time that I was creating this piece, that's what I wanted to create on that. So 8.5 by 6 by 5. The pieces are $6.75 and already set up to place on the wall. So dealing with the clay that you're seeing right now, this clay is coming from Pennsylvania. It is a clay that turns ebony once you've put rust on top of it. And rust is just, it's iron, and you just water it down and you paint it on. And then I put it in the fire twice. And the second fire takes it up to 2100 degrees, and so that the ebony can show. And so I like to do a lot of ebony faces, but I also do brown faces and beige faces in all hues. But these are the ones that I gravitate to because they just shine so beautifully. The next one is another Flower Girl. I put a little silver in her eyes just so it can shine. Another Daisy, and this one I put turquoise on the side and then silver on the inside. She is Flower Girl number 3, 8.5 by 6 by 5. And she is $6.75. And if you guys, while I am talking, if you guys have any questions, please ask me them. I will answer them. Some of the things that a lot of people do ask is, do I make the hair myself? Yes, I do. So each piece that you're seeing is an individual hair that is connected to that piece. So you're talking about probably 100 strands of hair to attach to the piece in order to create it. So I'm going to go back and so you guys can look at the other one. Same thing. I just did them a little bit bigger. So I'm going to go to the next photo. And let's see what I'm doing right here. Him. So a lot of men have said, Karen, you always do women's faces. Why don't you do men? I do men, but I'm a woman. I gravitate to a lot of women faces. But I definitely do men. I like to do men, especially with beards. But I wanted to make sure that I made something masculine with not a lot of color or textures to it, just very simple pieces for men who may want something in their office. But again, these pieces are already ready for you to put a nail in the wall with a hook. And it's actually a 50-pound test weight hook, and it will remain on your wall forever. This is the Queen Who Reigns. I like to do crowns, and I also like to work with mixed mediums. So I use a lot of copper in my pieces, a lot of brass in the pieces. I use a lot of wax for colors. And I love using all of the hues to just create the piece. But this was just really fun. She's part of 3 in the series. I didn't put them on but there are more to see later. This is the young king, and I just wanted to give him a small crown, but he is part of that series. On the side is Jenyame, meaning only God, God being supreme being. And this was, I was thinking about the Asante region, dealing with the king, the Asantehene. And so I just wanted to create a piece with circles, meaning, the infinity circle for the king. And then there's other textures inside of the piece. So it's a lot to try to capture the textures on camera. And so a lot of people are pleasantly surprised when they see all of the textures. So right now, it just looks like squares. But when you look inside, there are actually smaller infinity circles inside of those pieces or inside of those squares. So 8.5 by 6 by 5, and the piece is $6.75. The twins. And so these were really, really fun to make. So when you look in the hair, I use a texture, which is a process, which is called 3-part acid, where you can actually turn these pieces into rust. So if you look at the top of the hair, I've put a primer on, and then once the primer goes on, then it takes 3 coats. Once the 3rd coat goes on, then I spray acid, and it creates the orange and copper. And also the beads, this is where I sit for about a day to create individual beads. And as you look closer, you would be able to see the textures in those pieces. So if anybody's looking to see more of the texture, I can definitely send you a photo, and so that you can stretch it out and so that you can see it better. But the twins, the sets are 12.5 by 9 by 5, and they are $13.75 for the set. And if you guys see, I like to use a lot of nature. So this tree right here, which is fun, it's a mulberry tree, and it was actually producing berries at the time that I took that photo. This is Jaja, the honored one. This is a really fun process. I did this process with the Creative Quarantine back in January. So if anybody knows about that, we had done a Creative Quarantine with several artists to do collaborations with one another. And if you guys are looking to see that Creative Quarantine, if you go to YouTube and type in Creative Quarantine Springfield, it will pop up. But this is one of the pieces and techniques that I learned from Poncho Brown, where it is what they call a alcohol resist, where you're painting onto the piece. And this is a very quick process. And then you're putting the paint, and you put it on with a gesso black paint. Once the black paint goes on, then you add the color to the piece, and then you use alcohol, just rubbing alcohol, and it actually makes it move. It is absolutely a beautiful process, but you have to be very, very quick. So I'm sure that there's some videos out there where they're telling me to hurry up, and so that I wouldn't lose the texture or the movement of the paint. But the piece is 8 by 5 by 6. Well, 8.5 by 6 by 5, and that's $8.75 for that piece. Here is the next one, and this is the same process, but just using it naturally without gesso, or using a white gesso and just putting the alcohol on top to allow it to move. So I thought that that would be a lot of fun. I love her face. It looks like a starry night on the piece, and so it looks like clouds just spinning around in the sky. And this piece is 8.5 by 6 by 5, and that piece is $8.75. And it's, I just really, really enjoy working with these pieces. This is probably one of my favorites right now. So because artists love all of the work that they do, I think. But there's just certain ones that they gravitate to. And this is one of the pieces that I'm in love with. He is 8.5 by 6 by 5. He is the warrior. I love how he looks at you. And I love the pink hues from the alcohol resist and the yellows. And there's little tints of green and turquoise on the lips. So if anybody has any questions, please do let me know. All right, so we are getting ready to go into the angel section. This is a collection that is very near to me. So during the creative quarantine, especially I think right before Christmas, this is where you're thinking about buying, getting Christmas presents for the family. I buy Christmas presents now because my family has a lot of pottery. Or a lot of sculpture and a lot of pottery. So when I was making these, my intentions were to make an angel for my mother. And when I made the angel for my mother, she loved the piece, but she felt that I needed to make sure that the world actually saw the angels because we were in the corona time, and she felt that this would be helpful to a lot of people who had lost loved ones or were looking for their guardian angel. And so that's how they got created. So these are some of the 2020 angels that have gone, but there are more coming in 2021. And I have a couple on here as we speak. There is, when you're surfing the internet, you don't find a lot of African or African American angels. And so I just wanted to show the strength of them, but I also like to put them together to make sure that you guys see them in their choir form, being very angelic as they are. It looks like they're singing to the high. And with these, I like to create the body, but I also like to give the wings texture to the pieces. What you're seeing on the tips of the angel wings, that is white gold. It takes a third firing to do this. And then there's 14 karat gold. So you have typically 2 firings for the pieces. One is to vitrify it. That makes it strong. The second is to give it color. When it's time for you to add something like 14 karat gold, this is a 3-hour process that you actually have to put a hazmat suit on and keep your face covered because it is very, very toxic, very poisonous. It can cause cancer. So you have to be very, very careful with it. Once you've loaded this into the kiln, which is the container that I put my pieces in. Then it goes up for fire at 1500 degrees for 300 degrees, because if you burn it too hot, the gold will actually burn it will burn and just go into the vapors, into the world. So you just have to be a little careful with that. I'm going to go to the next photo. So this is one of the angels for 2021. I love I love putting things that are not necessarily not normal, but things that I think that angels would probably wear, like a hat. So this put me in the mind of Whitney Houston and Denzel Washington, dealing with the preachers. I think it's the preacher's wife, and Denzel is an angel and looking like a regular old person. So I wanted to put a hat on this guy. So he is 13 inches tall, and he is 8 inches wide, and he is 5'75", and this one is Dominic. So all of the pieces have some type of name. They will get certificates when they come to you. And so, and just in case you want to give them to a friend or a family member or a loved one. I love the textures because they blend. I actually do different textures. So you'll see some angles, and then you'll see some paisley. And you'll see some prints that look like mud cloth, and then infinity circles. And these are all silver and gold for those pieces. Are there any questions out there for you guys, for me? If not, I will just move along. All right. Well, this is Israel, and he is 13x8, and he's 5'75", and I love Janame. So you'll see a lot of that on my pieces, and I love Kyrie shells onto pieces, and I love doing hats for men and beards and texture. And this one is fun because it illuminates. You can actually put a candle underneath, electric or tea light. It won't harm your piece at all. And it illuminates not just in the front side, but on the back side as well. And on the back of the angels, you will see the same symbol, Janame, or you'll sometimes also see Sankofa. But it is always really fun working with the angels. This is a baby angel with no wings just yet. And this is Xena, and she's 375, and she's small, so she's 9 by 3.5. And I wanted to make her into a little bulb or little bulbous piece, and she can just sit right there in the corner somewhere in your house. But I loved her because she just looks really cute sitting there holding her arms with the janame, and just little touches of gold there and on her earrings. The next piece is for the 2021 pieces. This is Jabrir, and he also illuminates. So this is the new clay that I am using for the 2021 angels. This clay is coming from California, and the ebony is coming from Pennsylvania. So these are the first two that are out of the collection. So you're going to see a lot of things going on that are really different. And so last year they were all porcelain. This time they are going to be this color, which is a clay from California that has a lot of speckles in it, but you're going to see color onto the dresses of the angels. So some of them will be green, some will be honey, some will be turquoise. So they will be a variety of different ones to suit everyone. Because I don't think all angels would probably come in white as far as their dresses. This is Antonio, which is the last angel that I have right now in the collection, which is 13 by 8. He is 5'75", and he is the second one out of the series. And you can see the texture has changed, but still he is able to illuminate. So you can put a tea light there, or you can do one of the electric candles underneath that are battery operated to illuminate him. I love doing Kyrie shells. I love doing the coils around the neck. The coils always remind me of the Ndebele people, so I like to use those long necks and to put the coils around. And I love to give them scarves or some type of paneling on the front of them. So these are the next ones out of the series that are coming or that are available, but more to come. So are there any questions, guys?
Hello. Yes, Karen, you have a question.
Yes.
I will show it on the screen. It's for Virginia Coleman.
Yes.
She wants to know, how long does each angel take to complete?
Oh, that is a great, great question. How long do angels take? So when I am in the studio, and I am creating a group, I create groups. So usually I am creating 12 pieces at a time to create these. So I'm going to go back and so that you guys can see this. So with creating the pieces, they come in its parts that need to be assembled. So when you look at just this piece right here at which is the body is one part, and that is what I call hand thrown. So this comes into a lump of clay. So it's just a ball of clay that I create into the foundation. The second part to this piece is me creating the sculptural part, which is the face. And so that's the face, the beard that needs to go onto it, the earrings that need to be placed onto it. That is the second part. Then these two pieces, the head and the body, are connected. And so once they've connected, it takes some time for them to set up. So usually a couple of hours. Then I can come while that is working, then or drying and setting up and getting stiff. I am working on the angels, the angel wings, which is another part. From there, I actually start creating the arms, which is the next part. The ornamentation, such as the coils, the collar, the Kyrie shells, all of that is a part. So when you're looking at these pieces and assembling them, you're talking about probably, 7 to 10 different actions that are happening to just assemble the one. So usually when I'm doing these, and there are 12 that I'm doing, it takes me about 7 days to just put them together. Once they've been put together, then they have to sit and dry for at least 2 to 3 days, depending upon what is going on outside dealing with the elements. So most potters will throw every day, but that doesn't mean that they get to actually trim or assemble anything. So the first thing that I do when I'm going before I go into the studio is I actually check the weather. And the weather helps me dictate how I have to cover my pieces or if I can work on a piece for that day. So if someone's commissioning me, I usually say, give me 30 to 45 days just to make sure that everything is great. So for instance, the example is today, it's a beautiful day, low humidity inside. So that means that the pieces are the water that is in the clay is going to evaporate fairly quickly so I can work at a moderate speed. If the humidity is very thick outside, that means that it's just going to hold the moisture, and it can take 2 to 3 days for the moisture to truly get out of the clay or be what we call leather hard, where you can work with it. It's stiff enough not to buckle under your hands while you're working. So to answer that question, Virginia, it actually takes about a week to do about 12. And when I say that, it's actually, we're talking about hours. So we're talking probably about 50 hours to finish them.
Wow, that is so interesting. Let me ask you, did you study learning about the weather and the clay, or was it trial and error?
It's actually when you're studying and you're having a mentor, these are conversations that we talk about. So, and then you start paying attention. It's not ready. Then you start looking at the weather and you're like, okay, well, this is why it's not ready.
Mm,
Yeah.
interesting. Beautiful.
Mhm.
You have another question
Yes.
from A.B. Wade. They want to know, do you allow in-person visits to your studio?
No, I don't like, you can always, you're very welcome to come to the gallery, but my studio itself is a very quiet place, and that's where I get all my thoughts done. So as far as doing demos or coming into the studio space, it's usually not open to the public, but the gallery space is open to the public. But if someone were looking for demonstrations, they can just call me and I can send them a couple of videos so that they can see those.
Beautiful. And they can find you at your website that is in the ticker below.
Yep. And so yes, Woodland Heights Studio. And if you are in Richmond, I'm at Virginia Museum, and I am actually 10 minutes away from the museum if you want to come to my gallery space and check it out.
Beautiful. Also, Thomas Lockhart says, absolutely beautiful.
Thank you, Thomas. Thank you. Yeah. So if there are not any more questions, I think that I'm probably gone over my 30 minutes, but I have so much more to come in the next couple of days. So I'm excited. And if I don't, I mean, if I still have time, we can just go into some more photos that you guys can check out.
Do you have any of the pieces live there with you that you can put on camera?
I don't have any of those live. They're actually sitting in their proper areas right now for those.
No worries. I know you're going to show us some live stuff in the days.
Oh, yeah.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
I love your work.
Oh, thank you so much. I love your work too. It's beautiful.
Thank you.
Yes, yes, yes. I love those onyx earrings that you had. Those were really, really pretty.
Maybe we can barter.
Maybe.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Art is currency.
That's right.
Say that again.
Art is currency.
Art is
absolutely.
Currency. Absolutely.
I got some of the most wonderful pieces from trading.
Thank you so much. Oh my gosh.
You know, I met Karen Clark many, many moons ago. I was doing a show in Richmond, and she walked up to my booth and she gave me a small black vessel.
I'm such a producer.
I didn't know she was an artist. I didn't even know she made the vessel. She just came up, welcome to Richmond, wanted to give you this little gift. And I thought, oh, well, maybe she's being fresh or something. People don't just come off the street giving you gifts.
I am a gift
relationship has become so fruitful over the years. We've done 2 pilgrimages to Africa together, where we invited a group of artists and art collectors. We did one trip to Ghana. We did one trip to Senegal. We've worked together in the studio several times with playing with clay and all kinds of other stuff. So she is just a joy to work with. What you see is what you get, y'all. But let me tell you, because she can't tell you the way I can tell you. This woman is a beast.
Thank you.
You know, I know some people, I know some guys that bring it, I know some women that bring it, but I don't know many people that bring it like Karen Clark. So while she's my mentee, this girl is a beast. When I say beast, I mean she's very creative. She is hyper productive, and she finds a way to get it all done with no excuses.
I love it. I love what I do.
Matter of fact, I got to come up with an acronym for what beast means for
Come
you.
on. Yeah.
For you.
Yes. I love what I do, and your words don't go unheard. So when I'm working, I'm like, all right, I got this. So it's always really, really fun, and it's fun to work with you because you're so open to learning. And working with clay, you know, a lot of people don't realize that it does not happen in a day. It's a series of days of putting something together. And so dealing with clay, you learn patience.
Oh, absolutely.
Mhm.
Last summer, was it summer last summer or the summer
Summer
before?
before last.
She tried to help me with a head I was doing that was over 100 pounds of clay.
I want it.
And I learned the hard way that you can't rush this process. I think it took me 2.5 months to complete. It took it probably that longer to dry.
That's right.
It
Yeah.
cracked. It got cracked in some areas, but it still turned out to be a really nice piece. It's
Yeah.
the largest ceramic piece I've ever done.
And not only, and the cracks, I call those character.
Yeah.
That's all that is. Yes. Did you have any questions for me, Louise, before I say goodbye to you? I think you're on mute.
She's on mute and blurred.
There we go. I was like, oh, wait a minute. I got to hear some of the presentation because I was in the background. I was like, I got to go find Karen's stuff and put because we're here at the gallery getting ready for the reception.
Ooh.
For tonight's reception, and realized I didn't have a tablecloth, so I have to run and get that. But I did want to come on and be like, hey Karen, I saw they played your birthday thing again. You just gonna get the whole weekend, it seems like.
Every time the word birthday is mentioned, I'm going to play the film.
That is funny.
Every time the word for the rest of the weekend, if the word birthday is said by anyone,
right? Well,
we're going to play that clip.
The song has been in my head since yesterday, so I've been humming the tune.
I figured you needed something different. I was trying to shoot for the Stevie Wonder version, but we had to give you something a little different.
I like that version. Yes. Yes. But Louise, I'm sorry. What was your question?
Yeah, that would have been fun. Mm-hmm. My question or Corinthians?
How's everything happening down at the gallery? How are things coming at the gallery?
We had some people in, and that was the other reason I was like a little busy. But I got a few minutes, and I was able to post some of Karen's stuff because I'm like, I got to post some of Karen's stuff. So I quickly figured out, get back on it on this laptop to post some of Karen's stuff, and then I'm going to drop some of Karen's links in the feed as well, so people can buy some of the pots and things like that. So just this it's definitely a different challenge. I'll put it that way, being here at the gallery because internet service has been wonderful until today. And so this has been quite the challenge. I know, it's like I get a call from Nominal. He goes, it keeps knocking us off today. I was like, what? We haven't had any problems. We have like 3 different internets here that we can bounce on, and they all have been acting wacky today. So, wow. But
everybody out there can relate to this. I know when you're at home, you've had to broadcast from home for work. You've had your kids trying to broadcast from home, and we have learned a whole lot about bandwidth this year, especially last year. And that same issue is going to be big for all of us coming into this new year.
It's going to be big.
I don't know if the telecommunication companies can keep up with the demand, but as we broadcast this show, those are some of the challenges we're facing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think that's the biggest thing. So, okay, so one of the things that I am going to do is when I do get back, Karen, I'll be posting I'll talk about some of your stuff and post it during that time, because I know I didn't post enough, but I did post some during your talk. And that's basically we just wanted to make sure we got some of the pieces up so people could see them and know that they could click on them. So if you are on Facebook, just know that you can click on those images and make purchases for Karen's work. We have been having purchases made. So woo, people have been, as a matter of fact, we did have a purchase out of the gallery. It was a small purchase, but a purchase without me even being here. People are following the QR codes and making purchases. We have sold some of our posters have been sold. So this is really exciting. And I just want to encourage everybody, go to the website. The website has some absolutely amazing artwork on it, and you do not want to miss out on these one-of-a-kind pieces. Especially, I tell you, Karen's pieces are absolutely amazing. I love the mass series that she showed. See, I caught some of it. It was intermittent, but I caught it. I love the mass series that she showed. Her angel series we learned about over Creative Quarantine that she was talking about. Absolutely phenomenal. So definitely go to the website, click on Karen Clark. Corinthia, can you drop that in the feed for me in the comment section? Just go to Karen, get her feed a link, and then drop it in the comment section so people can click on it. We're going to drop Karen's store into the comment section so you guys can click on it and you guys can purchase some of Karen's work. You do not want to miss out on this. Trust me, she got some stuff coming up that is just going to blow your mind, but you do not want to miss these pieces that she has right now today. Go ahead and
she go bye-bye.
Yes, well, it sounds like
definitely.
Yeah, well, we know we're having some technical issues with some of our feeds, but overall, we're holding it together, y'all. I want to thank you, Karen Clark, for your presentation today.
Thank you.
I'm anxious to see what you got for us for the rest of the week. I think I may have snuck into the store today and purchased one of those vessels.
Ooh.
I think I might have. I'm not sure.
So if you don't have anybody backstage right now, I can recap some mugs if they want to see.
Why don't you do that? We're gonna give you the floor. You can take advantage of this extra time that we have here.
Okay, well,
so
here,
come on in. Take care. Okay. Do it.
Well, let me go ahead and get that screen back up again for you guys, and so that you guys can.
You're gonna do mugs, Karen?
Yes,
you're gonna do mugs.
Yep, I'm gonna do the mugs, and so that everybody can re-see those. Just in case they missed it. So guys, these are some of the mugs. I kid you not, mugs are probably one of my biggest sellers. Usually if I put them on my social media page, they sell within 24 to 48 hours. These are very, very functional. You can eat out of them. You can drink out of them. They are microwave safe. They are oven safe. They're dishwasher safe. I mean, you will connect with these. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to run through them really quickly while we still have some time. They're $65 plus shipping and handling. You can, they hold a lot of liquid. So I say 20 ounces, but it's probably about 24 ounces that they will hold. So I'm just going to go through these are Adinkra symbols, which is Janame, meaning only God, God being supreme being. The others are coming up. You'll see them in various colors, different faces. I gave her some little side earrings for these pieces. That's one of my new colors that I'm working with. That was a happy mistake, but it really is not a happy mistake. It's really, mistakes are not made inside of art. It's just what it is. So here are a couple. I like to do ceremonial kind of mugs, or giving someone, giving the men or the women some type of garb. This one put me in the mind of New Orleans, dealing with the Indians that come out during Mardi Gras, which is always fun to see. Here's a couple of other pieces. And, you know, these are layers and layers of colors on them. So this is about 3 layers of color. The piece is ebony. And so when I do these pieces, this area that the face itself is natural clay when you touch it. And what I do is I put a resist on there to repel the color on those pieces. And once it's been repelled, then I just wipe it off. Sometimes I have to use what they call a Dremel tool to remove any other additional clay so it doesn't fall into any of the decoration. So when I'm doing the pots, I always do teapots. And so my teapot season is coming very soon. I have to start getting on that, getting that ready for the month of October, because believe it or not, there are a lot of teapot collectors and there are a lot of tea drinkers. So I have to make some teacups. as well as teapots with teacup sets and the milk or the creamer cup and the sugar bowl. And this, oh, I didn't need to talk about that. That is a new color right there. It's going to be really fun. You're going to see more of that coming very, very soon. It's like a peach or tangerine mix, which is really, really fun. And so, as you guys know, you will see a lot of smooth pieces, but you also see a lot of carving. I love to carve into the pieces. A lot of people ask, do you have a set format? No, I don't. I like to do them randomly. So however I feel at that moment that piece should be, that's how I begin to carve into the pieces. So you have to do them a little thick, and so that you can pull out that meat or that clay. Another question that people ask me a lot is, if you have carved pieces, all of that carving just falls onto the floor. So what I do is I place a piece of plastic down and let it fall onto the floor and gather everything up, because clay is recyclable. So I just let that dry out, submerge it back into water, and then I lay it out for a couple of days, depending upon the weather. And then I wedge it back up. And wedging is rolling it back into a ball, and so that it can be a piece that you can make again. And I think, oh, wait a minute, I got some other stuff here as well. Here is, I love doing fertility bodies. This is one of my favorite things to do. Excuse me. They're just fun, so it's just a vase, and I've just placed my hands in the areas to bulge it out or push it back in order to create a body. These jars are functional, so you can hold anything in them. I have them at my home. I put tea in them. You can put sugar inside of them, flour. So these are truly functional pieces that you can use every day. And I think a lot of people don't realize that, you don't have to eat off of a paper plate, and, everything doesn't have to be, so precious that it is put to the side and used on special occasions. You should be using everything in your house all the time. And these make you feel good when you are using your functional pieces. And so here is another piece, which is that rusty orange. And this is a different firing that I don't normally do, which is what they call a cone tin firing. A cone tin firing means that it runs hotter and it also runs longer. And so certain glazes don't like to, certain glazes do not like to be in certain fires. And so this fire would not work well in my kiln, but it works really well with this glaze and a cone tin firing. So it's a lot of fun. So I do a lot of different firings. So some of them are too hot for the summertime, such as raku firing, wood firing, are two that just, or pit firing. Those you want to do in the wintertime. So my wintertime work looks very different from the rest of the year. All right, and here are some of my favorites, functional bowls. I eat out of these all the time, guys. So I'm loving the colors to these. I hope that you guys love the colors, and I hope that you guys gravitate to the things that speak to you, and so you can try it out, see what happens. A lot of people don't realize when they do the archaeological dig, the first thing they find is clay, and that's what they're piecing and gluing together with many nations to tell their story, what the purpose of what they were creating at that time was for. Such as things like there's a potter, his name was David the Potter from South Carolina, and he was able to read and write, but he created these huge vessels for holding fermented beer, for rice, for flour. And being that he knew how to write, he would actually write poems on top of the bowl, on top of the pot. So if you ever run into one of those, grab it. But if you see it at a museum, it's amazing to see. But That is all I got, guys. So if you guys don't have any questions, I guess I'll go into the studio and do some work.
Well, I mean, I need to go get a special credit card for you.
You do have a question. If we can just reiterate how to purchase. You want to tell them?
Yes, you can, please. Oh, I thought we're doing it through
the www. Yes, the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show is where you can purchase. I did put it also in the feed, and you click on shop store. You click store, and then you would click Karen's name in the store, Karen Clark, and have at it.
Hey, have at it.
Also, all of the other artists' works represented on the show this week will be on the same website. We're driving everyone to that site. As a matter of fact, we have some secondary locations where you can pick up the work on the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show Facebook page. But go to our main site of the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show website. It has all of the different portfolios separated out of each artist and each artist's works, and we'll make the purchases simple for you. Just go in, look, click, and it's yours.
Click, and Corinthia just put it all in the comment section, so you can click on it. And if you're on Facebook, just click on those the links that appear on Karen. It shows one cup, but all of the cups are in that link. So if you click that one cup link, it'll take you to all of the cups that Karen just showed you. So I mean, all of the mugs. Let me get that correct. It will take you to all of the mugs that Karen just showed you. So just go ahead and click on that link, and you'll be able to get to see all of those wonderful mugs that Karen just showed. And I was happy that I was able to be here to do that again.
Thank you.
Do it, fulfilling my job. I feel so.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
So definitely. So we love purchases. So purchase. I know. I've been the voice of purchasing.
Yes, so, definitely.
I'm. I don't have the schedule in front of me here. So Pancho, I see Deborah in the cut.
Yes. We're going to say thank you so much, Karen, for your time and for going a little over for us and filling up the space so that folks can see some more of your wonderful work. We'll be looking forward to seeing more of your work tomorrow.
All right. Yes. I will see you guys tomorrow.
Love Karen. See you, Karen. Love you.
Love you back. And I'm gonna say this before I leave. Birthday. Bye.
She did it.
Pancho, would you stop that? Would you just stop?
That is the key word, birthday.
You need to stop it.
All right, we get ready to bring in Deborah Shedrick, and we're going to apologize ahead of time. We've been having all types of technical difficulties. It seems like with all of the storm activity and stuff that's happening across the country, we are having some challenges with a lot of our Wi-Fi connections. So we're going to bring Miss Shedrick in and hopefully be able to accommodate her today.
Hello, fam.
Hey, Deborah.
I'm doing my very best.
You made it. You made it.
We'll see for how.
So, Deborah, we're going to let you come up because if we keep talking, we'll be in your echo feed. So we're going to just go ahead and give you the screen, girl.
Take it away, Deborah.
Okay, I thought I had, I thought I was going to be able to show a couple of films, but I don't even think that worked out right. So I'm just going to do a little improvisation here. So I am going to go into The Beauty of Black. So prints in my studio. This is from my first series, and it was called the Remember When series. Oh, okay. And I was a realist painter. So I'm just going to flip through these so you can see my earlier works. So this piece touched a lot of people because this was a way of life. And here's my little girl churning butter. So I actually painted what I saw and not painted what was in my head when I started. This little girl, I saw her in a newspaper, and it was called Still Pumping. And this little girl lived in Selma, Alabama. And this is an older gentleman pumping water also. And my best seller out of this series was probably the last one that I did, and it was called Back Home. And my great-grandmother lived in a home like this, and I can go to my hometown of Opelika today and still see houses like this. Now, what touched my heart and the time when I knew that I was able to connect with people was when I had this piece in a show, and this woman came up to this piece and she just started crying. And she told me her grandmother had passed and had left her a little bit of money, and she wanted to use that money to buy this piece. This is another one of my earlier pieces. This was done in 1993. A group of friends and I went to Senegal, West Africa, and we actually saw these women at the well. My friend Ronnie Phillips took this photograph. He is a professional photographer, and he has been selling his photographs with this, and he allowed me to paint from the photograph. This was my first figurative abstract piece. And it took me a while to get to that point. So one weekend, I decided all I was going to do was paint and try to figure out another way of painting besides realism. So I said a little prayer, and I said, to the Creator, I will sit here all weekend until I am blessed with another style of painting. And this was what became of that weekend. I sat at the table all weekend. I shouldn't tell you this, but I didn't get up to brush my teeth. I didn't get up to eat full meals. I snacked. I didn't change my clothes. I sat there all weekend until I figured it out. And I was so happy. At the end of that weekend, I had a new style of painting, and I was praising God. This is a tissue paper on wood piece that I'm working on. Sometimes I'll use tissue paper instead of paint because you still get great color. And most people don't feel intimidated by color when they use tissue paper. So when I do workshops, I just tell them to take a piece of tissue paper and place it on there, and if they don't like the color, you can always place another piece of tissue paper on top. So these are the latest pieces that I've been working on. I I'm going to show you different medias that I use, and this is one. So I've showed you my acrylics. Now this is my tissue paper, and I'll show you some more. So this is another media that I use. This is my Legacy series. So I am giving honor to quilts and quilters. So my mother and I have this thing where we go to estate sales on Friday, and I go straight to the bedrooms. I look for old purses and I look for old quilts. So I like to take quilts that have been discarded and unloved and give them new life. So this is the latest piece I've done with the fabric, the old quilts, and I actually take acrylic paint and paint it on top of the piece after I assemble the fabrics together. This is another one of my fabric pieces, but this fabric didn't come from an estate sale. This fabric came from a friend of mine. Her name is Stella Johnson. She's a designer out of Brooklyn, New York. And these are her scraps from her latest line. And you can find her company name is Tribal Groove. So what I've done is I've taken string from a piece of canvas. So I'll take a piece of canvas and just pull the string apart. I use the string from the canvas, but it's still canvas on canvas. So this is the last piece that I'm showing. I've gone from my first pieces being realism to my mixed media abstract pieces, now back to my acrylic on canvas. So this piece is called Front Yard. And so you see the freedom of the children and the relaxation of the man playing the sax, and in the background there's someone playing with their puppy. But I guess I would call myself an experimental artist because I love to experiment with all mediums. So I've also done clay work and wire sculpture work.
All right there, girl. That was nice. So did we still have sound with you?
Looks
How
like
so
it.
how did that was a very nice presentation. It shows the all of the directions you go with your work.
Yep, that was kind of like the second one that I wanted to give you those directions. So can you play the first one
Let me see what we
also?
can. Let's see what we can find.
Okay. It's, okay.
I knew better than to love again. Now I'm cold again, and I still only want you. Still want you, only you. And I know you don't deserve me. Oh, how can I find peace of mind when you act like you want me around when I'm not around? This ain't easy, boy. This ain't easy. Let me know, just let me know what you want from me. What you want from me? 'Cause this ain't love, boy. You ain't dumb, boy. You ain't dumb. What you want from me? What you want from me? If this is love, what is it for? What is it for? Ooh, 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 why you double back, staying two lanes tripping? Why you double back, staying two lanes tripping? Nobody's gonna see you fall.
I like to show the essence of the person using color, using shape, using movement.
Life's better without you. It's not easy to explain, just know I can't wait to move on to a better place where I don't have to worry, escaping from the pain, falling deep.
I hadn't seen this piece in a while.
Doesn't feel the same, where you don't have to worry if I'll be okay. Don't worry, love, I
This is a piece that my grandmother had in her home. I started doing little girls early on in my career, but they're just not little girls. They're little girls. They're little girls that are free. Most children these days carry the weight of adults on their shoulders. But I'm giving honor to those children that couldn't be children. I'm giving honor to those children that if they had the freedom to be children, this is who they'd be. So I'm just not painting a pretty picture of a pretty little girl. I'm painting a pretty picture of pretty little girls that are free from the things that little kids have to deal with these days. The elongation, the long legs represent growth, and it's just not physical growth, but it's spiritual growth and psychological.
I know better than to love again,
I'm most noted for the colors that I use.
and I still only want you, still want you, only you.
Can you imagine the world without
You
color?
don't deserve me.
Color will just change your
Oh,
mood.
how can I find peace of mind when you act like you want me around when I'm not around? This ain't easy, boy. This ain't easy. Let me know, just let me know what you want from me, what you want from me. Cause this ain't love, boy. You ain't dumb, boy. You ain't dumb. What you want from me? What you want from me? If this is love, what is it for? What is it for? Ooh, 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 ooh.
I love mixing colors instead of using the paint straight out of the tube. Color just changes my mood for the better. Most people see my work and say it makes them feel happy. I'm regurgitating the crayons I ate as a kid. You can have your sister do this. I don't know why I'm laughing.
Two lanes tripping. Why do I hesitate when I know life's better without you? It's not easy to explain, just know I can't wait to move on to a better place where I don't have to worry, escaping from the pain of falling deep in love with one who doesn't feel the same, where you don't have to worry if I'll be okay. Don't worry, love, I got you if we go our separate ways. Take me to a better place, a better place than this. Ooh, take me to a better place, the better place.
Very, very nice.
Oh my God. Oh my
Yeah.
God.
I have to
So
give
That
we
was,
are
credit to
that
my
was,
niece.
that was like, it got me right all up in here. I'm all up in my feelings.
so we
I'm
don't know
ready
how
for your
long her
story.
connection is going to last. So we're going to let her talk for a few minutes.
Okay, I had a video, but I probably can't show it until tomorrow because we had error messages when I was trying to send them. So what I'm going to do is go to the Blackness Fine Art website and try to show you some pieces, recent works, because the pieces that were in the video, they have been created and sold and found new homes. Okay, so let me try this, y'all, since I'm on here.
Well, you know what,
It looked
Deborah?
at,
This I think this is what we're going to do. I'm going to try to share it from my side so it won't
okay.
weigh on your computer.
So I should not do that.
Yeah, let me pull you up.
Okay, and I'll tell you which one to I'm going to talk about.
Yes.
Okay.
Hold on for 1 second. But you can talk while I'm keying it up.
Oh, okay. Um, the one that he's trying to pull up, the first piece is going to be called First Impressions. So First Impressions was a piece that I designed. There it goes. Yay. The piece that I designed in abstract form. When I start to create, I don't think about what the finished product is going to be. I don't think about what I want to create. I just let the spirit flow. So I got some old pieces and I just cut them up. I got a plain canvas that I hadn't worked on, and I took those cut up strips of canvas from old paintings and I just started adhering them. And that piece turned out to be so beautiful for me. And that's what I concentrate on when I create. I try to think of beauty because there's so much beauty around us we don't pay attention to. So my early morning things now when I wake up is I put my eyes upon a piece of beautiful artwork, and that is my meditation. This piece here can go horizontal or vertical, but it only first impressions and beauty, that's what I want to see in myself and other people. When I think of first impressions, I think of beauty. So, open your eyes, gaze upon a beautiful piece of artwork, and all through the day you will be looking and you will notice beauty in the grass and the trees and, the color of what's around you. So that's my take on that piece. And when I create a piece, I try not to think about selling that, about who I am creating that piece for, and am I going to meet that person? Because it's all about the connection to me. Like in the video, I told that woman crying when she saw that piece. My work is finished when my spiritual connection of creating this piece, and you receive that piece, and then you add what you take and get from the piece, and that's just the beauty of how I see art right now. So the next piece, is Poncho doing that, or am I doing it?
Yeah.
You're doing it? Okay, pull up the Motherland 1. There's going to be a Motherland 1, Motherland 2, and Motherland 3. But in the video I was showing, here's something flying around here. In the video, I showed you the pieces that were wood. Well, this one is finished, and I try to make the women elongated, like I said in the film, that represents our spiritual growth, our psychological growth, our physical growth. It's all about growth, and if you're not growing, you might as well be dead, because nothing can live that does not grow. You might as well be dead, or you'll be dead soon. It's coming for you. You already reached that point when you don't understand humanity and growth. Now this is another one. This is tissue paper, but I've incorporated African fabric, and that's why these pieces are called Mother Africa. I just want to give our honor to what we see and what we look at and what we visualize when we think of where we come from. Most people nowadays say we are, Native Americans, and some people don't accept that, but I try to incorporate both of them because I always had a spiritual connection to Africa, but I always had spiritual connection to this land. And when I heard that, I always I always back to how I felt like even as a child I was connected to this land. Like, I couldn't verbalize it, but I felt it. And when I heard that train of thought, I adopted that train of thought too. But yeah, in this piece right here, she has tribal markings in her face. And Native Americans, Africans, they both, use tribal markings. And it has the tissue paper, and I also paint with acrylics on top of these pieces. So it is truly a mixed media piece. First, I just started off with the tissue paper, and then I, thought about let's paint on top of the tissue paper, and then I incorporated fabric, and the last step to those pieces, I've been using acrylic markers to write things into the wood. So yeah, that's that process with those. The next one, let's pull up Into the Night. You guys can hear me. So this one represents the show, the Beauty of Blackness fine art show, and you know, she's very melanated, and the speckles in the back are the stars in the universe. So that I'm saying, she is part of the universe. She is the universe. So you can't like separate the universe because we are. And I formed her face with cut pieces of canvas that has been painted. So I don't look at a piece of art shown as, I don't discard it. I just recreate something else from that piece. I give it, I guess, new life. But Into the Night is 10 by 20 and mixed media collage. So what I did was play with the shapes. I'll just cut out different shapes and I'll use those shapes like a puzzle, but they best fit in her face. So that's how she was created. I love that piece. And it's kind of like different from what I usually do. New series of that work. So Sister Season 2. So these umbrellas are my signature pieces. One day I just started painting umbrellas and it caught on like wildflowers. Uh, the umbrellas represent to me protection and covering. So I would really like to hear, if you're listening in, what what you take from the umbrellas. Because I've never really heard anybody, say what the umbrellas meant to them. So that would be like a nice gesture for you guys to do for me. But this is a mixed media piece also, and I took netting and I placed it on the painting. So it was a process of getting netting, placing it down, using paint to adhere, because paint is like a glue, acrylic paints. So I would like paint and lay down some netting and paint and lay down some netting, but the netting represented unity. That's what I thought of when I, picked up the netting. It represented unity and the closeness of the sisterhood and how they had to work together, whether it was consciously known to them or unconsciously known to them. It was just something that's ordained, I believe. So I have all ages incorporated into this work. and I can't seem to stop doing umbrellas because everyone seems to want these umbrellas. So I don't, you know, at first I would try to fight it. It's like I can't do another umbrella, but you know, I am not in service to me. I am in service to the people that collect my artwork, and you know, I feel like that, you know, that's my calling. So thanks for supporting me and behind this artwork, because it has carried me. These umbrellas have carried me a long way, and I appreciate you all. So let's go with Showers of the City. This is another umbrella piece. It is part abstract, which is mostly at the top, and then you can't really see the people in the umbrellas. They're really kind of faint in the piece, but they are there. So I really try to, I know abstract is not really big in our community, but it is growing. And I would like to see one day more people buying abstract work. But, you know, I love to do abstract work because I get all of my emotions out on that paper in color. I don't think about anything but what this piece wants to be. So it's just me, the paint, the color as one, and whatever comes out, it all, you know, I'm never dissatisfied. And you know, if it's not, if I'm not feeling like it needs to be shown, you know, 3 months down the line, you know, I'm either snipping it or incorporating something else into it. But I have grown past the point of throwing out artwork because I don't like it. And I think Mr. Larry Poncho Brown, he told me once, it's like, just because you don't like it doesn't mean somebody else, you know, is not going to like it. Somebody else is going to like it. So I always, you know, kind of kept that in the back of my mind. But like Karen said, there are no mistakes in art. It's just taking you to another path, you know, on the same journey. So let's do Family Domino Effect. I think this is going to be like my last one for today. Oh, Domino Effect. It's called Family Domino Effect. I did a series of these, but this was the piece that I put the family in because I thought of the domino effect of when something happens to a family member, it happens to all family members, whether you accept it or whether you even acknowledge it, from the kids all the way up to the head of household, the matriarch or the patriarch in the family. And I think I did this one. Yeah, I did this one for the quarantine because I have personally been dealing with things happening to my parents and things happening to my children that, you know, I'm having to deal with that I've never had to deal with before. So I'm becoming another person because of, for one, added responsibilities, a different way that I have to look at life than what I had previously had been looking at life. And I've gotten to a point in my life where it seems that everything changed at once. And I'm not the same person. I hope that I have matured in the person that I need to be to transfer my experiences that I'm going through now into my artwork. I haven't really dwelled deep into new pieces because I'm feeling these changes that I'm going going through for, and I know it's a purpose for my art in these changes. So I'm really like taking it slow because I really want to be ready when this new series of work is birthed. I've been through something similar to where I just got a complete um, change in the work, and I feel that is what I'm going through now. So you all please look forward to my new work. So I'm kind of excited about the new direction that I'll be going in. I have experienced a little welding, and that was in the third video. That's where I am now. So maybe tomorrow you'll see my little 7-minute video. I'm talking about a project that I'm working on, and thank you. Peace.
Well, I want to thank you and thank the technology.
Can you believe it? Can you believe it? I don't think I
Yeah.
did 30 minutes, but I don't want to.
No, you did good.
Okay.
You did good.
Thank
Now
you.
we were wondering if you were going to even make it.
I know. I said, let me take this and just log on, and maybe somebody in heaven is looking down on me today.
And well, hey, we got you back one way or the other.
Thank you.
So we'll be looking forward to your presentation
I
tomorrow.
will be at my sister's. I'm not
Okay,
gonna
good.
I'm not, yeah, so.
Okay, good. So you're gonna have your own tech person with you tomorrow.
Yes.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
All right. You have a good evening. Wait. Well, wait a minute. Corinthia has a question, but she's got to unmic.
Oh, just to let you know, Deborah, you have a comment.
Oh, I do?
Yep, it was saying that
I was thinking umbrellas are protection for Black women. Yes.
isn't that great? And then I'm just gonna run it.
In the images. Appreciate it.
All right.
Oh, Lord. I love that.
Oh, y'all haven't heard nothing till you heard that laugh. I might have to crack a joke just to get us started.
No, please don't. I don't want to be showing that. I'll be showing that today. But
All right.
keep it going.
All right, Deborah. Thank you so much. We will see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, Deborah.
Everybody.
Well, we made it through a tough one.
Yes.
Yeah,
I'm glad she showed up and showed out too. She showed up and showed out.
Yeah, as long as we get little breaks in the technology thing. That was one of the breaks right there.
Yeah, I'm glad it worked out.
So I know Louise is in the stream. She's hiding back there. We got to see what's happening with her at the gallery because all kind of reception, I think, is going to be starting soon. I might have my time off because of the Central Time. I think it's about 3 o'clock there.
But we have Thomas today. Thomas is going to pop in because he's not supposed to be there.
Mm-hmm.
And so, Thomas, do you have it up on your? Are you going to do it on there? Or are you going to do it on here?
I'll do it on there.
Okay, we have Thomas in the house, and actually, Thomas, what I think I'm going to do. Hold on, come over here, Thomas.
Well, we're doing something different this year. We're broadcasting for several different locations. Of course, everybody on the show is broadcasting from several locations. But we have a brick and mortar show this year, an exhibition at the gallery in Fort Collins, Colorado. And so this is our first time trying to actually do a brick and mortar exhibition in conjunction with our live show. So we're trying a lot of stuff this year and hoping that all of the little strings holding it together hold together.
Yes. By the strings.
By the strings. So what's up, Corinthia?
The gallery looks beautiful.
Well, I'm hoping they're going to get a chance to walk through the gallery because we have a laptop view. So I don't know what her plans are to show the exhibition, but we got
stuff. We gonna have some stuff, but we'll be showing some of the. Bring it over some more, Thomas.
Okay.
Thomas's muscles are not what you expect. No, I'm kidding.
You're not supposed to do that on national TV.
Thomas know I'm kidding. He's the guy. He lifted
but
this whole thing for
but
me.
the world don't know you're kidding.
I just said I was. Because Thomas' wife will come down here and beat me up.
That's the best.
And I can't have that. I can't have that. So, girlfriend, I'm sorry. Look at these muscles, okay?
Okay. She just made up for it. That's a good one. That's a good save, Louise.
Awesome. How do I get to the side? So I can.
Oh, you can do your share. We can just pull up. Let's see. Let's move this. This, don't worry about this. This is mine. And that's just how I share art. So don't worry about that. But I do want to just leave that window open. And then here you just pull up the website and then you can share from there.
Okay. All right.
All right, Thomas.
Look who showed up. I'm about to go live. Bring some water.
Goodness gracious.
Yes, the technology.
And where did Thomas disappear to?
They turned
Is he
their
ready?
camera.
Is he loaded?
All right.
Hey, Mr. Thomas, how are you doing today?
I'm doing good. Missed a couple exits, but I'm here. I had to do some U-turning and coming to the city. Yeah.
No problem, man. Well, we're gonna get ready to turn the floor.
Right
Are you
past.
ready? Are you ready to broadcast from that location?
Yeah.
You said ready as I'm gonna be.
Thomas, I think you should just take
Ready
a
as
breath.
I'm gonna be.
Take a breath, Thomas, and give it.
Breathe in through my nose, out through my mouth.
He was like,
All right, man. Well, we're gonna turn it over to you, brother. Go ahead and do your thing.
Okay. All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Thomas Lockhart. Very thankful to be here once again, here with the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. I'm actually here in the studio, not the studio, but the gallery where we're going to be having the reception tonight. And the gallery is open for people to be able to come check out the artwork that is up here. Just drove up myself, so trying to get everything back together. So I am a mixed media artist, and I love to do many different types of art in various different types of genres, a particular type of art. So I'm a Black artist, but I do many different types of art too as well. So wanted to say thank you to Miss Louise Cutler and to her family, and for my wife and my kids, and everybody out there who have supported me throughout my journey, getting into doing my art on a full-term basis. So wanted to say thank you for all of that. So we're going to get kind of right into it. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about my process. So with my particular process, I work on a lot of different materials, from canvas to wood to paper to pen and ink. And I sometimes collage and do a mixed media on all those different types of things. And so what I normally do is, say if I'm working on canvas, like I have a canvas piece that I'm working on currently now, I will take that canvas, that white canvas, and I'll paint it completely black. And people sometimes ask, what is the reason and the meaning behind that? There's several different reasons, actually. Because I like to start with the nothingness platform, and then I like to build up my design. So I didn't go to school for art per se. I did go for graphic design. So I do use some of that ability within creating my artwork. But I didn't go to college to become an artist. And so, but that has become my passion over the time. So I'll take a black canvas, I'll paint it black, I'll sketch out my design from whatever my concept is. And then from there, I will take that design and then I'll start backwards with it. So I'll start with all the highlights. So I'll start with all the whites and the pigments and stuff that I put into the piece if I'm doing a face or some type of scene. And then from there, I'll go in and I'll start adding my colors. I'll put my colors into my piece and I'll bring the piece to life from there. And then towards the end, I'll be maneuvering and moving in the different collage elements into the image to complete it and finalize that particular image that I'm working on. So what I wanted to do is show you about 3 images today and talk a little bit about those, so you can see some of the work that I've done at its complete stage. And these pieces are here in the gallery, and they're also online at the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show, the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show.com under Thomas Lockhart. And thank you so much for having me and supporting all these other wonderful artists. We got to hear from LaShawn Bill earlier. Of course, you've seen Larry Punchel Brown, Kevin Williams, just an amazing, amazing artist. So it was really a blessing to get to hear his insight on his travels and his design work and his movement through the art industry and the things that he's learned to be able to kind of give to other people. So this first work, I'm just going to share my screen. All right, so this first piece is called Hair Towards the Sun. One of my newest pieces I did a couple of months back. And this is Hair Towards the Sun number 2. I created another one towards the latter part of last year. And in this particular piece, this is the second issue from that image. And I found a face that I really loved, and I worked with that face to build up this image. So like I said, starting with this particular piece, I started with all my highlights, and then I brought her in. I'm gonna blow this image up a little bit, so let's see if it'll allow me to make it a little bit larger. I guess that is not working, so we're gonna have to go from there. I would like to show you the piece gallery, but with the computer, it's limited to how far I can move. But I do have another piece. The next piece that I have is actually very close here to the stand of where I am. So with Hair Towards the Sun, the reason why I did this particular piece is just to celebrate us and celebrate our skin and celebrate our hair and celebrate all the many different things that degraded and misused and used and talked about for so many different years. So this young lady has her hair growing from her head as anyone else does, but in this particular piece, her hair is growing straight up and is saying, why does our hair grow towards the sun? Why does the hair grow straight up? I'm sorry, because our hair grows towards the sun. And in this particular piece, you'll see some hands. I like to work with a lot of numbers, and these hands are actually reaching towards the sun. So her hair is reaching towards the sun to get its nutrients and its light. So there's 7 hands. 7 biblically is the number of completion. So there's 7 hands reaching towards the sun. In the back of the piece, you'll see these circles, which there's 5 of these particular circles that are kind of hovering throughout the piece. And there's 5 of them. 5 is the number of grace. So in this piece, there's 5 circles, and the circles represent eternity. So now you got eternal grace. And in her clothes, her shirt that she has on, her clothes that she's wearing, there's 8 circles within there, and 8 is the number of new beginnings. So you got completion, eternal grace, and new beginnings wrapped in this particular piece. At the bottom is showing dripping in black excellence is the meaning of that particular part. In her earring, which you can't see too close, her earring actually has hands in it that are cupping, that are coming together. So many different things that I was thinking about when I was putting this piece together. Like I said, a celebration. A number of months back, and I think we're still kind of working through it, there was a thing called the Crowns Project, if you guys are familiar with it. And we had it going on here in Colorado as well in the Congress, where people were petitioning to take these things, the discrimination of Black hair, out of the business sector. Because for so many years, Black women on TV, Black women in the spotlight, Black men for their dreads, for their cornrows, for their other different types of things was frowned upon. They wanted straight hair shown in front of the public. They just didn't want or desire to see any of the styles that we would wear in our homes or with our families or our culture. So they wanted it to be a certain way. And so there was a discriminatory aspect. You couldn't come to work if your hair was like this or your hair was like that, what they call kinky or nappy or cornrowed straight or wired or curly. And many people wanted a certain way. So there were petitions that were put in, and the Crowns Project was one of those things. And for many cities that it did pass, leaving the discrimination. And that was just a year or 2 ago. So we're talking about 100 years out of slavery, and we're still dealing with issues with our hair. So, for instance, also in this piece, finding out some more information about our beautiful Black hair that we have that no other culture has. So, reasons why when you're in a humid atmosphere, and because most of us came from a very hot region or around the areas of Africa. Huh? Did you do that? And finding out a little bit more about our hair and what sets us apart from many other different cultures. So when our temperature heats up, and especially getting a lot of heat from the sun, because that's around the region where we would initially be from, that our hair and our pores actually opened up to create a coolant to cool us off that coils within our hair. And that's why when women get into a humid atmosphere, their hair kind of blows out and gets big, and they complain about that. It's just because that's a design of what our hair and our particular makeup of our body actually does. So that was really wonderful to see that and hear about that. That's something that us as Black folks have that other people don't have. So in this particular piece, Hair Towards the Sun, like I said, it's a celebration of us and a celebration of our hair and a celebration of who we are. So I'm gonna go ahead and move on to the next piece.
Am I distracted?
No, you're fine. Oh, I can't move this without that. Oh, that's all right, no problem. We're gonna back up. Get to the next piece. So we'll go here. Oh, let me just close it first.
You should just. Oh yeah, there you go.
Okay. I didn't realize that you're computer was.
You're doing
Yeah,
it?
that's
okay.
the
We'll
piece.
feature it on the thing.
Okay.
So that'll pop up on the Facebook page.
Okay. Awesome.
All right.
Oh, you're fine. All right. All right. So we're going to move into my next piece, and this piece is actually on the wall to the right of me. Oh, awesome.
Click that,
Uh-huh.
but do it after.
Okay.
And you should be able to turn it so they can see it.
Oh, very wonderful. So I'm gonna pick up my computer that I have right here, so you guys can actually see this piece right here, because I'm actually here in the gallery with it. So you can see it a little bit. This piece is 36 by 36. This piece is on the website, and it is here in the gallery. So that's about as far as I'm going to be able to move it around. But let's talk about this piece. So I was in the process of doing a number of pieces based on the Kentucky Derby earlier part of this year, but because of things that were happening with COVID and the different variants and stuff that were going out, the function had ended up getting canceled. So I had done a number of pieces. So this is one of the pieces that I did doing my research, finding out a little bit more about the Kentucky Derby. The particular Kentucky Derby that we know as of today started back in 1875. And in 1875, most of the Derby jockey riders were black, pretty much almost all of them. Some of them were still enslaved. Other ones had come out of slavery. And they had these racers starting around the age of 11 to 15, because most jockeys are pretty small. And so the very first Kentucky Derby in 1875 was won by a black gentleman by the name of Oliver Lewis. And you can see him, he's located at the bottom top left. And I also have a picture of him collaged into the image to the very top right of this particular piece of him on his horse, his winning horse that he won. So Oliver Lewis was the very first person to win the Kentucky Derby, and he was a black man. And so all the other particular images that are around here, the names, you have Alonzo Clayton, that's right beneath him. And then over to the right of him is W. Walker. And then you have James Perkins. Then to the right of him is Isaac Murphy. And then you have W. Sims, who's to the right. The gentleman in the middle, he was a very unique rider, jockey for the Kentucky Derby and for many other races. His name is Jimmy or James Wingfield. And this particular gentleman ran many races with the Kentucky Derby. He was an amazing racer. He started off making about $8 a race for the races that he won. And he began making about $1,000 per race back then. And you know how much that would have been. And he had a lot of people that were very angry and probably very envying of him because he was such a good rider. He raced in Russia before it became communist. He raced in Germany. So he raced many parts of the world because he was very sought after. So this gentleman, once he got accolades, they asked him to come back. He ended up moving over to Paris because there was just so much discrimination that he was dealing with. He came back for them to recognize him in an event that they were holding for him, I'm believing probably in Kentucky. And when he came with his family to the front entrance, they told him that he had to go around to the back to come in. So for a man they're coming to celebrate, they make him take the back entrance. So he later went back to Paris, and that's where he lived the remainder of his life. But he won over 2,600 races in his lifetime. To me, I would say he was probably one of the best racers that the Derbies or many of the horse races has ever seen. From 1875 to 1902, there were a lot of black jockeys. But after 1902, there were organizations that were formed that didn't allow Black people or Black riders or jockeys or anybody to be involved in those organizations. So there were jockey organizations that were put together around 1902 to form unions. So they locked the Black jockeys out. And then from 1902 to 2000, you probably didn't see any other Black jockeys in the Kentucky Derby whatsoever until 2000. And so that was very sad. So when I put the concept of this particular piece, I used Leonardo da Vinci's Vitruvius Man, which takes a circle and a square and puts a man in two different images in that particular space, saying that we can fit into many spaces perfectly. What I also intended was to say that to become an excellent jockey, that there's many different components that you have to be able to win a race and win many of these races consistently. Being able to recognize your horse, being able to understand the gravel that you ride upon, and just knowing the premise of how the race is ran. So in the writing that I have on the side, it just says the Kentucky Derby is a race held annually in Louisville, Kentucky, United States, almost always on the first Saturday in May, capping the 2-week-long Kentucky Derby Festival. The competition is a Grade 1 stakes race for 3-year-old thoroughbreds at the distance of 1.25 miles at Churchill Downs. And colts and the geldings carry 126 pounds, and the fillies 121 pounds. And this is dubbed the Race for the Roses, is what the Kentucky Derby is based on. So back in 1875. So in this particular piece, I have roses that I've collaged in between the men. There's 2 races that I have, one on both sides. The different pieces that he's holding, from the flag to the stick that they use to move the horses as they're riding them, those are made out of wood. He's holding a red rose, actual red rose in his hand that is collaged out of the piece. And in the 4 different corners, the far right corner starting off has R. Lewis on the winning horse. The other circle to the far left is roses. At the bottom is one of the first photographs that was taken at the very first inaugural round of the Kentucky Derby, which had about 10,000 people that were there at that Derby. And in the far right circle corner, it is an actual map of 1875 of Louisville, Kentucky. So it's just kind of giving a little bit of wraparound history about the Derby and about the Black jockeys. And I did another number of series of pieces that were wrapped around this with other different jockeys and just other different images dealing with the Derby too as well. So this particular piece, I really love it a lot. Also in the reins of the horse, I actually used real jewelry around the reins that fit around their face. You also have real leather, so real leather pieces that I use to make those images that wrap around the horse. So yeah, it's one of my favorite pieces. So prayerfully someone will love it enough that they can take it home or in their office, and it'll be a storytelling event that they'll be able to share with their friends and family. So yeah, so this is my piece, and I call this piece First.
There we go. Hello, Mr.
How
Brown.
are you? What's happening? What are we doing here? What's going on?
Oh, I love this technology, honey.
Well, hey, we're just trying to make it all work. We've encountered some technical difficulties with Thomas's display. I'm
Yeah.
sure he'll try to come in either later today or tomorrow for those of you that were watching his presentation. I'm just going to jump in here and fill in where I can. I think I can just squeeze in here. I showed you a large slideshow of a cross section of my works, so I'll just do a little bit of an explanation on some of those pieces. Hey,
Yes. So we're
Louise.
bringing up Poncho, Larry Poncho Brown. It's coming to the screen to present his work. Poncho, take it away.
Yes, ma'am, I shall. Well, how's everybody doing? Yeah, we are sitting here. We are juggling with technology, y'all. Yes, we are, but we're doing the best we can. I hope you all are engaged. I see we still got quite a few folks that are still engaged with the show. So we're just going to try to keep it moving and show you some other things that are available. What I'm going to do is show you a couple of pieces that are currently in the store. And so what you'll see here is everything that I have in the store currently. These pieces range anywhere on the low end from, I would say, $1,100 on up to, I think, about $3,500. So I'm going to start you off with the first piece. It's entitled Masuro. Masuro is a piece that is, well, let me see if I can get that a little larger for you. I'm going to go in there, and boom, there you go. Masuro. This piece is it evolved from a series of works I did during the creative quarantine. You might hear a lot of the artists making reference to the creative quarantine this year. What we do and what I have done since 2006 with my co-partner, Mr. Charles Bibbs, we came up with this concept of incubating artists in a particular location, studio area where we can work together for 30 straight days. Now, I know, think about that for a second. You with another artist for 30 straight days. Y'all are breathing, living art. You're creating all kinds of stuff, experimental stuff. That's what we did. So, in this quarantine concept, we were sitting down thinking, when was the last time we had a chance to really, you know, fellowship and create art? And because we got so wrapped up in the business, we were traveling all the time. And so I was like, we just sat down and said, well, it probably has been about since college years since we were able to do that. And so we embarked on trying to pull a residency kind of like that together. What happened was all kinds of stuff happened. We did our first one in 2006. We couldn't find housing or we couldn't find a gallery to work in conjunction with us. Finally, what we did, Charles Bibbs invited me to his home. He has a cabana outside of his house, and I stayed there for a month. In that month, we may have created over 100 pieces. And so we found that when artists are incubated, when they're away, when they have concentrated time, that they can create a lot of work. And so this year's quarantine happened in January. The difference with this year's quarantine is that it went virtual because of the COVID outbreak last year. So make a long story short, COVID has created a lot of opportunities for us to show our wares. The creative quarantine was what we did in this piece. I know I went the long way, but this piece is one of the pieces that was from that series of work. So Masuro actually is a piece that is combined of, it's a mixed media piece, first of all. It's done with acrylic. It's mixed media on a really heavy grade watercolor paper. And the way you see the eyes, nose, and mouth, that suggested eyes, nose, and mouth is actually just me using acrylic medium. I'm sculpting things out of medium. I'm gluing them on, collaging them first. I paint it all black, and then I dry brush on top. I finish it up by going in and doing some details in some level of color. So it's some undercolor there. You might see that little bit of green that's under the bottom. You might see that rich earth tone there. But Masuro is a Shona word that means head. And so what I was trying to do is create these abstract faces and heads just using texture. And I also wanted them to have an ethnic or Afrocentric flair. Not very easy to do with flowers and textures and all kinds of things, but we were able to pull it off, I believe, with this series. Masuro is a small original. Again, it's for sale on the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art website. So, what we got next for you? I'm going to show you this piece here. This is another piece called In the Name of the Creator. In the Name of the Creator is pretty much managed the same way. This piece right here is done on masonite. It measures 12 by 16, I believe it is. And that whole notion that we are in the image of God resonated with me. That circle represents the heart. They're all looking to the sky. They're all in unison. So this is a very, very spiritual piece. I wanted it to be a spiritual piece. I tried to use a lot of earth tones in this piece. So you'll see something that represents the grass. You'll see something that represents the dirt. I tried not to incorporate any blue into this piece so that it would have a real earthy nature to it. But this piece, again, is entitled In the Name of the Creator. And that piece is also available in the store. So if you get a chance to go check it out, do that. That piece sells for $1,800. This piece here I love this piece. Every now and then you create a piece that sets the stage for other pieces. All of my stuff, like Thomas Lockhart, Elias Lockhart III, I paint the majority of my paintings from a black background. So I work both from black and from white, but personally, my stronger pieces are created on black because colors bounce differently off of and vibrate differently off of black than they do off of white. So I prefer to work from a black background. This particular piece here is called Balancing Acts. It's a play on words. It's a woman, and she was, remember now, I painted this whole background. I used all this texture. I was using embossed paper. I created this environment. And then after I created the environment, I laid this figure on top of that environment. So that's why you see a lot of transparency. But the more I played with her and her motions started to come in, you start to see her. And then the way she was tilted, then that's where my head said, oh, that looks like she's balancing something. And I kind of worked it in. So balancing acts just isn't about her balancing something in her head or balancing something in her hand. It's really about all of the things that we have to balance just to stay relevant in today's world. So that piece right there, Balancing Acts, is a very strong piece. Also painted on masonite. It's about 12 by 16. That piece is available in the store for just $1,800. Now, when I say that, my small original pieces, in some cases, have quadrupled in value in the last 5 to 10 years. I have pieces that I put out 10 years ago that sold for $500 that many of my collectors have had their appraisers look at, and now they're $1,500 because they're original pieces. These pieces that you see on the screen are one-of-a-kind pieces. Another thing about some of my small originals is that I'm at a stage in my career now where I have over 200 images in print. I literally over 200 images in print. I'm talking about as offsets, as G-Clays, as on G-Clays on canvas, over 200 images published. So I am now at a point in my career where a lot of my pieces, I designate whether they will be published or not published. My smaller originals tend to not be published. So when you hear a price like $1,800, keep that in mind, how much that's going to appreciate, but also know that these pieces may not be published. So it really depends on which one it is. I'm going to take you to another little journey. This piece right here is entitled, woo, man, it slipped my mind that quick. That's another thing too, y'all. Don't hate me because I can't remember my titles. Because I have created literally thousands of pieces of work. Imagine this now. I'm not making an excuse. Imagine having to create a body of work. Imagine trying to title them where they're never repeated. Ha ha! Or imagine creating 71 pieces during the quarantine in January, but having to create an individual title for each one and remember it because I'm going to be painting 25 more paintings behind it. Ha! I just wanted to give you a snapshot into my world, y'all, so you can know what's going on. This piece right here is entitled Reverberations. Reverberations deals with that whole concept of dealing on a higher frequency. This deals with a person really searching their inner self, trying to improve their better self and trying to form a closer bond to their spiritual self. This piece is entitled Reverberations. I love using earth tones for spiritual pieces. I intended for this piece to have a really Afrocentric kind of a look, but it's combined of I use burlap, I use a twig, I use branches, I use wallpaper. You may see a lot of different textures on this one, and in addition, I also use acrylic medium to create texture on these pieces. This new body of work was really a exploration of working with texture. So this piece, Reverberations, is available. It is available to you from the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show / Larry Poncho Brown page. If you want to find those pieces, that piece sells for $1,800. I want to introduce you to another piece that came from that same series. If you notice, I tend to work from series a lot. So when I start on a painting, in any given time, you might think, well, hey, Poncho, you painting one painting at a time? Nope. I have ADD. I've never been diagnosed with ADD, so I'm not making fun or light of the people that do have ADD. But my brain and my attention span is so short that I have to compensate by that by doing multiple pieces at one time because I will get bored if I spend too much time on a piece. I tell people ask me, even on my larger pieces, Poncho, how much time did it take? Well, it took a lifetime for me to learn how to manipulate color lines and all that stuff in this time. But I can also say that my attention span does not allow me to spend more than 96 hours on a painting. And if it goes over that, that means I had to get it to a level of completion, still be working on other pieces to come back to that one. So my average time spent on a piece is 96 hours, but I have been known to get 2 pieces done in a day, depending on how I'm feeling at that particular time. All depends on inspiration. This piece right here is entitled, and I love this piece. It's one of my favorites. Sometimes I create pieces and I'm not tripping on myself, but it takes me a completely new direction. So I showed you balancing acts. I did her. She felt really good. Then I did this piece right behind her. So you can see some similar type motifs. You see the twine. You see a wallpaper. You see a snake skin on the lower right-hand corner. I have all these. You see a leaf shape on the back side of her back. So I'm mixing all of these textured embossed papers. I glue them down. I collage them first. I paint this whole panel black. I dry brush on it to bring out some of the details. And then at the very end, I may fit a figure in. And in this case, before she was set in, it was a landscape because it had a mountainous kind of a thing. And I created this little environment. And that little thing looked like a cloud on top. And that thing looked like a sun. And I just went in and painted this woman around that sun. And this piece became titled Mama Sunrise. A lot of power. I like the fact I had a choice to put hair on her. I wanted her to be bold, wanted her to be strong. I wanted her to look like what the women that I see. And so that's what this piece is all about. If you like that piece, make sure you venture to the website and you will see that piece available for just $1,800. We'll move to the next piece. This is a review of the pieces that are on my website page on the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show website, where you can find portfolios of all of the artists, y'all. That's right. Last year, it was a little challenge for you to find the work. This year, we resolved that. We have all of the works in the store. We have also a representation on the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show Facebook page, where you can actually see a shop there with the same pieces in it. This piece right here is called The Guiding Light. And you know, sometimes like people say, Poncho, where do you get your titles from? Well, you know, I have a mixed bag. Sometimes when I create titles, it just comes out of my head. I'll look at a piece and I'll go, bam, that's the title. And then my brain is already cross-referencing whether I used that title before. I think I've only, out of the thousands and thousands of paintings I've created in the last 40 years, I've only probably repeated titles once or twice and didn't know it until I went to document the pieces. Guiding Light was funny because I used to always hear that theme song to the soap opera, and it stuck in my head. So when I painted this piece, I was trying to reach for spiritual and vibrational pieces. When I got this done, that title just popped in my head and was just perfect for this particular piece, The Guiding Light. I also have that light reflecting inside of his head. And as you see that aura of his head above his head, it has that same light. And I wanted that same light to resonate and reflect on everything in the screen. So this piece is a spiritual journey piece. It's called The Guiding Light. If you like that piece, make sure you visit the website and you will see that piece available for $1,800. That particular piece is also a 12 by 16 ish size piece, and it's on Masonite. Most of these pieces in this series are on Masonite. Next piece is a brand new piece. We just created that this year during the quarantine as well. This piece right here is Born to Protest. Born to Protest. Now, I use the same technique, the texturing technique I used on the pieces I just shown you prior. Tried to use some Afrocentric flagish colors, but not like direct. So I mixed all the color in this. None of this is straight tube. And then when I got it finished, I felt like, man, it was too subtle. I needed a little bit of hot spot. So I went in and put some hot red in that piece. This is called Born to Protest. Born to Protest. You see the two abstracted faces in the background. Um, it's interesting how you can lay down different textures and in a different way and still build an environment for a figure to fit in. And so this has been an exploration of not just doing a lot of pieces with super detail, but really exploring texture in a way that I probably haven't explored texture before. I like the way that that figure behind him, that face, has this floral texture on his, but it looks like a beard that's relevant to a lot of the ways that guys are wearing their hair nowadays. The beard has had a resurgence, but I wanted to capture that essence in this particular piece. This is called Born to Protest. Like that piece. This is a little larger than the two pieces I had prior, but it's still priced at around $1,800. All of these are one of a kind originals. Most of these will not be will not be reproduced. This piece here is dear to my heart. I did a whole series of these during the quarantine this year. This piece right here is, and I mentioned it on yesterday's show. The title of it is The Killing Game. It has a huge storyline. I'll try to give you the brief version of that. But The Killing Game really evolved from me going to the gun range. Okay, my childhood friend Eric Toombs and I get together every now and then and go to the firing range, and we shoot 9mm, 357s. We shoot 10 gauge shotguns, 12 gauge shotguns, 9mm shotguns. We just have fun doing that. The first time I actually went to the gun range, I saw these charts and I immediately saw a black man. I just immediately saw a black man. And the first thing to me was they had 1,000 ways they could depict this. Why would it be? Now, everybody say, yeah, what's easier to see on the target, yada, yada, yada. But I also heard a controversy where there were some charts printed that looked like a black man with a hood on, which eventually some of those, they got banned, but then they got a second life on eBay. If you look up eBay, you may find some of those charts. This chart might be in the size of 24 by 36, give or take. So this is what I did. I took my gun charts. Usually if I do have a really good day, I save them. As you can see at the bottom, I had a fairly good grouping day that day. I got 9s all across the chest right there. Everything you see that's red is an actual bullet hole. That is a 9mm bullet hole in that piece. If you see larger ones, and I think if you look where my signature is in the lower right-hand corner, that is from a 12 gauge shotgun. Okay. So what happens is that while we're doing our targets, I may do 3 or 4 targets per practice. I've been taking them, bringing them home. Sometimes I throw them away. Sometimes I keep them. But I got inspired to do something that speaks to the current social justice environment. I did not want to do, and most of you may notice from my portfolio that I do not do pieces of living or dead legends. And when I say that, I've only done one living legend, that was Obama, and that was through much trepidation. It's something about me creating something of a person that won't benefit from it, or a person that I haven't got permission from. I feel like it's a little bit exploitive for me to do that. And I fought myself a lot of times whether to jump on the bandwagon, especially when Obama was getting ready to run for office. I didn't jump on the bandwagon before he did his run, which everybody and their mother had a Obama piece. He got into his first term, and I saw another level of pieces come out. But by the time he reached his second term, I almost felt like I was doing him a disservice by not honoring how important that move was. So I created a piece on him. That's a long story, but I want you to understand that I don't generally do pieces. So, of course, George Floyd is a popular piece. Breonna Taylor is a popular piece. Trayvon Martin is a popular piece. I've seen many, many renditions of those, but I have an issue with that because the family doesn't benefit from those pieces. And I even imagine me riding down the road seeing a picture of my dead son in a gallery on a corner and how I would feel. So I had to find another way to do this. I had these gun charts. Boom, that's what I was going to do. So I used that as the basis for this whole series. The next thing I wanted to do is I wanted to find some black faces or people, regular, everyday people. I partnered with a friend of mine named Kirk Bob, who is one of the best photographers in DC. I love this man. He does all of the promotional shots you see, the majority of them over the last couple of years have been created by Kirk Bob. And so I have a couple of faces that he gave me of guys. These are real guys. Now I manipulated them a little bit. I might have changed the eye. I might have collaged another face in it. But I wanted two things. I wanted that face to be intimidating. I wanted that face to be of an everyday person. Okay. And then, as you can see, I had this chart here. I painted red under the bottom. I collaged that chart in, and then I began to tear up other charts and glue on it so that it looked like an explosion. But then I went back and I put some names of some of the people who have died. I put a little bit of references to the Black Lives Matter movement. I was able to find actual pictures of um, Michael Brown and these other folks and incorporate them in a particular way that I haven't seen done so far. So they're not the focal point. The person that you're looking at is the focal point. I wanted him to scare you a little bit, but I wanted black men to look at it and see themselves and go, "There's nothing here to scare, but why is this? Why are we the target?" So this piece is entitled "The Killing Game Number One." I know I did a lot of explanation on this piece, but this piece is very important to me because it's not so often I get a chance to really stab at something that's visceral, that's bothering me, but I don't know how to express it. And I got these boundaries I put around myself. Like, I don't want to do George Floyd. How can I do this? How can I do a picture without putting a cop and a kid being killed? We see this on the news every day. How can I make people look at that and go, oh, and this is what I came up with. The Killing Game. This one right here measures 24 by 36. It is on canvas, collage canvas. It's crude. I made sure I glued it so that it doesn't stick in some areas, and it's got wrinkles in it, and it's got all kinds of real aggressive texture to it. That piece sells for $3,500, and there is a Killing Game number 2 and a Killing Game number 3 that come right behind that piece. And if you want to see a striking series of pieces, man, the three of those pieces together, if you can walk by those pieces and they don't intimidate you, upset you, or move you, you might need to find out what's going on with your spirit. Woo! That's how I feel when I do these pieces, y'all. That's what's going through my mind. My next piece I want to present to you is a piece we call Led by Example or Lead by Example. I play with those two titles left and right because Led by Example makes reference to the young lady, and Lead by Example makes reference to the woman. And so I was stuck between which one was most important. This piece is a real expressionistic piece. I generally do not paint in this style. As a matter of fact, this piece started out as a paint party piece. As you know, over the last 3-4 years or so, I started doing paint parties where I had to present assignments to students. And people would come, and sometimes we would have 60 grown-ups drinking and eating chicken wings all night playing some serious music, and we would create these pieces. So after about 3 years of doing this and presenting projects, I had a lot of seconds and thirds of images that I had presented as assignments. This is one of those repurposed assignments that I gave. In the original piece, there were no details. You couldn't make out the face. All you could see is the profile. It was very simplistic. And in our assignment, we just really treated it as an assignment of color. Okay. In this piece, I just said, well, let me see if I can revive this, add a little more character to it. And I think it really does sing. The colors are kind of seductive. If you look around her neck and you see those cowrie shells, I was working with a polymer clay artist back in January, and she was showing us how to do it in clay. And all I did was simulate that same technique by taking old tubes of paint that had dried paint in them, and I cut them open, and I sandwiched certain colors together, and I put black paint around them and let it dry for a couple of days, and then I sliced it, and so that cowrie shell looking shape is actually acrylic paint that I shaped like cowrie shells, cut and applied to this piece in a collage technique. So it's got a lot of little fun things happening with it. This piece right here, y'all, is entitled Lead or Led by Example. You tell me which one you like the best. Right now on the website, it is Lead by Example. But since we're all concerned about how our children are being raised, I think I might change it to Led by Example. Chime in, let me know what you think. This next piece, every now and then you do a piece that's near and dear to your heart. And this is near and dear to my heart. And I'm going to tell you why it's near and dear to my heart. It's not like I'm tripping on my own artwork, because truth be told, a lot of artists do trip on their own artwork. This particular piece is me going a different direction. This piece is an assemblage piece. When I say assemblage, I mean there is several techniques here that are combined. Of course, I like to paint. I like to sculpt. I sculpt faces. That face is one of my sculptures. I casted that face in resin. I have old frame corners in my studio. I have been really um, curious about doing a black on black piece where you have nothing but it's all black, but you can still see details. I just never created one. And then this one, all that texture you see behind that mask is all individual pieces of wood that were cut. So this is a very time intensive piece. So I laid all of the wood, I put it in place, I art directed it, I glued it down, I put the resin mask in the middle, I put the pegs around the edge, I put the frames on. I said, well, hey, I could use those frames too. And then I got some black auto paint and I just sprayed the whole thing black all the way around. And when it was done, I was like, whoa, now I love when you're experimenting and you carve a totally new direction for your artwork. And this is one of those pieces. I titled it Ingenuity because, they would rather us believe that aliens came down and built the pyramids than for you to believe that Black people probably figured out how to build a pyramid. And so this piece harkens to all of the things that we have created, invented, and never got credit for. So this piece right here is called Ingenuity. That's right, y'all, Ingenuity. If you like that. I don't know what happened there. I think I think some lightning came down and hit my building. So here we go. We're going to try to see if we can pick up where we left off, and hopefully y'all remember where I was. We were on Ingenuity. Boom. That's right, y'all. So I like this piece because it speaks to that whole notion of the things that we create and the things that we recreated and have never gotten credit for. And so if you like that piece, just go to the website and check out Ingenuity. She retails, I think, for about $2,500. But think about this, y'all. That's the only one on planet Earth, and it will not be repeated. This piece right here, y'all. I love this whole series was like it was a fluke. I was playing around, playing around. I did the first piece and it was looking a little intriguing. Then I did another piece and that one got a little bit more intriguing. And after a while, I did a whole series of these faces, these weird, organic, textural spirit faces. Kameso is an African word that means face, but I had fun with this one because all the other ones were a lot really dealing with a lot of earth tones. And in this particular piece, I decided I'm going to put some hot orange in there. I'm just going to break this thing up. And when I started putting the orange down, it just started doing something funky, which I really liked. So if you like that piece, Comeso, it's a whole series. I probably created, I would say, 12 or 13 different pieces in this particular series, some of which I will show in other presentations in the next couple of days. But if you like that piece, just look it up. It is in the store, the Beauty of Blackness Fine Arts Show store, and you can see some of the other works that are available for this day's show. I want to show you maybe one or two more, and then we're going to see what else is happening in the studio. This one right here is a piece. I had to touch on my feminine side. I talked to a friend of mine, Miss Louise Cutler, and she was telling me how she had been collecting lace for years. And so I said, well, send me some lace. And she sent me a box of lace, and I took a couple of them out the box, and man, it's almost like I could feel the age, and then I could feel um it just felt very uh man, it felt like if I had moved wrong, they would have all snapped. So what I did was I cast another face in resin. I found a wood panel. I reversed the wood panel to make it look like a frame rather than working on the other side where I would have to get it framed. I took her lace, I glued it down. I glued her lace on the outside frame and wrapped it around the edges of the frame. I painted all of it black. And then I went back and started painting, dry brushing it, and bringing it back out. And I even used a little alcohol resist. If you look around her cheek area, you see all those moire patterns. That's all from alcohol hitting acrylic. There's a chemical reaction that happens when you do that. And then at the very end, I had a little fun, brought some hot pink and hit it in a couple of spots. This piece is titled Of a Delicate Nature. Of a Delicate Nature. Another one of my assemblage pieces that this is brand new. It's a new area I'm going to be exploring in the next few years. But this is the first body of those pieces. This piece was first shown in Springfield, Massachusetts at the Creative Quarantine Springfield exhibition that took place in June. And now it is in the Fort Collins exhibition as part of this show. So hopefully those of you that are in town, you can go down and see this piece, A Delicate Nature, and tell me what you think about it. The last piece I'm going to show you today for this presentation, because I have inundated you with a lot of images already. This piece is called Gaia. That's right. I don't need to say a whole lot about this piece. I will tell you that part of my process on this piece, I cast another face. It was originally built in clay. I made a silicone mold of that clay mask. I poured resin into that mask. I then took that mask and painted, glued textured paper and other textured items on the top of that resin. I then went back and drilled holes in it. I found a piece of cheap furniture um, decor in an alley that had these branches and leaves already on it. I took those branches and leaves and cut them off of that piece of found stuff. I glued them into my resin mask. I painted it all green, and she became a goddess of nature. And so I like doing assemblage pieces because they take me to a different place. I do a lot of home decor stuff, but I'm also getting into more sculptural stuff. Hanging with Karen Clark, you can't help it. What Karen Clark won't tell you, which I'm going to tell you, is that Karen Clark sculpted her very first mask in my studio. We worked together, uh, but when she learned it, she took it to another whole level, you know. But these pieces are an extension of my sculptural work. And so I hope you guys enjoyed these pieces. I am going to get back to the screen here and see where my co-host is, my guest host. Where are you, Corinthia? Yeah, so that's what I want to show you for today. That's my presentation for today. I started off showing you a slideshow of the array of pieces that I have done over the last 35 years. I will not be on tomorrow. I have some personal business to tend to tomorrow. I'm having a mental health day tomorrow, to be honest. And then I'll be back on Sunday where I'll give you another presentation. But I will have a session still being aired tomorrow. How you holding up over there, Corinthia? I don't know about you. I see it's still daylight where you are, and it's getting ready to change on this side of the coast.
Oh yes, you guys, it's almost 7. Yes. I'm good. I'm good over here. I'm good. That was good artwork, of course.
Just trying to keep the train moving.
You're not trying. You are.
Well, thank you, darling. I needed that. I'm waiting for more folks to load into the studio. What about you?
Me too. Me too. But I can go ahead and dive in.
Well, sometimes that's what we got to do. But let me know what kind of time you need because we need some Corinthia. So we can always use some Corinthia.
Let's see. You're at 3. Oh, it's 4. I keep getting the time zones mixed up.
I'm messed up too. It is 6. It's 6:35 here.
Yeah, so it's 3:35 here. That means it's 4:35 there.
Oh, you might be getting a reprieve. Let's see. Kabibi Ajanku trying to log in. So we'll give you a little bit more break time and bring her in. See what she's doing. The gallery is live and well. There's Louise. She's got artists at the gallery. She's got some visitors at the gallery.
Yes, we got people here.
Talk to us about the gallery.
Yes, we have people here. LaShawn's over there making some sales. So it's a few people in the gallery. Oh, LaShawn's over there dropping stuff.
Long as he's signing prints, he can drop anything.
As long as he's dropping his own stuff, That's like, I had to look. I'm like, his own stuff. So, but yeah, we got a few people in the gallery. We're putting some food together. And, this is our private event from 4 to 6. And then from 6 to 9, it's open to the public. So right now we're in our private events and then we'll be open to the public. But several people, several people are in. Some came back to see Thomas. LaShawn had some people, lots of people from out of town making some purchases, which is what I was looking for. Knew was going to happen. So that's exciting that people, and they're just going to come back and pick it up. And some of them having it shipped. So yeah, it's pretty exciting that, woo. And once again, we still have everything online. So you guys that are online, you might be missing out on the live show, but if you're in Fort Collins, come on down to the live show and hang out with us from 6 to 9 at 222 Walnut Creek. We are in the Walnut Street. We are in the merchant room of the Walnut Creek upstairs on the second floor. We'd love to have you. It's a beautiful facility. So we'd love to have you come out. If not, make all your purchases online like you've been doing. And we are here to show you some art and hang out with you. So I'm going to turn it over to you guys and just be checking in and out as I go. Okay.
All righty.
It looked like they're having some libations over there, huh?
That's why she's trying to get off the screen.
Where's our libations, Pancho?
You know what? I think what's happening is that we're probably being we're trying to be responsible because it's nothing saying we can't have a little something.
Little something.
You know, all I got
You
is my
always have
bottle.
nothing arm reach. You
All I
always
got is my
have
bottle of.
nothing arm
All I
reach.
have is my bottle of soy sauce
Oh, well, we don't want you drinking that.
and my bottle of Tabasco.
Oh,
So I need to find me something with some bubbles in it.
I know. I need to find me some red grape.
There you go. We got two artists in the studio. So let me see who's up first. I think we got a Kabibi of Jonku and we got Craig. So hey y'all, how y'all doing out there? Who's ready to present? Everybody's hiding behind their icons. We got one brave person stepping forward. We're gonna let her in the screen. Hey, how you doing out there, Kabibi?
Hey there, how are you?
We are doing great. We're moving the train forward.
Yeah, I think
Baby.
our file is acting a little funny over here. It was good and now it's not.
Well, we have learned today that the technology thing is having some changes on a Friday. We've been faced with a few technical challenges, but I say trust it and go with it.
Trust it and go with it. Well,
We're all in the same game.
we're all in the same day. I'm ready to go.
Yes.
I'm ready to go.
Let's do it.
I am Kibibi Ajanku. I'm a fiber artist. I make and present artwork that is ethnically charged. It embodies the thrust of the African diaspora. I try to push the edges on the standards and the stereotypes projected on Black people. In many mediums. You'll find me working, of course, in fiber, and oftentimes I dye the work that I'm working in. I'm an indigo artist. I also work in paper. I am very interested in capturing the feeling of identity and struggle and the juxtaposition of beauty and difficulty through paper collage, mixed medium collage. I use found items as well as hand-dyed fabrics and fabrics acquired from the African diaspora. In this way, I'm able to explore the vulnerable nature of Blackness in America, as well as identity and beauty. I make the effort to interrogate U.S. history through the beauty of artistry. You can find my mixed media collage work featuring a collection of threes, bodies of three women. It is much like the past, present, and future. It is much like the feeling of the id and the ego and the ever-present knowing. It is much like the pyramid, bodies of threes.
So yes, I am an indigo artist, and most people think of that indigo as fabric that you are going to use for clothing, fabric that you are going to use to adorn your soul with. Well, I'm an image maker. I explore indigo, and I'm fascinated with indigo and its connection to West African dye practices, to the traditions of West African dye practices. if we don't think hard, we'll think that Africa has nothing to do with indigo. We'll think that indigo is all an Asian kind of thing, and there is a big fascination with a process called shibori. But if you look deep, if you dive deep, you'll find that that shibori is actually an African practice. If you dive deep, you'll find that those dye techniques are coming straight out of West Africa and connecting very firmly to the pyramids in Egypt. And there you will find hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years ago that the Egyptians, the people of the pharaohs, the people of the pyramids, were image makers using indigo on the walls of the pyramid and in the temples. Well, in my practice, it is my effort to connect this thing and think about how the journey has taken itself from Africa, has found itself in America on the plantation, and is now touching my hands. I feel that as an image maker, as an African American fiber artist, as an African American contemporary artist, I get to manipulate this thing and have it be new and found again. So you'll find me, as that short piece said, working in found objects, working in mixed media, working in ways that these images can be displayed on the wall, working in ways that these images can be enjoyed for years and years and years, working in ways that these images become more valuable over time, right? So the work that I have in the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show, I'm gonna just pull this up because we're talking about indigo today. We're talking about indigo today. So I have a few pieces here. I'm gonna scroll a bit, and then I'm gonna go back and share a video file, if you will. And this is a little bit more about my process and the way I work with indigo. I hope we can see it. Is it coming? There it is. Now, this is a silent video so that I can talk. My practice is about its connection to West Africa. This is indigo. And this is what it looks like. That you add in the right components, it becomes something that ferments and gives you blue for fabric, blue for whatever it is that you want to do. Now, when you dip your fabric in the vat, it comes out green. This is me in the Low Country in South Carolina, and I'm working with an indigo vat that I've made in the Low Country in South Carolina. And
It's already turning blue.
That deep kind of, we have lost the feed. Well, I hear that this is a interesting technical day, and I'm just going to go back at it. I hope you'll love me like I am. I hope that you will love me like I am. So in that piece that I'm getting back to.
Yeah, just bring it back on screen.
In that piece, I was right at the point where that green was slowly becoming blue. Let's see if we can't get back to it.
Yeah, just bring it back on screen.
There it is, back on screen. You're gonna have to love me like I am, because it's a really short piece, and I'm gonna go from Ooh. I don't know what just happened. There we are. that indigo connected to West African dye traditions. It's not as vibrant as it actually feels like, but as stirring, you have to stir that twice a day so that the fermentation process will keep going and the blue will remain rich and wonderful. And then as you dye that cloth, you dip in the white cloth. It comes out green. As the air hits it, it begins to turn blue, almost like magic. And I think that is the fascination with indigo. It is a blue color that comes from a green plant.
See, it's already getting ready. It's already turning blue. Comes out really green, like see in the middle of this? See how green it is? But just in a matter of moments, see how blue it turns?
So it's turning blue there.
On this side, it's already beginning to turn blue. Look at that.
Good air.
When air hits it, that green oxidizes and it turns blue.
And then that very, see those blue there?
Hey.
Those black do not exist. Now, that was the way I was working in South Carolina, but this is in Nigeria, and you see the background is very different, but the process remains the same. So that connection from past to present is very, very real. So indigo shows up in my work. It's flowing through very quickly right here, but I'm going to show you these pieces again. And these are the pieces that are being featured in the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Gallery, and they're available for purchase. All right, there we go. There we go. That's that. And if I could just click back into myself in the gallery, can I do that myself? Maybe I can't. So that video is finished. If somebody's there, I'm going to share the screen over here. And I want to talk about...
Make sure you unshare that first presentation.
Unshare the first presentation. I'm not sure I know how to do that.
It might say stop.
It didn't.
There you go.
There I am. All right, there we go. So I'm going to go and share screen over here so that I can pull up the work. And there we are. There we are. All right, so these pieces, some of these pieces are pieces that started in the vat, right? This right here is into, oh, have I lost that too? Goodness gracious.
No, just click the X. Oh, there you go.
There I am. Life, the gremlins. I generally have friendly times with the gremlins, but they're not loving me today. Those tech gremlins are causing mischief. All right, so a quick view. Can we do a quick view? There we go. All right, this is called Under the Baobab Tree. It's part of my Market Lady series. And these are women who are moving under the baobab tree. In West Africa, the baobab tree is a tree that grows very, 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 very long. It's got long life, like the American redwoods. So you'll find baobab trees that are wide enough for a car to drive through. You'll find baobab trees that are large enough to actually climb inside of. You'll find baobab tree whose tradition in some villages, it was for the wisdom, the wise people of the village to be buried inside of this tree, because it was said that life would go on and their wisdom will continue to be accessed by the village. And so the baobab tree is a very, very important thing. And now, even today, when you go to village, oftentimes this gathering place is at the center of the village around a very, very, very large baobab tree. And the chief will oftentimes have a platform, and that is where the people gather to hear what the chief has to say. And that is happening today in this day and time. These are ladies, they are moving they're going past the baobab tree and they're on their way to market. It is about these ladies and their calabash. They are representing the fertile nature, the ability to live on. They are representing the vibrancy of the village and the way the village can thrive, because they are the ones that are bringing finance to the home by taking things to market and selling them. If you'll notice in the back, there are indigo pieces that have come out of my natural my vat, and the the technique that was used to dye them is called adire oniko, and it is a West African technique. You also see some paper in the back that was also dyed with indigo from my vat, as well as handmade papers and a little bit of Ankara West African vibrancy in there, just kind of giving us that sunny kind of life in the motherland, the land of the sun energy. Market ladies under the baobab, it's $1,800. All right. Also featured in that piece, I had a lot of fun with this piece. It is called Dame du Marché. It is also a part of that Market Ladies series. And that same energy about the calabash being rich with fertility and vibrancy, about the women who are going to market and bringing finance. They're trading and doing business in the market. You see that I have used, again, indigo from my vat, but this time I've also used indigo that is out of West Africa, out of Mali, and Ankara, the bright, vibrant energy that represents the land of the sun, Ankara fabric. This decoupage piece, it's mixed media collage. It's done on it's on board, but that board is a weathered, and it is a repurposed, upcycled board. And it represents our resilience, our ability to just continue on. It is available for purchase for $750, and it does come framed in a shadow box, and it's beautifully framed in a black shadow block box. All righty. And I'm going to go to Crossing Rivers. Again, mixed media collage. As I said, I'm an image maker. So I take my love for fiber, my love for fabric, my love for threads and I use them in a non-traditional kind of way. It is almost a way of quilt making on canvas. And so for me, these are lots of connections, connecting to West Africa, connecting to our history in this country, because indigo is one of the one of the things that made South Carolina plantations very, very, very rich. So this again is it's a combination of paper, it's a combination of fabric. You'll find hand-dyed indigo as well as indigo this time out of Senegal, West Africa, as well as Ankara, right? And that Ankara, while it is bright, it is representing the rivers and us crossing the waters, crossing the waters to get wherever it is we need to be, but also crossing the waters in a way that we have learned to survive in spite of what has taken us across the waters, right? Crossing rivers. Mixed media collage, 850. And today, I am also, let's see if I can't get to this piece right here. This piece is entitled Spirit Work. And in this piece, there is indigo fabric that was an acquisition. The place that I bought this fabric is the Mali Railroad. And that Mali Railroad used to be a place. It's a fabric that I've had for quite a while before I decided to use it. The Mali Railroad was a place that where there was a major stop in Dakar, Senegal. The vendors from Mali, the market ladies from Mali, the artisans who were generally gentlemen from Mali would board the railroad, would board the train early in the morning. Baskets on heads, bags on underarms, babies on backs, carrying everything they needed to make it through the day, and then set up shop. So what would be very still and empty by night would come alive like magic during the day, would come alive. It's a place where you could not only get beautiful indigo fabric, but amazing fadoum, which is the henna that people often use to make, to paint. Brides will adorn their body with henna. Here we call it henna tattoos. In Senegal, it's called fadoum. And you can also get beautiful, beautiful shea butter, all so many kinds of energy. But also right here, not only this beautiful, deep, rich indigo, but also what is known as bin bin or waist beads. And you see, I've taken that bin bin. Oftentimes there's femininity as a theme because I am woman, number one, but also because oftentimes it is the resilience of women that our families have to stand on the shoulders of in a different kind of way. And now that's not taking anything from men, and that's not taking strength from men, but oftentimes women are underappreciated, hidden in the margins, the strength and the things that have to be shouldered are not really talked about or celebrated in the same kind of way. So I celebrate women oftentimes in my work. And this bin bin, so you have in here the bin bin, which is these small beads at the bottom. They are waist beads. They are designed as waist beads, but I've embedded them in this piece. You have cowrie shells as a sign of fertility. You have glass beads as a sign of strength and resilience. You have this bone up at the top because in countries where the land is very, very dry, oftentimes you find cattle being herded, and that is the wealth of the family. So these button orbs at the top, button shaped orbs at the top, represent the cattle as a wealth of the family. Yeah? And you see Ankara as that bright, shiny kind of representation of the land of the sun once again. Spirit work. Now, also what you see is upcycled denim. And those upcycled denim are, it's positioned like wings, like angel wings. It is this faceless beauty that is hovering and flying over us, representing the ancestors that walk with us, representing the angels that hover around us and protect us. This piece is entitled Spirit Work, $2,500. And I'm going to stop sharing my screen. I don't know if there are any questions. This would be a good time to take some questions before I go to the next part of my presentation. But it seems like maybe there aren't questions, which is absolutely fine. So I started working with indigo, years ago in 1996 on my very first trip to the motherland. I was there acquiring fabric for costuming. So I've spent an awful lot of time making items that adorn your body, wearable art, items that dance and flow across stage. I've spent a lot of years doing that with fabric and with fiber, manipulating fabric and fiber in that way. So in 96, I was in the Gambia. And the Gambia sits just south, or it sits right in the center of Senegal, just south of Dakar. I was in the Gambia, and I have a habit of taking items and giving them to schools. Taking items and seeing what young people are doing. I'm enthralled with the idea of building leaders and supporting leadership. So I wanted to see what this school that was training young leaders was about and what it was. So it was a school that was training leaders for market, leaders for moving merchandise. And part of their process was to learn to dye and batik items. And some of them were trained to take those items to market. Some of the young people were trained as a part of just the process of selling, or the process also of working with other young people. So they, at any point on that one particular day, they were working with indigo vats, and the vats were huge, but it was the first time that I ever saw a live indigo vat. It was the first time that I experienced cloth go into the vat as white, come out as green, and then as the air hit it, begin to turn blue, 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 and blue. I was amazed. I was hooked, and I was in love right there. Right there. So indigo has been something that has been near and dear to my heart. It's quite magical, I think. But it also is medicine. It also is that thing that carries a spirit. And so embedding it in my work is a thing that is special to me as well. So as an image maker, I not only work on canvas, on board, on quilts, but I also work in soft sculpture. So as you see, this is a doll, and this is indigo. If you look at the back, this is indigo. Leather, cowrie shells, spirit box, ceramic trade beads, many things going on with this doll. A face that is one cowrie representing fertility and future, and glass beads all around representing resilience and strength. But those glass beads are that same bin bin or waist beads, also representing fertility and future, that you saw in the previous work. Here is another doll. She is entitled Indigo Magic. And I actually worked on her when I was in Nigeria. I actually worked on her in West Africa. She is New World, she is Old World. She has an upcycled raffia skirt, so this is upcycled denim. She has denim from Mali. She has many, many cowrie shells because she is very prosperous. She is a dancer. Indigo Magic. And then this is part of a series, and there's several of these. None of them look exactly the same, but they all are very similar. So you can tell that they are a series. Also the cowrie shells for prosperity, that red for energy and that connection to the crossroads and the way we navigate our intersections in life. Cowrie shells, prosperity and productivity and fertility. Glass beads, if you can see them. That cowrie face. Those beads, the bin bin. And the vest. And the Bantu knots made out of beads as well. Yeah. So those dolls all started in the indigo vat. That connects them from here to West Africa to the past. That connects us to history, to legacy, past, present, and future all at once. These dolls are a convergence. Much like my work, it is a convergence connecting us to past, present, and future. Always highlighting identity, always highlighting legacy, always, always, always touching history, touching the royalty and the richness of Africa and African people. And my work often begins in the indigo vat, not just the dolls, not just the fabric, but oftentimes the wood. This piece is a mortar and pestle. The mortar was hand carved in a little village outside of Dakar called Bop. Bop is how you say it. And Bop is a drum carving village, but also you can purchase things like mortar and pestle. You can purchase things like balafon. You can purchase things like small chairs. You can purchase almost anything that can be beautifully carved out of wood. Now, I love this. When I got it, it was just kind of a very rustic, hand carved piece, and unbleached, unpainted, unfinished. I put it in my indigo vat, and then I took it out and I painted it a few more times with indigo so that, thank you, Felicia, so that it would get a really deep kind of patina to it. And then I added Ankara images. I started this as we began to get deep into the pandemic. And I felt like it was important for me to deeply reach into my work in a way that felt like medicine to me. So, this mortar, this pestle, would be a thing where food, and food, of course, is nourishing, and food, of course, is medicine. If you eat correctly, you thrive. If you eat incorrectly, you diminish. So there is that, but also medicines are mixed and ground inside of a mortar and pestle. So this cauldron, with its images, with its ancestor angel-like kind of images, holding hands for strength all the way around, was one of the pieces that I made during this pandemic. Yeah. And of course, it began in the indigo vat, and that's why it has this deep blue, a deep blue. Cauldron. And also in that same vein, I don't know how good my light is, because you're not seeing the colors as nicely as I wanted you to be able to see the colors. My light is not so good today, but all I can do is keep going, right? So if you have any questions, feel free to ask me any questions. Feel free to, connect with me off camera, offline. I'll put my email in the chat a little later on if you want to connect with me about anything that you've seen. All these works are not in the store, but they are for sale. This is called Visitant, and it was done as part of that same body of work, that healing and medicinal narrative body of work. Because what do we need in this day and time with this craziness that's happening, as so much was happening in regard to all of the pandemics we have been experiencing, the racial pandemics, the health pandemics, all of these things that have been attacking our very essence, attacking our spirit, attacking our soul. It's almost like we need something to visit us from the great beyond. Visitant. Yeah. Started in the indigo vat. Decoupage with Ankara fabric, with brass work and glass work as well. Yeah. All right, so as I said, I am an image maker. I make my images through the use of fabric. So this is why I characterize myself as a fiber artist. I am most often utilizing indigo in my work. This is why I characterize myself as an indigo artist. My work is a medicinal narrative. It is not my intention to drag the world kicking and screaming into a new awareness. I feel that it is my job to just simply do the work. For me, it feels sacred, it feels secret, and sometimes it even feels silent. Because I feel like those with eyes can see and those with ears to hear can respond. And does this mean I'm out of time? Because I have one more thing to share. Or if we have questions, I could stop. I don't know. Are the gremlins here? We'll see. Oh no. Let's see what we can do. Now, I've talked an awful lot about indigo today. Upcoming, I have this. Oh, how do we do it? Let's see. Are we going? Can you find my... See you there. Coming in October. I hope you can make your way to Baltimore to see you there so I can see you there. You are muted.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Beautiful. That was a great body of work. Oh my God. So, you know, this is gonna go, you know, I'm a beneath the surface thinker, so I'm gonna bring it forward. So really quickly, the word voodoo has been mysticized as dark, evil, and no good. What does that word mean for you? And have the dolls, has anybody ever said that it looks like the mystical world?
I think that there's a bit of the mystical world in all of the work I do, but I don't think of voodoo. That's how I say it, voodoo and Marie Laveau. I don't think of those things as deep or dark. You know, I mean, in truth, voodoo is connected to Catholicism in the same way that Santeria and Yoruba are connected to Catholicism. The Orisha directly overlay with Catholic saints. In every place in the world, our spiritualism, our religion is a way for us to interpret and figure out how to, as a vessel for prayer, right? Right. And I think, in my opinion, from place to place, it's just a matter of different cultures. It's just a matter of different practices. But, you know, if you remember, if we all know, if we think about it, all people are good. There's a dark side to you can always choose a dark side. There is a dark side to everything, but all people are good.
So that word to you is light.
It is
magic, spirituality. Give me some acronyms for that word from your interpretation.
Medicine, spirituality, aesthetic, cleansing, prayer, light energy, feeding the soul. The way we thrive, the way we grow. That's what these things are for me.
Yes. Yes. You know, Pancho had mentioned earlier that, I think it was Pancho, that what's connected to the Black American experience is demonized. But yet, if you put it on another culture, it's, oh, those are just kids gathering. But if it's more Black men than one, then they're a gang.
That's right. That's right.
So I think that applies to that word voodoo, right? It was our way of healing.
That's right.
Our way of prayer, because we couldn't go to the hospitals, right? We had to birth our own babies in our homes, right? Cook our own foods, come up, use nature for medicine. So I was just wanting to just get your spin on that, and you took it exactly where I thought you would.
You know, and if you think about it, initially the way Christian religion was forced upon us in this America was in a way to kind of brainwash and hold down and make, you know, and strengthen servitude. So other ways and practices are a way of navigating spirituality in a positive, productive way that feeds the community, not
take away, and that casts light and not darkness.
That's right.
Gregory said that himself. He says, you know, people got y'all thinking that you're dark, but you're really the light.
The light. The light.
Yes.
Which is why there is appropriation, because, you know, we are the light.
Thank you so much, Kabibi, for your presentation. We got Craig in the room.
Hi, Hi, Craig.
Hello.
How
Hi,
are
Hello.
Craig.
you?
He's ready. Craig, what are you gonna give us today? Give
Well,
us
I
a
have some
synopsis.
some demos to do and some filters that are brand new to Photoshop that I want to show you what they do because they're gonna make my life a little easier.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Well, then I'm gonna give you the screen and introducing Craig, the artist Craig. Craig, I don't know how to pronounce your last name. Pronounce it for
It's
me.
scriven, like driven.
Scriven. Craig Scriven.
Yes.
Take it away, Craig.
Thank you. So what I'm gonna start with is some music to get the tone settled. So let me share my screen. Okay. So this is a photo I took today. And what we're going to do is we're going to make it young and make it old. And we're going to use a filter to do that. And it's a brand new filter to Photoshop. So let me get it on the layer first. And then we're going to go to filter. And it's the neural filter. And basically what it does, it has a smart portrait. And if you click that, you can change the emotion of your face, expression, and the facial age, and the thickness of the hair, and the light direction. And you can also change the way your head is moving. So you can turn it to the left or right a little bit. Like that. Let's put the preview on. And change the age. Go younger. And then change the thickness of hair. We're going to go with less hair thickness. Well, if we're going younger, we're going to go with more hair thickness. And all you would have to do, and we're going to make the light go a little down. And basically you hit OK, and it gives you the photograph in a younger age. And then they can do the same thing with a older age if you want to go older. So let's click on the photo that I have for older. This is the photo I started with. This is after I put the filter in. So it's going to be real creative working with this and making people's age change, or I can use the same person at different age stages. So that's going to be real interesting to explore with this program. So it also, with that same filter, you can change the black and white and colorize it. Just like that. So that's the colorized version. This is the black and white version. And I would say that with the black and white versions. Depending on your black and white photo, it gives you about 75 to 80% of color correctness. Not all the way there, but it gets it real close to it. And then what I want to show you is something that I did today. They're work in progress. So these are things that you can't get at the store yet, but they'll be at my artpile.com at artpile.com/CSREVEN. That's SCREVEN. CSCREVEN. Artpile.com before that. Or you can get it at silentpresencegallery.org. These are two that I'm going to show you now, and those are the places that you can get to them. And the rest of them that I show you will be able to get them at the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show store. So these two that I'm about to show you are at ArtPile and silentpresence.gallery.org. And I just did this while I was listening to the broadcast. And it has about 10 layers on it. And working with getting that texture to pop real nicely, like it is right now in the middle where I'm showing you right now. And may look at adding some blues to it because I like putting blue in my pieces. So here's a different version where I added some other figures to it. So with that, those are two while I was listening to the broadcast. Works in progress. They're done with doing filters and adding layer styles to it. So let's get into the demo I was going to do. The demo it's like last time, but we're going to do some drawing on the computer this time. So, like I said, I usually prefer working with a black background because it pulls out the colors. And then on the black background, I either work to get some color on there, or if I'm going to put figures on there, I will go to a different layer. So right now, I'm just going to put some colors to it so that we have something to start with. So I'm going to get the lasso tool and lasso a part of it that I want the color to go to. So we got like a tree thing, so I'm going to put brown in there. And I'm going to use the paint bucket to put the paint in there. And then I'm going to inverse so I get the rest of it and use the gradient tool with a different color And I'm going to get some blue, light blue. Start off with blue. And add that to it. Add some purple to it. Add some yellow. And these are just filters on the different options you have with the gradient tool. And then I'm going to go to the filters. Get one of my favorite ones is the filter gallery. And as soon as that pops up, it's on mosaic now, but I'm going to put it on patchwork. And then I'm going to inverse it again and get this tree-like figure and copy that. I'm going to reuse that. So I'm going back and remove this from this area, but I'm going to add color to it and removing it. So I'm going to use the gradient tool to do that. So I can get several colors. And you can see that I love using the gradient tool because you can do a lot with the gradient tool just by itself. And then I'm going to add a filter to there. Now I'm going to make this a little smaller so I can reuse it. What? Got the wrong thing. So let's cancel that. Get the right layer. Copy. Transform. There we go. So I'm going to use this figure that I just created and make multiples of it by hitting Command J on the keyboard and using your move tool to move it over. So they're at normal now. I'm going to put a soft light on this one. The middle one. And then the one to the left, I'm going to put difference on there. And the one to the right, far right, I'm going to multiply. So now we got 3 images that we can use. And I'm going to multiply that and move them over. So I flipped it. There we go. Gonna make those smaller. Not too small, not too large. And we still got that image in the background. So now I'm going to copy that image and start making textures for our background. So I've got 2 colors that I want. Let's see. Let's use blue again. And get a filter. And I'm going to use the fiber filter. Wrong one. Render fibers. There we go. And then I'm going to make that soft white. Now we got like rain coming down or wood background. And then I'm going to add to the background another filter. Then I'm going to add another figure. Excuse me. And this I brought from another picture. Okay. That's not right. Another piece of artwork that I've done. So it's already in here. I did this before time. So now I'm collecting that. And it's on linear. I'm going to make it normal so you can see what it is. Give it some texture to that. Do the same to the other side. Okay, it's all right there. Soft white. There you go. So now we got some mud area right here. So I'm going to try to clear that up by adding color to it. I'm going to get another layer. Highlight the part that I want to and let's see what figure we can make this. Clear it up. And let's go with this color. Gradient tool again. And color dots. And we're going to repeat that. And we're going to move it over. So it's not just in one spot. Do it again. Get the move tool. One more time. So that's basically what I do to get an image going and what I was doing earlier. So if I wanted to get a person in there, I can either bring a person in or draw a person. I'm going to bring a person in because I already have it set up. Let me find the person that I want. There it is. Open it up. And you find that I do my face quite often because it's readily available. Don't have to go looking for folks to model for you. As long as someone takes a picture of you, you can use it. And it could be a bad picture or a good picture because, like I showed you before, you can change the expression on the photo that you have.
This is really colorful, Craig. When you said that you wanted to add blue, why did you like adding blue into your imagery?
It's just one of the things that I want to do because the blue is like a medium color for me. It's not too dark and it's not too light. So if I put it against the yellow, it's going to brighten up that yellow. And if I put it against the browns, it's going to make it darker for the browns. So it's just like using black almost to bring out the colors to it. But depending on what colors you use against it, tells you what you do, what you come out with.
So is this a one of your pieces, and you're just putting color and drawings abstractually overlay? Is that what you're doing with this one?
It's collaging on digital work. So it's using drawing, a photo, and texture. And that's what I basically use is those three things. Is that I use a drawing, a photo, and texture. And the texture comes from the filters building up, and it's not the straight filter, it's the filter on top of a layer of filter on top of a layer of filter. So there's usually 5 filters of the just the background.
Okay. How do you know, how do you gauge when your work is complete? How do what's your process when it's like a done, you've completed it? What's your process, Craig?
Well, I usually wait a couple of days before I show them to anybody and just study it. So I'll get to a point where every time I put a mark on it, it doesn't look right for me. So if it doesn't look right, I erase the mark and come back to it later on, put a mark on it, and if the mark doesn't look right, I say it's complete. Or
Mm.
I'll just get to a point where there's no more to do. Where it's like a visual thing for me. Like I'm creating the piece and I see that there's nothing I can do to improve on what I just did.
Mm-hmm. So it's kind of like you're moving your eyes, you're checking for places and spaces and color and images. And then once you see that there's nothing else you can add, you're like, finito, it's finished.
That's correct.
That's beautiful.
Or that's the move for that's the way I'm doing it now. Because before I would wait until I got a figure in there that I couldn't move or shape. I was waiting to
Mhm.
see the figure, and now I'll just wait until I can't fit anything else in.
So where does emotion and feelings come in for you when you're doing things like this? This has an ambiance. Do you go for ambiances as well when you're creating?
Yeah, I try to what I call it try to give you an atmosphere that you can come to, and you can stay a while. And I don't want. Sometimes I may be that you don't want to stay a while, but it's there for you to study because there's something that you need to learn from it. And then
Mm,
sometimes I want you to stay there for the conversation between you and the piece.
that makes sense. And sometimes I'm sure you want people to feel it.
Yes.
This is awesome, Craig. Awesome. Do you want to show us anything else? We
Yes,
have,
I'm going to show you what's in the store now.
okay.
Okay. So the first thing we're going to show you is creative character of a queen. Character of a queen is 16 by 24 and it's $500. You can get it at the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Shows website at their store or the Facebook store from Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. And this is basically doing what I just did is creating the background and then creating the filler for it. And then this is a series that I was doing that came from the Pride of a Family series. So with the Pride of a Family, it was basically it was Vision's artwork that dealt with family, and then it moved on to who's the woman in charge of the family. So this how that came about. It's the queen, the mother. The next one I have is 16 by 24, and it's called Creatively Thinking. And we were setting up a show in Dayton called the Exposition. Well, no, we were doing a workshop with the African American Visual Artists Guild. And one of the ladies took a picture of me and sent it to me. And knowing me, I have to get the picture and turn it into a piece of art. So I got the piece right here, started off with the picture, went all the way around it. And now they got a good way where you can take the background off of things. Is you hit the magic wand tool, and it says select subject, and it'll select the subject. And then you can copy that subject and erase all the background from it. So that's what I did then. And then I added texture, and this texture is actually the photograph, smaller size of the photograph with some of the filters on top of the photograph going all the way around in the circle motion. So these are all pieces of the photograph going around my head. The next piece is called Do You Know Me 6, and there's about 8 of them. This one let's see, where's this come from? Okay, this came from the fire. It's a transition from the Pride of a Family 2, and this is dealing with the men, and it's asking them, do you know me, and why you want to mess with me if you don't know me, and why you want to be, why are you friends with me if you do know me? So it's just asking the question, do you know me, and do you know my background, or do you know who I am besides the person you see in front of you? Do you know what things I like? Stuff like that. Do you know who I am? This is one of my abstract pieces, and this is called Have You Heard 4, and there's about 10 of these, and this was done with 2 different pieces that I did. One was called Signals, and then you have You Heard on the back mixed in with Signals. So I called it Have You Heard 4 Signals because it has the 2 pieces blended together. And let's see if I can show you the piece. Nope, that's not it. Yep, that's it. This is called Signals. So I added some shadows in there, and it becomes, and these are all from the Have You Heard series that I've done. And here's another one with Have You Heard? And it's dealing with 3 different perspectives. It has Have You Heard? Opposition, and let's see, what was the third one? The third one was, yeah, there's signals in there too. So it has all 3 of those in this particular piece, and this is 24 by 16, and it's $500 at the Black Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show website. And the other piece is $500. This piece is $500, and it's 24 by 16 at the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show website.
I love your use of color.
Thank you.
And the piece, Do You Know Me? Very clever.
This piece. Yes.
Very clever.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
So that ends what I have to show. And thank you for having me here. And I'll see you tomorrow.
You are just cooking in the studio, man. You showed a lot today.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, looking fantastic. We're looking forward to seeing what your presentation looks like tomorrow. And man, those first few filters you were showing me, thank you. I needed that.
Yeah. I was glad they put those together.
Yeah, man. Well, thanks again, Craig. We will see you tomorrow.
All right.
All right,
Thanks,
my man.
Craig.
Let me
Take care
stop
now.
the sharing, and then you can go on. Okay.
All right,
bye.
now. Thank you, Craig.
Bye, Craig.
Well, sister, we are almost at the 7th hour.
We are.
And
We
we're
are.
waiting for I guess, who's next up on the schedule? Is that
We
Diana
have
Shannon?
Yeah, she's in the room. So yeah.
How you feeling? I mean, it's dark here now. But as you
Yeah.
can tell by my studio, it's dark. It's been dark all day. In case y'all wondering why Poncho's studio is romantically lit during the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show, it's because it seems like Hurricane Ida made a cut through my studio. There's a lot of stuff happening back there, and I thought it'd be better just to quiet the noise a little bit. So maybe if I get a chance to tweak it a little bit, you'll get to see the studio. Louise is in the gallery. She's dancing. She's eating. So something must be going right. I see some people in the background there.
Yeah.
We can't hear you. You are just as blocked as we can't hear you, baby. Your microphone is on.
Okay, there we go.
There we go.
It's a shame that we can't see what's happening in the gallery, but we're glad to see there's some activity over there.
Oh, I'll put I'm gonna put you on another camera. You're gonna be on my iPad.
What happened to the big screen?
Huh?
What happened to the big screen action you was planning?
Oh, it's right. Oh, you know what? Let me put you on the big screen. Hold on. Oh,
so we are waiting for Miss Diana Shannon to come into this. She's already in the studio. She's probably getting herself ready for her presentation. She's due to be up for another 8 minutes or so.
Did you see what I did, Corinthia?
Yeah, America saw what you just did.
I saw you. I was like, oh, if that would have been me, it would have been a whole nother situation.
What did you say?
I'm glad it was
a whole another program. Hey, Miss Shannon Young.
We got Miss Diana Shannon Young.
Well, what has Miss Kabibi? That's what it says on the schedule.
Kabibi's been on already, baby. You are
really?
up and at bat. Well, you know, around
Oh,
here we are a very organic situation. Sometimes
Yeah.
artists come
yeah.
in. We've
Can I
had
say
some
this
artists that
really
have had a
quick?
couple of. We've had a couple of artists that have had some issues, and
Okay.
so we're just organically filling the schedule.
No problem. No problem.
Hmm.
You're right on
Can you
time.
let her know that it's not at the Gallery Opera, it's at Walnut Creek. It's on Walnut Street.
At
There
the
we go.
Walnut Creek. Yeah, it's at the Walnut Creek. It's at the Walnut Creek Gallery on Walnut Creek.
The Merchant Room at Walnut Creek.
The Merchant Room at Walnut Creek.
The Merchant Room at Walnut Creek.
They
So
having
head
too much.
on over.
They having
Head
a lot
on
of
over.
fun over there.
My volunteers
It
are
looks
here
like a lot of
today.
fun.
Come over here. Come on over. They're all shy. These are some of my volunteers.
Don't be shy.
I know we're gonna get you all, and then we're gonna get them. These are some of our volunteers. They are ready to do some artwork. They are
Volunteers.
jumping in, sharing with people. Ready
Thank
to
you.
sell some artwork. Introduce yourselves. I'm Janelle.
Hey, Jill,
Janelle and Jeff, in case you guys didn't hear.
Jill and Jeff,
Janelle.
Janelle and Jeff.
Janelle and Jeff.
All right.
Hello.
Thank you.
Janelle and Jeff.
Thank you for your
They're here and they're
volunteerism.
volunteering.
Fantastic.
They said thank you. All right, guys, and then I'll be introducing you guys to volunteers throughout the night because we have several of them tonight.
Is
going
LaShawn
through-
still signing prints?
Hey, Jamal. Huh?
Is LaShawn still signing posters?
No, he's just sitting down. This is Jamal.
Hey, Jamal.
This is Jamal. Jamal is over.
Hi, Jamal.
Cultural Community
Hi,
Center.
Jamal.
Jamal is over the Cultural Enrichment Center here in Fort Collins, and he helps Black and African American children to learn about Blackness in Fort.
All right. Well, there you go.
That's a great job. That's a great job, brother.
One of the things that we didn't mention when Kevin was up was Kevin actually donated his funds for his speaking engagement to a Black organization, and we picked Jamal's organization.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
That's great because, you know, a lot of times people don't get to hear the philanthropic things that artists are doing. So we're glad to hear that.
Absolutely.
Yep. So,
Yeah.
All right. Well, we're going to get ready to shift gears here and let Miss Diana do what she does. So are you ready, Miss
all right,
Diana?
Diana.
I'm ready. Hey, Miss Louise, how are you today?
All right. Well, you have the floor, Miss Diana.
Hi, Corinthia. First, I want to start out by thanking all three of you. These are our hosts and hostesses, and they are the mostesses. They've been doing a wonderful job and keeping this show rolling, and we appreciate Louise, who is the brainchild of this thing, and her and Pancho, and they've just brought on Corinthia this year, who's got such a wonderful personality. They all just work well together, and we're just happy to be here.
Well, thank you so much. You got a different look today. Look at you. She's ready to get busy.
I'm wearing my daughter as I'm into young ladies being creative and gifted and starting their own business. She has a t-shirt line called Gifted and Unapologetic.
Woo! I need one of those.
I'm working with
That's
her.
right up your alleyway, Poncho.
I need one of those in purple.
Yeah.
There you go. Yes, in
I
purple.
need one in purple.
Well, she has a website. It's linked to my website, and you can go in there and order whatever color you like, whatever combination. She has different type styles, different color shirts, different
I like that.
Gifted and unapologetic. That's what
I like that.
Yes.
All right. Well,
Okay.
we're going to turn the screen over to you, darling.
Well, thank you.
All
I
right
appreciate
now.
it.
See you soon.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to introduce myself again. I was here yesterday and hopefully the next 2 days as well. We're having a wonderful time, and I'm Diana Shannon Young. I am a gallerist and an artist. I've had several galleries over the years. I've represented different artists, and I've always painted myself. So I've not painted myself, but I also have been an artist myself. Most of the work, all the work you see here and that I'm presenting tonight, of course, is my own work. But I want to express to the audience, whether you are an artist or a collector, this is a perfect place for you to view art and to purchase art. I mean, I have learned so much and have gotten so thrilled by all the different techniques that a lot of these artists are showing, and they're actually showing you how they're preparing their work and how they're finishing it up. You can't get this unless you actually go to their studios. So this is a perfect opportunity for you to take that money you've been budgeting for art and buy something here at the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. You can also purchase directly here from the website, or you can go to Facebook and you can purchase there. Go to the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. At this time, because of the pandemic, a lot of viewers here may know me from some of the conventions, conferences, and festivals around the country as of late. Well, like the last number of years. That was one of the mainstays for a lot of artists, and we've been kind of shut down from that. But this type of show that's going on here is perfect because we're bringing it right to your home. You can relax with your glass of wine or water, and you can purchase your art at your leisure, but hopefully you will purchase as soon as you see something that you love. Art, I'd like to talk a little bit about that. You may be buying for decorating, you may be buying for collecting, but this is a mecca for collectors as well. But the prices are good. They're for all different ranges. You know, there's prices ranging from I'm not sure what I guess the minimum could be as little as $50. I've seen mugs or $65 from Karen Clark, who had some beautiful pieces, ceramic mugs and things like that. And there's work, I'm sure, up well into the thousands, okay? Well, that being said, I'd like to move on to tell you a little bit about my own practice. I'm going to share the screen so you can see that. We'll start out. I actually work in acrylic and mixed media, and sometimes oil and pastel on paper. So I have a kind of a mix too, not as prolific as some of the other artists I see are doing sculpting, and I've tried a few sculptures, but I haven't really gotten into that yet. What I do a lot of are commission works for different organizations and different people. I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the pieces I've done in the past, and I'll go to some of the pieces I have in the store. This piece here is called Frontline Healers. Actually, it was a commission by a physician that's on the front line of this pandemic. She wanted something because she's not a relatively young physician, and she's there on the front line, and Black lives do matter to her. And she would like everybody to know that. She wanted something hanging in her office that reflected her culture, her ethnicity, and reflected that she was concerned about Black Lives Matter. So when I do something like this, I try to do it she likes the whimsical style that I do. And I heard, who was it? I think it was talking about the hair. Anyway, one of the other artists was talking about hair and talking about how African-American hair and why our hair blows up and that kind of thing. You'll also find in my work, I like to do different hairstyles on the people that I do. And I see there's several artists here that really are into the hair. Karen Clark was another one talking about it, and a couple other artists. Okay. Talking about commissions, these are the type of commissions I have done, and I have numerous others that I won't be showing here. But this particular one is called A Passion to a Purpose. And usually I do a little research on either the person or why they want it done before I do that. This was actually commissioned by Morehouse School of Medicine, and it was done for Dr. Valerie Montgomery Rice, who was installed as the first African-American woman and dean of the School of Medicine of Morehouse School of Medicine. So this was a piece I did for them. The original hangs at Morehouse, and then I do have limited editions of that in prints, but you can easily reach me as well. I'm Diana Shannon Young Fine Art if you're interested in something like this. This one was done for the cover of the Journal to the National Medical Association, the Black Women's Physician Luncheon. I've done that a couple of times. This one is called In Her Legacy. Actually, this is a collaged piece where I work with I'll paint, and then in between that, I will do collage work. Usually I will research that information and find old periodicals of images and or text. And then I will incorporate that into the painting some kind of way. The little girl off to the right is actually a remark that I'm kind of giving a few lessons here too on artwork and different things that you can do on things that are not original. They have been reproduced in some type of way. Some artists only do a sketch depending on what type of work it is being done on. This particular piece is on canvas, so I can do actually a painting on it. So what I've done is put a little texture of modeling paste on the canvas, and then I've painted in a little girl on it. So that's the remark, or like a special edition. There's only 15 of these done, but not everyone, the 15 limited editions, I'm sorry, and 5 remarks. And not everyone has the same little painting at the bottom. This particular image was of a lady named Mary Crump. And there is some controversy as to whether she was a physician or a nurse. Well, I often tell people, because I did research this extensively, and actually I found the same photograph for the first African-American nurse and the same first African-American physician. It could very well have been that she was a physician, but maybe she was not allowed to practice as a physician. But she was around during the Civil War times, and it wasn't for her, a lot of African-American soldiers would have lost their lives, because she was one of a team of doctors that serviced the African-Americans. This particular piece was one of the commissions I did in 2008. I did one in 2004 for the Congressional Black Caucus Annual Legislative Weekend. The one I did in 2004 is called Every Vote Counts. That particular piece is, I think I have one piece left with a remark. Other than that, it's totally sold out. We also had posters of it, but it's totally sold out. This particular piece, I don't think I have any of these, but what I was trying to say here is that if you don't vote, you don't have a voice. As you see, each of these people have a ballot with them, and some of the issues of the day were behind them. It says no vote, no voice, voters' rights. Well, those are still the issues of the day. And when I say I do mixed media and collage as well, on the lady's hat and on the collars, they have actual real lace on them. And then I also have sometimes put real jewelry on them. And this was done actually this was done on heavy pastel paper, because the bodies of the people are pastel and then the rest is acrylic. So you can do a mix together, but it took me a while to come up with that technique. And this is called No Vote, No Voice. This one I did was commissioned by the Congressional Black Caucus, the same annual legislative weekend that they have in Washington, D.C. in mid-September, which is next week. So if you have not voted or have not attended, it would be a good thing to attend, except for the pandemic going on, and they had to cancel it last year. But it's a great place for you to meet and be aware of what's going on politically in this country as far as African Americans are concerned. This also has some collage work in the books on the front. Your voice is on the book, and then there's different issues and history on the book of African Americans and the vote. The reason I did this with people of different ages and different looks is it's a family. So from very young to very old, we need to get out and support and vote and make our voices heard. So your vote is your voice. Here's one that I did for Black Enterprise Magazine. This, they commissioned me to do for their 15th year anniversary, and we used some of the images. There was a short edition, I think it was 12, that they used for gifts for the awardees, because they give out an award every year for Barbara Graves, who was Earl Graves' wife. She has since passed, and God rest his soul, so has he. They gave an award, and I framed them up, and then we put each person's name on the bottom of them. in a gold plaque. So there are different ways you can make awards out of artwork. Not just, doesn't have to be a sculpture or a bronze or anything like that. It can be artwork, but you can do different things to it to make it presented as an award. As you can see, the Black Enterprise magazine is actually, there's several issues underneath her arms. And then on the cover of the briefcase she has, it has some of the attributes of a woman of power, a leader. She's committed, she is a mentor, all those kinds of things. This is done in pastel and acrylic as well. I'm sorry, not pastel, but acrylic and collage work on canvas. And it's called I Am a Woman of Power. That's also sold out. This one, actually, I think it was not the next year, but year after that I did that, they asked me to do a companion piece, and a lot of the attendees also wanted something to go with it. It was during whatever year Michelle Obama came out with her book, Becoming a Woman of Power. Her book was called Becoming, and since I had already done I Am a Woman of Power, I thought, well, why not do something where a woman is becoming a woman of power? So also she has different attributes on her briefcase. She's reading Michelle Obama's book. And I forgot to say, go back to the other piece. The other piece also, I don't know if you noticed, she has her passport in her hand. I like to say, and on the certificate of authenticity, it says she is a woman of power. Her attributes are on her briefcase. She has her passport in hand because, of course, she's international, and naturally she reads Black Enterprise magazine. So becoming a woman of power, of course, was something that any woman that was, any young woman that you knew that you wanted to aspire to be more, that may be one of the books you might select for them to read. This is a piece I did for the 100th year anniversary of Delta Sigma Theta sorority. It was called Journey to 2013. Again, I'm into that mentor and helping young women thrive and to become entrepreneurs and to be educated and to be leaders and that type of thing. On her book, since it was Journey to 2013, there's different images of Delta Sigma Theta sorority members from the beginning of Delta Sigma Theta sorority up until 2013, actually. There are some members that are like Shirley Chisholm, who ran for president, and a lot of different images of different notable Delta Sigma Theta members. And of course, she has the two girls, which their dresses are actually, the top of their dresses is done in lace. So as again, and so is the lady's hat. You can't see that. And then her collar is as well. So I mix in the fabric and the periodical collage, and again, is showing the mentor of women working, trying to inspire young women. This one is called Heritage in Red. It was also done in 2013. Actually, I had, and these were very relatively large pieces. All of them were 22 feet by 4 feet, and each one of them sold there at the 100-year anniversary, but I do have reproductions of some of them. Heritage in Red not only has notable Delta Sigma Theta members, but it has political members of, you know, like Martin Luther King, people in the civil rights movement, and things like that. And so that was a piece that on their sleeves is actual fabric, and on their hats is actual fabric. The rest is all painted in. And then the book, of course, is collage work with different photographs. And this is Heritage in Red. Now, this particular piece here and the piece after it has to do with aviation. Actually, I don't know. I didn't know a lot of aviation women or Black women in aviation until I met this one woman at one of the sorority conventions. She was a pilot, and she wanted me to do her piece showing the first African-American pilot. There was two of them, Willa Brown and Bessie Coleman. I think Bessie Coleman made a record first of a particular flight, like going around the world or something, and got the license for a commercial pilot, and one of them was the first to fly around the world. I think it was Bessie Coleman that flew around the world, and Willa Brown was the first one to get a commercial pilot license. Anyway, this one is called The Aviator, and on these pieces I had to research and find images of of a woman, African-American aviator. Also, if you notice, a lot of those women in these pieces for Powerful Women are looking up and have a serious look on their face because they're, representing I am an aviator. On the bottom, you'll see in the left corner, you see the oak. Well, if you're not a pilot, maybe you wouldn't know what that is. I didn't know what it was. Actually, there's a flight school in Oakland, California that they call the Oak. And a lot of African-American pilots have attended that school. In fact, this particular lady attended that school, and she wanted that on there. So everything, some of the pieces on there have special connotations for her. But she loved the piece. She asked me to do her one piece, and then I did 2 pieces just to see which one she might like. This one's called Fly Girl. And she actually took both of them because she liked both of them so much because they both had a different look. She said one of them reminded her of when she was a student pilot, which was this one, where she has her flight book. She's an aviator. The oak you see is on both of them. And both have Bessie Coleman and Willow Brown, but in different positions. And she said this reminded her when she first started. And the other one was what she was today, because she's a pilot today still. And this is called Fly Girl. So anyway, that's it for just giving you an idea of some of the things I've done and some of the things I do. And I do love working with color. But as you can see, some of my work is monotone. I also like working in monotone. So it depends on what I'm doing. I do a lot of abstract work in a lot of bright colors and full color. But when I'm doing pieces that are commissions that are serious, I like to do those in like monochromatic colors. And now I'll show you a few of my pieces today that are on the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show that you can go and purchase as soon as you can. The first piece that I'd like to show is called Not on My Watch. Not on My Watch. This particular piece is one from a series I have been compelled to do because of the pandemic and the stay at home and all of that. And as you can see, her hair is a little wild because, again, as I said, a lot of us have a fetish with this hair thing. And I also have a fetish with lips, personally, myself. So sometimes even if I don't do any other features, you'll see the lips because I have a thing about that. But why I started doing these women, and I do them, I have some in as little as 4 inches by 6 inches all the way up to 40 by 60 actually. Because of this pandemic, we have so much uncertainty and anxiety and isolation and pain. And on the other hand, we have some people that are experiencing more unity than they have before with their family, because for the last year, they've been stuck at home, or not, it's stuck at home, but they've been at home, let's just say, with their family and actually having to spend time with them. So some people have gotten joy out of that, just staying at home. This is called Not on My Watch, because we'd all like to think all of this going on is not on our watch, but there's not a lot we can do about it, but we can express it that we are not happy with it. The next piece is Nostalgia. Nostalgia is a piece that actually, Nostalgia is a piece that actually has gone through a lot of transition. I heard a couple of the other artists saying about not throwing out or discarding or covering work that you're not happy with. And they're right about that. Sometimes you do a piece, and I tell you, when I first did this piece, actually she was kind of scary because the doll was kind of scary, and her eyes were, I don't know, they just weren't right. And so I kept looking at it. I put it away, came back to it, put it away, and came back to it. And I always had the lace on it. That's some of the collage work that I do, and to mix fabric in. Sometimes it's lace, sometimes it's quilted fabric, sometimes it's just fabric that I find interesting. And again, I like the hairstyle. As you can see, if you look through a lot of the pieces that I've shown you, the hairstyles are different. Even on my individual women, and if I do a group of women, everybody has to have a different hairstyle, because as African-American women, we do wear our hair different all the time. Whether it's ours, theirs, or whoever's, we like to change it up. And so there's nothing wrong with that. You just tell people this is well, your hair today. This is what you're wearing today. And I remember when I was in elementary school, I think it was the third or fourth grade, I had gone to school with mainly Caucasian children at that time. And there was a little girl that always wanted me to spend the night at her house. And finally, my mother and father relented and I went spent the night. All they wanted to do was comb my hair. They were thrilled with the fact that it would not fall down, because I heard the gentleman saying earlier that the hair grows straight up. Well, my hair, you know, our hair will lean, but unless it's soft, it will actually, if it's straightened, it will stand. So they wanted to hairspray it, and they were just enthralled with the fact that they didn't have to hairspray it to put a little bun on it and make it stand up. But anyway, that's why I do all the different hairstyles, because I have always been thrilled with African-American hair. I love it, and I love different styles. The next piece is called Blue Moon Rising. Now, this is from my abstract. I keep pushing the wrong button. You guys will see Danita looking at me like, why you keep pushing that button? Okay. Blue Moon Rising is one of the abstract pieces that I do. As you can see, there's a lot of texture and color on this. I am also thrilled with the fact that I like nature, and I like moons, and I like outdoors. And when there's a full moon or a new moon, I tend to go outside and take a look at it and see what's going on. And I've also got mixed media on this piece. There's pen, there's watercolor, there's all types of mediums on here, and I like the way the colors blend together on the piece. When I'm doing the abstracts, I just kind of tend to do what I feel is moving me, what the spirit is telling me to do, and then I decide what I want the title to be. The next piece is something totally different. This one is called 400 Years. And I still won't push the right button. Danita's making me laugh, I'm telling you. 400 Years. This is also a collage and textured piece. As I was explaining yesterday, I like a lot of heavy texture. I use modeling paste, sand, all types of mediums and gels to get the texture I want. This is from the Black Lives Matter series. And again, the reason the couple has such a serene look on their face is that, you know, it is what it is. And, you know, they're trying to get through it. And I like the monochromatic colors of that to softness. And the slave ship, of course, as they brought us over here. And then the last, what year was it? 2019 was 400 years since we've been in this country. What I'm trying to show here is after that 400 years, Obama became president, which was something we probably thought we'd never see in our lifetime. But 400 years from the slave ship to him becoming president. And again, the flag, the American flag, the American flag connotates that we helped to build this country. And then below that, you can't see it here. I'm not sure if you can see it, but there are African flag colors, which show that we tie us back to Africa. And also in the letters of the 400 years, in the letters on the 400 years, they are also done in African flag colors, which are the either gold, green, red, and black, or just red, green, and black. So that's what I'm trying to show in this particular piece, that Black Lives Matter, and we help to build this country. The next piece is I'm With Her. I'm With Her. Oh, there we go. I'm With Her is again, heavy textured piece. And actually there's no fabric or anything on this. It's all paint. And I have lots and lots of couple pieces because I am a romantic by heart. And I believe that everyone should be in love if they're not. And everyone should look at the person that they are with admiration. And he's happy to say that he's with her. I have some that are called Love Jones. I have one that is called Be Mine. So there's a lot of different connotations to the couples that I do. And I have just started doing this series with those type eyes. This series, I think I was saying yesterday, is called The Eyes Have It. And so this is a piece from that series. And this also can be purchased. All of these few pieces here, I'm sorry, I haven't been giving the prices, can be purchased at the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. This one is, let's see, the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show, I'm with her, is $900. That is totally framed. It's an 8x10. And if you go back to 400 years, 400 years is, that's not 400 years. 400 years is, well, I'll just go back over the titles. 400, you don't have to go back to them. 400 years is 2,500. Blue Moon Rising is 600. Nostalgia, the girl with the braids and the doll, is 2,500. And Not on My Watch, the lady with the look that she's letting you know she's not playing, is 650. And the next piece is Making Legal Moves. Making Legal Moves is a piece that I think I was saying yesterday as well, that I do a lot of pieces for professional people as well. Sometimes people want something to hang in their office. They want to just remind themselves how far they've come, with their education, with their endeavors in life. And this particular little lady is a lawyer, and she's making legal moves. And as you can see, most of my women have that sassy look to them because, again, I want to inspire young girls. I want them to know that they are motivate them to know that they can do whatever they want to do, and that there are people that look like them in some of these positions. And also, I like the camaraderie of that. Making Legal Moves is $850. And the next piece is Life on Edge. Again, this is a piece that is kind of reminiscent of the from the pandemic. She is on the edge. She has that look like she's got a fancy hairdo, that's for sure. But she's got that look like I'm on the edge, and I'm not to be played with. But she's got it going on. She's sassy. This is a heavy textured piece with. I'd like to do the hair again in several different styles. And then if you have noticed some of the women, the lips are always prominent as well in a lot of my pieces. Life on the Edge is 5,200. It's a 30x40. Okay, and the last piece I'm going to do today is called A Finer Woman. A Finer Woman is actually it wasn't a commission, but I believe that this lady has a lot of attributes on her book because as African-American women, we are some of the finest women. And it is also a saying, it is a saying for Zeta sorority. Zeta they didn't ask me, but I did some things for them last year with women in blue and white, but they don't have the insignia, but they do have a lot of positive things about the Zeta women on them. Like this one, A Finer Woman, their sisterhood, their service, they have scholarship, they have courage, they're leaders and they're mentors. So all of the sororities and fraternities and of African Americans, the young people need to know that a lot of members are in leadership positions and that they can also aspire to be in leadership positions. So this is called A Finer Woman. But of course, I've had other people buy it that were not Zeta because they like the message of it. And that's basically what I'm trying to say. Even on the Delta Sigma Theta pieces, they have a message, but some of them have a little bit more on them that has to do with Delta, since they have some of the famous Delta people on them. But anyway, I want to thank you for listening to my presentation. And I'd like to let you know also, one of my sayings about art is only through art can stories be captured without words. And I think we're learning that, especially with a lot of the artists that are on here today. They have told so many stories without, they've explained them to you. But if you look at some of the artwork, the stories are just there. Hey, Dana, the stories are just there. And they're in the artwork. You really don't need them to explain some of the artwork. You can just look at it and tell exactly what they're trying to say. So I'm going to leave you with a little video that shows a little bit of my studio. And I appreciate you're looking, and be sure and go to the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show website and purchase some artwork, and or on Facebook Live and purchase some artwork. And I can be reached at Diana Shannon Young fineart.com or Diana Shannon Young abstractart.com, and take a look. Hi, I'm Diana Shannon Young. I'd like to welcome you to my art world. My work is uninhibited, unstructured, and my style is individual and unique. I like to say that when my artwork speaks to your conscious, your mind, or soul, my journey with you is complete. You can see more of my work at Diana Shannon Young fineart.com or Diana Shannon Young abstractart.com. Thank you for visiting. And be Thank you, and be sure and visit my website and see order someone Danita's shirt.
I'm definitely going to do that.
Gifted and unapologetic.
That shirt was made especially
this is
for
what
me.
Poncho put in the
She also has her own site too with gifted www, of course,
I'm going to stick her face in the screen.
Stick your face in there.
Hello.
How you doing? We will be ordering one of those shirts.
Oh, yes. Wonderful.
Thank you both for that wonderful presentation.
That was
becoming, y'all making a pretty good tag team. Y'all making a pretty good tag team over there.
We're trying. So be sure and go and order now from the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show, and go onto that website and not only buy my work, buy all the other wonderful artists' work. You can't go wrong. As a collector, again, I can't emphasize this enough. If you're starting to collect, this is all original work. This is the perfect place for you to see different types of work. I've had some of my collectors call me after I sent them the information on this that said they're definitely going on this show and they will be purchasing. So fantastic. Just give you an idea of what you are in for.
Well, thank you so much, Diana. We really appreciate your contribution to the show this year. You've been a breath of fresh air. And we will see you tomorrow.
All right. Good night.
All right now.
We're not going to say goodbye because there's more to come.
That's right.
See you tomorrow.
That's right.
Okay. Bye-bye.
All right now. Take care. So we are moving right along. And y'all, we know. We always save the best for last. We always try to find the best finisher for our particular day. So I'm going to introduce you to our wonderful guest co-host who has brought much sunshine to the show. Thank you so much and it's still daytime there. I'm jealous. That we're talking coast to coast, girl. We're talking Las Vegas and Baltimore City. It don't get too much more extreme than that.
I know the background gives me away, huh?
Look, I might have to change the order of what's happening.
Oh my goodness.
I guess I'm going to get out the way and let you do what you do.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You got the floor.
Whew. Honey, we do what we do, and that's good enough. What we do. Because I love how everybody has bought their energy and their art, and it's enough. It's good enough because we do what we do and we bring what we bring. So I am Corinthia Peoples. I am a guest host, and now I'm changing hats, and I am going to present as a showcase artist. My brand is focused on the intention of leaving women better than I found them. The brand is also a combination, an energy of spirit and air and fire and stones and sterling silver. So I want to bring to you a few of the pieces that's on the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. But I'm also, should I do that? I'm thinking because we have a number system. So there are pieces that are not on the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art website. But I wanted to do kind of like a numbering auction system for those who have not experienced that. So what I'm going to do first is, because we are at the bottom of the hour, and I'm going to just reintroduce some pieces that are on the website at this time. So let me share my screen. Here we go. Okay, so these pieces, this piece here, these are black onyx studs for the woman who likes a stud. You know, like I'm okay with doing lots of drama and just a stud. A stud has just been around since the beginning of time. I had my ears pierced at the age of like 6 months. I don't know if there was anybody out there that was like me, but I've seen a lot of babies with their ears pierced. I was one of those babies. My mom wanted to adorn me. So my ears were pierced at like 6, 7, 8 months, you know, maybe 1, I'm not sure, but I was super, super early in life. This stud is a faceted black onyx stud. Black onyx, these stones are from the earth and they carry energy. Why wouldn't they? They are creations of the creator, right? So they have information in them. And this particular piece, this particular information of this stone is releasing, letting go. Also, it encourages, it amplifies and it grounds. It grounds us. Most of our black stones are protective stones as well. I'm going to show you this piece live and direct. These studs. Let me switch this. Let's see if I can switch this. There we are. These are black onyx and sterling silver studs. You can buy these directly on the site. There are 2 remaining. All sterling silver of these pieces. And faceted, if you don't know what I mean by faceted, and with these stones, faceted means it has cuts inside of the stone, which is coined a faceted gemstone. And it is bracketed with sterling silver as well. So I have to say, I have to put out the disclaimer, know what you can put in your skin. Know if you're able to wear sterling silver in your skin or not. These are going for $69. You can buy them at www.thebeautyofblackness Fine Art Show. It's on the ticker down at the bottom there as well. And there's 2 remaining, and these are black onyx studs, honey. Look at that. Beautiful pieces. Beautiful pieces. Beautiful onyx. I had to work with onyx when I was releasing some things, and I worked with it. And I always say it's cheaper than therapy, right? You can have therapy or wear your stones, right? So that is the sterling silver black onyx earrings, live and direct. You can go on the site and purchase those right now because there's only 2 available. The next piece that I'm going to show you, you know, I want to just say that jewelry has been around ever since the 17th century, right? Jewelry has always been used as talismans. Even the ancient Kemet, which is the original name for Egypt, the stone, what was it? It was the stone carnelian. Carnelian was worn by the ancient Kemites, and it was considered the noble stone. And it was considered the noble stone because of what it took to mix color to make that stone. I could be mixing this up with purple, the color purple. The color purple was only worn by the upper class, upper echelon people because of all the colors that went into making purple. Carnelian was the stone that was also worn by the ancient Kemites, right? In ancient Kemet, which is the original word name for Egypt. So jewelry is not just simple adornment. It is adornment that has purpose, right? My goal is to empower through the artwork. Okay, so the next piece that I want to show you are the earrings that I am wearing now. There's only one of these. This earring is, again, I chose black onyx. I want to say this. I chose black onyx because this is the beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show, even though it's inclusive to all people. But nowadays, more so than even in the 90s, 30 years ago, right? It's a lot of Black folks walking around in the world, whether they're mixed in culture. But, you know, back then there was this one drop rule. Well, if you had one drop of Black in you, honey, you was considered Black. So I think that's changed. I think that's changed because I was talking to someone and they told me Obama wasn't Black because his mom was white. So I think things have shifted, right? So I did a lot of Black stones due to the color Black being so all-encompassing. The color Black includes every single color in the spectrum, honey. Every color, right? So I want to show you these earrings. They're here on the screen. You can buy them at the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. Directly go into the shop, to the store, and go ahead and purchase them up. They're a great price for something that you're going to have forever. These are family heirlooms. I want to show them on my ear. What's at the top is a pearl. It's a freshwater pearl at the top of it. It has a funky triangular shape, right? Which kind of serves, if you know, as a pendulum, right? So sometimes if you need to know the answer to something, honey, you can take off your earring and ask the question because it can definitely serve as a pendulum as well. All right, so this is black onyx, sterling silver. It has a lever back on it, which makes great for, you know, wearing scarves in the wintertime and such. If you are used to not having a bigger earring in your ear, it might be a little much for you. But if you're used to wearing larger pieces in your ears, then this will be a great earring for you to use as your healing, as your talisman, as your therapy, right? Because black onyx, again, grounding energy, letting go, protection, right? Who doesn't need some protection on themselves? A lot of people carry stones in their pockets, loose gemstones, because people are on to what nature has given us as gifts. Others, like myself, create beautiful art. My pieces are also, I must say, I also support small businesses and other artists. Okay, so these are going for only $279. There's one of these, and it is black onyx, freshwater pearl, all on sterling silver. And I wanted to show you these straight and direct because, you know, there's a picture and then there's the actual live piece. All right. So these are awesome. Snatch them up. Snatch them up, snatch them up, snatch them up. I'm going to take these off because I want to show you the other piece of earrings, the other jewelry that I want to show you this evening, honey, because we are just adorning ourselves in the beauty of blackness with wearable art, visual art, digital art. It's all good. This is the other beautiful black onyx. This is called Flowering Trees. I've named the pieces as you'll see on the site. These are called Flowering Trees. This is all on sterling silver. All on sterling silver, molded into the stone and on the lever back. So these are nice and light. They are not as heavy as the other ones, right? We're doing wearable art, honey, because We have to adorn. Some people are more expressive than others. Some are more conservative in their expression. That's that one. Is that beautiful? And I might add, I've had people ask me, can I wear these? Can I wear these? I guess because I was a Black woman promoting such beauty. But yes, anybody can wear these, honey. All you have to do is own it. Put them on and own it. I've had 5 women who are 5 feet that wear big, gaudy, beautiful stone designs, and they own it. They own it. So wear your gems, own it. Don't think also that, oh, I have to have somewhere to go. I've just said that your pieces, honey, is a part of your walk, is a part of your talk, is a part of your expression. So make them that. You can wear these earrings with a tank top, a cute tee with some leggings and a sandal, or a boot in the winter. Okay, you have the lever back, so you're not gonna lose your earring. There is one of these, and these are only, what's the price on these? I can't see that little. These are only $169. These are only $169 for these pieces. You can do these with jeans and denim. Be art walking. Okay, that's it. We're being art walking, honey. Yes, yes. So these are on the site at www.thebeautyofblackness.com. Every single artist is listed in the drop-down bar on the shop page. You can find these pieces under Corinthia Peoples, and go and purchase them. If I got kings, males on the line in the room watching, snatch these up for your queens. They will come in a beautiful packaging as well, so you can save them for her birthday or for Christmas, or just because you so damn fabulous gift. Yes, yes. Or queens, if you are in the room and you are liking the piece and your husband is okay, or your man is okay, or your woman is okay with you grabbing up the credit card, grab up the credit card, honey, and get your pieces. Get your wearable art. Get your wearable art, because it is art. It is moving us. It is moving with us. We are moving with it. So again, I want to leave you better than I found you, with some beautiful wearable arts, jewelry, and designs. And I'm doing this, and I'm hoping I'm on the big screen. I'm hoping that there's people in the gallery and they're watching me and they're like, yes, yes. I hope that is what's happening. So those are some of the pieces that are on the site, and I'm going to leave you with that. And I'm going to do more wonderful designs tomorrow. Let me stop my share. Oh, thank you. I think Poncho is helping me out here. I'm going to stop there, and I'm going to show you more pieces tomorrow. Why rush? Why rush this process? So again, these are flowering trees, and they are absolutely gorgeous. Grab them up, grab the credit card, sisters, brothers, buy the gift, because your woman is wearable and she is art. So thank you so much. This was fun. It was sweet and quick. Gave you a few pieces. There we go.
You know how look, and I noticed how you timed that with your last bit of sunlight over there in the West Coast.
We're gonna have a little bit of light. It's just 6:00 here.
It's just 6:00. Okay. Well,
Yeah.
we about 9
So we got
o'clock
about
here.
2 or 3 more hours.
9 o'clock here. We doing pretty good on the time, I think.
Yeah.
You are the last presenter of the day. I'm going to try to go back to the gallery and see if we can get Louise back in one last time as we get ready to sign up. They look like they're partying over there.
And no, I think they're selling major art. I
So
think
what
they're
do you?
selling
So,
art.
so we got a big day tomorrow, y'all. Full schedule. I will not be in tomorrow, but all the other artists will be. I will join you again on Sunday where we'll have a full day plus an after party, and we're going to have some special surprises we're going to do for our last day. So if you guys got any questions, anything you want to see for the show tomorrow, feel free to tune in and say hey.
Oh yes, tune in. Are we leaving? It is exactly 1 minute until. Are we leaving?
Well, we're just going to go ahead and see what's happening. We don't have any more presentations for today. I'm just trying to
No.
see if Louise is going to get on from the gallery for a while. But
So since we there's a little bit of time left, I do want to promote this necklace that I'm wearing since I have it on
okay,
and I can't wear it again tomorrow.
sounds good. You got full screen, darling.
Okay. So this is a different piece, right? This piece is not on the Beauty of Blackness Fine Arts show. So if you're interested, these are pearls. These are pearls. And I actually have on 2 necklaces and the price of these are great. So this one, we're going to have to do a number system. These are pearls and they look kind of from afar like cowries, right? So this is a sterling silver toggle. This is 2 strand pearls, right? And these are called bawa pearls and they have crystals in between them. I have 3 of these. There are 3 of these available. There are 3 of these available. And this one, you're going to have to do something different. In the feed, if you want one of these, let me tell you how much they are. And in the feed, if you want one of these, there's 3 available. So if you want one, I need you to put in the number, and this is white. Okay, 109. And this is only $98. 109. So you're going to put in 109 in the feed if you want one of these. After you put in 109, you're going to put in CP. Actually, I need you to put in CP for Corinthia Peoples 109 if you want one of these. There's 3 available. They're $98 only. They're real freshwater pearls in crystal. Okay? They are about 18 to 20 inches in length. They're 98, number 109. After you put in CP number 109 for this piece, in the ticker, it has my business page, Corinthia People's Designs. Go over there and just let me know, hey, I got a piece and I need you to send that to me. So in that, go ahead and put your email in your shipping information or your phone number and I can call you, whichever you're comfortable with.
There is another.
So this is freshwater pearls. I'm going to put this nice and close.
You can also.
And it's on crystal as well. All right. So, and it's on sterling silver, the back of it. So CP 109, 3 available if you are wanting this piece to adorn you. And I must say, pearls are the pearls for the girls. Pearls are connected to the moon because the moon is feminine and the sun is masculine. Okay. Pearls are seen as innocence. And give you a little bit of history on pearls. Back in the day, Black women didn't wear pearls because we couldn't afford them. Hence, the movie what was that movie that had the woman who was a scientist at NASA, Hidden Colors, Hidden Figures, and her coworker gave her pearls. That's the only time we Black women could had pearls because we couldn't afford them, but only if they were a gift from our white counterparts. Now, baby, we can buy our own pearls. So, as you can see, I'm wearing pearls with a t-shirt. You can wear pearls with a t-shirt. You can wear it with a business suit. You can wear it with a sports jacket. You can wear it with a tank top. Just put your pearls on. Wear your pearls. adornments, take an outfit from 5 to 20 like that. Like that, okay? So again, to end, number 109, these are only $98. Go ahead, put that in the feed if you are interested, which I know somebody out there, baby, wants this necklace because it is awesome. So I had on 2, and that's what that looks like. All right, I just had to leave you better than I found you, okay? Yes, thank you, Pancho, for that, for your patience. You're muted.
If you are interested in that necklace, that you go to the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show on Facebook and put it in the comment stream.
Yeah, that would be great.
All right. Well, what have we done here? I think we've done pretty good. I think look, we
they're
got.
over there selling
I
art.
think they got people in purses. They reaching for credit cards in there.
Okay.
I think they got some people are walking around. They got refreshments. They got all kinds of stuff happening. Rona Evans has secured your necklace.
But yes, Rona, you got your pearls. Yes.
Fantastic. Okay. I keep telling y'all, if you don't move fast, you're going to lose out. So thank you, Rona, for participating.
Absolutely.
And,
now, Rona, I need to know how to find her. Rona, if you go to Corinthia People's Designs, it's in the ticker right here, and just say, hey, I just ordered number 109, and give me some of, I can correspond back with you. That's so right now, I'll just correspond with you. I appreciate you. Yes, get your pearls. Absolutely.
Well, we are at the 8-hour limit right here. It's about to shut down because it shuts down after 8 hours.
Yes, it does. And my computer is hot.
We're going to get ready to sign off for the day and hope you all will join us tomorrow.
Yes,
for another exciting day of the Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. I'm going to say goodbye to you tonight, dear. We're going to get ready to sign off.
I see you Sunday.
That's right.
Enjoy your day.
I sure shall. And everybody out there, we thank you for joining us, and we will see you tomorrow. Okay. Take care.
Bye.